Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Now, hold on. Now I got to play musical landscape mode.
It never changes, though, for you. Just keep it in profile.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it doesn't turn your phone.
That's
You gotta,
so odd.
I know, it really is.
So odd. Okay, so then I can do this and this. All right.
All righty.
We good? We good to go?
We are good to go. We are rolling, I think. We
Hey,
should be up and running and up and running and out.
everybody. Hello, hello. We are Splintered Spirits.
That's true. That's exactly who we are. This is John Santa. I'm Gary. How are you?
Hey, listen, today has been a crazy day for me.
Yeah, tell me about it.
It's been a wild day. Not just the weather, the rain affecting equipment, getting ready to go to Indiana. Just a lot going on. A lot going on today.
All right.
So,
All right.
what about you? How's everything going?
It's going good, dude. So the tournament has started. And oh wait, you know what? I'm gonna just really quickly. I have to remember to set my to pause my upload so this thing works a little faster on my end.
Yeah.
The tournament has started. I don't know if everybody was paying attention. We had
Everybody in the chat, what's going on?
We had the Spirits give us their predictions for the NCAA men's tournament bracket. And what's really great is that so far, we've won. We're winning.
What do you mean? They got it right?
Yeah, there's 16. There's going to be, in the next 2 days, there's going to be 32 games.
Okay.
So it's all day for the next 2 days. And then, well, it's the next 4 days, really. But the first round is 32 games. We've won the first 3 games so far. We're close to winning a fourth. So it's, we're off and running.
Cool. I love how people in the chat are calling you Uncle Meow right now. Eva Boxy's giving you a little meow.
Now they can.
Or the Spirits, either way. So I actually have a guest with me. I have a guest with me that is going to join us a little bit here and there. Whenever we want to talk to him, we're going to maybe do a little interview. It is Brian. And for those who know Brian the mod, he's a mod for me on my TikTok, Santa Paranormal. And he's been a mod with me for a long time, and he's come with me on some of my adventures. He is an eyewitness to this live. So when you guys are watching me live, he's seeing it with his own eyes, and he's been on some adventures with me. So we're gonna ask him some questions about things he's seen, talk about experiences at the undisclosed location, at the cemetery, all sorts of stuff. So what do you want to start with? What are we diving into?
All right. Well, let's talk about. Oh, you know what I want to talk about? It's a good way to start, I think. Which is one thing that happened at the when we were at the cemetery doing our picks was something that was a great throwback to episode 2.
Yes.
So I want to show you. I pulled the clip. So let me show it to everybody here because this will be really interesting. I think so. I think it's interesting anyway.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Something very cool. I just heard that's your brother. You know the significance of that. Because guess where we are? We're right near where we speak to the child version of Edward. And you can see us?
So a little quick backstory.
Wait, what's going on right now?
So we have a theory that spirits are. John's theory is that ghosts are the splintered memories of the living. And one of the ghosts that's a horrible, nasty ghost that's in another location, there's his younger version of that ghost is where John is right now. So we were trying to see if they were connected. So we told the ghost at the cemetery that I was his brother.
No shit.
And a female spirit just said that they can see us, said, I can see you, and said, that's your brother. And it would make sense because that's what we told.
I remember you guys doing that. You did the old one too.
Yeah.
So
wild.
wait.
All right. Just had to point that out.
Yep. Yeah. Crazy, right?
Wild. That's wild.
Yeah. So,
And how long ago was that? How many weeks ago you think that was? 6, 7, 8?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, We did episode 2, I think, in 2024 at some
In
point.
2024, most of the episodes were done in 2024.
That's right. So more than that. So it's it's been a couple months.
Yeah, a couple months
for them to point that out, which is crazy. So it's a really interesting sort of here we go live. Sorry. Oh, now I'm seeing the chat. There we go. And yeah, guys, we're on TikTok. We can, just go to whatever platform you want, but we're here on TikTok and everything else. So it's fine. You can see us everywhere. We got a little bit of a drag today, but hopefully it's still watchable. So, it's funny, John, because I got a question from a fan about this. And again, because it speaks to people are obsessed with this story. We're constantly getting this childish Edward sort of question about spirits. Why is there kids ghosts?
It's got major implications.
Tell us what you think.
Major implications.
What do you think was going on when you heard that?
When we were doing the March Madness picks?
Yeah.
To me that's normal. It's just, more proof on just the spirits and the spirit chatter and the things you can hear in the spirit chatter. What starts to become like, you think of it like this, almost like someone walking down the street and recognizing you. Mm-hmm. I had you and Lou on, at the cemetery, and all of a sudden the spirit's like, oh, wait a minute, that's his brother. I remember him saying that. And that's what it was. And it was just, call it lightning striking. But I guarantee if we went every day at the cemetery, another spirit would be like, oh, yeah, that's your brother. That's your brother.
That's funny. All right. So they're retaining that information. They constantly do it. So this we got a question, and it speaks to that from Megan, who said she goes by, you might recognize her handle as Scorpio Ghost.
Yes.
And she asked this question of why a child version of Edward would be at the cemetery, being that he was so old when he passed. And is this from his younger days of maybe visiting his sisters or father that passed with his mother? So it's, again, a lot of people are trying to connect these dots between the younger version and the older version and the split memories about spirits. So I think we've answered
going
it,
to
but
give
go ahead.
you the first solid answer that I can give, and that's I have no idea. That's the honest, solid answer to that question. I have theories, though. And I have a theory. Now, let's think of those memories of young Edward. For those who don't know this, Edward did not grow up in New York. Edward grew up in Massachusetts. Okay? He left, I think, when he was 12, 13 years old and came to New York. So that's a younger version than that. Okay. So technically, those types of memories should be at his house or wherever he lived, if the place is still there in the area, they should be there. So now what first goes through my mind is, okay, how can these memories be at this cemetery? How did they connect to the physical remains of Edward and his family? How did that happen? So you think, is there quantum ways they could connect? Are there, other forces that we don't know about that are able to make that happen? Are these the memories of Edward through somebody else who's buried there? Like the mother. I believe the mother is buried there. I'm not 100% sure on that. But I think he actually has put his mom's remains in that plot. So there's a headstone there with her name on it. That doesn't mean her remains are there, though. Okay? If that's the case, did Edward come there before he died and he put that stone there for his mother, even though his mother's remains aren't even there? Or did Edward himself bury his mother there? And these are those memories that are coming through. I don't know. That's the crazy thing about it. I just don't know.
All right. Well, Scorpio Ghost, I hope that's where we're at with this. I mean, honestly, I think that's the big soul of this podcast, of trying to answer that very question. if we ever could, which is
if we ever could.
What are spirits? How do we that's the whole thing. I mean, it really is the whole thing.
What if see, and here's something crazy. What if there is a small part of these spirit particles that attach to us no matter what? I live in Edward's home. And that's another thing, everyone, in the fireplace room, Edward, but there's a chance that where my bedroom is in my house was once part of Edward's bedroom.
That would be crazy. Sure. That's weird.
And I have original brick, from the Victorian build, in my apartment. So we don't know. We don't know how it works. Maybe I was the catalyst. Maybe I was the one that reunited those memories and didn't even know about it.
Oh, that would be weird, right?
Yeah,
that would be
dude,
really weird.
You could literally critically think Scorpio Ghost question. We could do the whole rest of the podcast, this session, on that question.
I guess
like that's
true,
how
right?
wild that question is.
Yeah.
But it's something that does need to be addressed.
Yeah.
And we're probably going to end up addressing it, a couple more times down the road.
Yeah, we're gonna pull a few. Look, we're gonna try to do a lot of different things, and I would, yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
All right. Well, where do we want to go? What do we want to talk about then? Because it's like we've got. Yeah, I see you're back at the office today.
Yes.
You have a guest. Why don't we talk to your guest? He's got some ghost stories he wants us to analyze.
Yeah, he's got some stories.
What's he doing with you today?
Plus a cat. He's got some stories plus a cat.
Sure.
Here he is. Go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Brian Ahmad. I'm
Hey, Brian, how are you?
On TikTok. But nice to meet you, Gary.
Nice to meet you as well.
So,
thanks for joining.
Yeah, no problem.
I want you to whatever information you're comfortable with giving.
Okay.
Okay, I want you to give. I want you to tell my uncle about you.
Okay.
Your past, your life, just so he gets an idea of who you are, because you're about to say some really crazy shit to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll start. When I was 18, I was a firefighter paramedic in New York, but it was upstate New York, not down this way. And
where upstate?
So, Plattsburgh, like way up.
Okay.
Yeah, up in the corner where you can basically walk across the ice in the wintertime and you're in Vermont. It's on Lake Champlain.
Wow. Okay.
So I was paid doing that, and I did that for 15 years. And part of it brought me down for 9/11. I did, search and recovery and that stuff like that. And to this day, I still have PTSD going to the city as far as I don't even want to go anywhere near that area. I would like to see it. I would love to see it, but I just can't. But I did my career backwards because after that, I went into the Air Force, where I was a PJ, they call it, which is Special Forces. So that's what I did for 3 years until I got hurt. I was blown up with 11 other guys. We were ambushed. And none of us died. We all made it out. Somehow, some way, somebody was watching over us, or whatever you want to say, that day. Because we all made it. I mean, we were all messed up. I have 6 rods in my back. I've got a lot of vascular issues that went with it. I've had 5 or 6 back surgeries. Actually, the first time I met John, I was just still recovering.
You were still recovering
from one of them.
So, all right. So, total badass.
Yeah. Well, yes,
total
of
badass.
course. I think one has to always say when a situation like that is thank you for your service.
Yes.
And as an experience like what you've been through and seen, and then when you meet John, do you have your own sort of thoughts on who and what he's talking to and what the afterlife is?
I mean, I'm the same way as far as John is. I'm an atheist as well, and I'm a skeptic, a huge skeptic. But the way he goes about his lives before I met him in person started making me believe. I would watch and not ever interact, just kind of watch from afar because I'm like, well, what's going on here? And then the more he showed it, the more I started believing, okay, there's got to be something else out there. I mean, as far as like what he explains and what he does on his lives. And then when I met him for the first time, I met him in the fireplace room. I was live with him, and the way it was set up, I could actually look out the doorway. And out that doorway, John had like a plastic tree or whatever, something like that, a bush tree, whatever.
Yeah, it's like a plastic decoration tree by the garbage.
And
Spruced up the garbage a little bit.
Something just told me to look out that door, and when I did, I see one of the ghost children. It was the gray, and they had black eyes. And
Wait,
I
you
could
saw
see
this was seen at the
at,
fireplace
at
room?
the undisclosed location.
Sure.
At where Edward is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Just out in the hallway.
So that's out in the hallway. So this is live. So let me just real quick paint this picture for you. We're live in the fireplace room. We're sitting just like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm looking at the TikTok. Brian has a straight shot out the door, the fireplace room door. Okay, our backs is to the fireplace. I'm literally talking to the audience, and then all of a sudden I look at Brian. I see him just not paying attention to anything going on in front of us, just looking out the door, and the expression on his face, everything, he just completely changed. And I looked at him and I said, I know that look. I'm like, what did you just see? And he goes, I saw one of the ghost children. And I'm like, congratulations, because not many people get to see that in person, like, holy shit. And then knowing his background, like, this man sees something, it's not going to shock him. Yeah, let's be real. Like, it's not going to do that. Reaction was to something that, very few people see. So, pretty wild. All right. Sorry about that.
No.
No.
I mean,
That's
that changed my mindset, obviously. I mean, there was stuff leading up to that, right? And that just happened out of the blue because before that, I was sitting up against, there's like a wall in there, a brick wall.
He's
Yeah.
Oh, you're there. Okay.
yeah.
So I was sitting there where John used to have his eBay room, and I could feel something rubbing my neck. It real light, and it was just, and I finally said, "Stop touching my neck," once I figured out exactly what was going on, and I could feel it, and it did. It stopped. It listened to me, like okay, and it just stopped. And then I've heard disembodied voices for myself. John, the last time I was with John was in December.
in December. Yep.
And we went to Buckout. And that was, I think, my third time with you at Buckout.
Yes.
Anyways.
We were in the car. It was raining.
It was raining now, so we were in the car.
We were in the car.
Live.
Yep.
But we had to get out before before John went live. And as soon as he got out of the car, you hear John, like really loud, and it was a disembodied voice that you could hear.
I want to ask you something.
Sure.
Have you ever had an experience when you were not with John?
I have, but it was the last time I can remember. It was when I was younger. We lived in like a house that was built in the 1800s, and there would be something that would walk from my room. And back then they had like the master and like one of the other rooms was like a joint with the door. You know what I mean? Like you can see in the hotel rooms when you get two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, but something like a black shadow would walk through, like past the foot of my bed, and then it would go right into that doorway, and it would just like come around, and you could hear it walking because like the wood is like in here. You could hear people going across the wood, and you could hear that thing running up and down the hallway, whatever it was.
Okay, and was there anybody with you at the time when that happened that would be that maybe felt that they were more connected to spirits, like in your family or something than you might have? Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is when you're around John, you're getting these experiences. Was there anybody else you were around, since that's the only other time, that might have been pulling that experience to you?
I don't
Do you know what
know
I mean?
because yeah, I know what you mean. And like my parents, if they see anything, I mean, they've never talked about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's more like before, right? It used to be taboo or whatever, to talk about ghosts and spirits and whatever. People would say you were crazy, right?
Yeah.
Nowadays, or now, it's more acceptable, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Because people want to know now. People want to know what's on the other side, or how true this stuff is. I mean, we see it in the chat all the time.
Sure. John, I want to show you something. Speaking of that, because you said you saw like a ghostly figure. We got a submission from someone named Nicole
Oh,
saying
nice.
she got, and she sent me this photo that she took. And tell me what you think of it, and see, is this a similar looking figure to what you saw? And hold on, I'm going to share my screen. Let's see if you can see it and how well you see it. It'll come up in a sec. All right. Now, take a look at that photo. I can see a figure.
I see a figure in the doorway.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
But this does happen quite a bit with things. It looks like something out of Ghostbusters. Or like a shadow version of it. Very distorted. That doesn't look human, but it looks humanoid.
It looks like a hand, like an arm, certainly down the one side by the
Yep.
lamp. Like another arm is sort of up, maybe a hand's on like a hip or something like this. On the other side, like their left arm. And then I can see what's shaped like a head, shoulders. Now she's saying her grandparents lived like, it was her grandparents, I believe, like right next door or something, at the time when they passed. But it was like, and she really believes that that's a family member.
Oh,
But,
okay.
But is that the kind of vision you saw?
Yeah, it might have been a little taller, but yeah, I mean the same thing. Black shadow.
What you saw in your house?
Yeah, when I was
Like
younger.
When you were
humanoid.
younger.
Right.
Okay.
I know I can't show pictures, but I mean I've showed you this picture.
Yeah. It's wild.
I guess I'm more open to it now. Maybe I used to shut it off and I don't realize it, or maybe something triggers somewhere. Where before I met John, and became friends with him, and I didn't, he showed through his lives.
I'm gonna do the thing that everybody hates. I'm gonna do the thing that everybody hates. You
What's
ready?
that?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that amazing debunking, devil's advocate, straight up taking the mystery and magic out of things. You're just learning. You just learned. You just learned what to look for.
Yeah.
Now,
Good.
now you've been watching me for so long. You're one of my mods. You know what to pay attention to, and that's what's going on. So when you're experiencing things, these are the things that everybody experiences. We just don't know it. That's why there was such an uptick in hauntings during COVID when everybody was stuck in their houses.
Oh,
There
God.
wasn't an uptick in haunted. Everybody was home. Everybody was home.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like,
Right.
so, and that's what it was. Like, I mean, that's just my personal opinion on it. But
Right.
I think it's more of think about it. I go live for hours on end.
Yeah.
And you're there for a lot of it. So you learn.
I can
Well, it's like
understand all the
here.
spirit boxes you use too.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, and John, I'm going to show you this video too. Someone else submitted.
Oh, nice.
Christina
Well,
Willens.
I just want to say that was a great capture. Whoever
Yeah.
got
Nicole,
that.
thank you for that. Thank you for
Yeah,
sharing. I hope
that
you're
was
watching.
Nicole. Nicole, great capture. Awesome.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's hard to say what it is, but it certainly looks.
Yeah,
That would certainly
no
freak me
idea what
out
it could be, but
if I
still
took
awesome.
that. Yeah, man. If I took that photo, and if I took a photo
You
where I
burned
thought
down
I
your
saw,
house.
and it showed up, I'd be like, yeah, I burned down my house.
Yeah.
It's like we're moving. See
Yeah.
you, Gramps. Have
Yeah.
fun living here. It's like I'm not going to be staying in that house. That's like, could you imagine?
Yeah.
It's absurd.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah. I want to show you this.
I can
So
definitely
this
imagine.
one, and listen, I hate debunking too. I hate when people like debunk magicians, and I hate even using that word here because then people are going to immediately associate tricks to what we're doing, and it's not.
Yes.
But it's like I hate that kid at the birthday party who's spoiling the trick for everybody else. It's like it's unfun. It's like so it's like I hate it. But I'm going to show you this clip. So this was submitted by Christina. She is a collector of haunted things.
Okay.
So I'll show you this video. that she wanted us to take a look at. Hopefully it'll pop up in a sec.
You hear that?
There's no audio, but take a look. So you can see she has said all these dolls are haunted, and she's claiming they're orbs floating around.
Okay.
So now, for me, I say that's dust. These aren't spiritual orbs. Now, those dolls may or may not be haunted.
Can you run that clip one more time, please?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
So these dolls may or may not be haunted. They are certainly creepy. But the things floating around to me look like dust. This was pulled from a TikTok feed that she posted. So that's why it's a short video clip.
Very interesting. And again, it's one of those things that can go either or. I mean, and it becomes inconclusive because yes, it very well could be dust. The thing is, there are factors we don't know about this video. Okay, the first factor is how clean her home is dust wise, not in general, just dust wise. We don't know her, dusting practices, if she has fans in her windows, if there's fresh airflow, all those things. We don't know those factors. So on top of that, we also don't know how long that duration of footage actually is taken from. So, for example, if she set up her phone for an hour and walked out of the room, there's more of an argument that if she caught that in the last, 20 minutes of the footage, that's not dust because there's nothing in there kicking dust around. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So there's a lot of details we don't know about that footage to actually, make a proper assessment of it, and again, I have to agree. It could be dust. It might not be. I just don't, have enough information. But dust is a very logical and probable cause for, what happened.
I mean, look, this kind of shit happens on my Ring camera all the time. I'll see when I wake up in the morning, it'll be like, it detected motion at 3:30 in the morning, right? And then I look outside and there's something slowly like an orb floating down in the front. And it's like, that's a bug or a water drop on the camera. There's nothing.
Yeah.
It's
so
like,
true.
It's just the bust.
So true. I mean, if that thing floating down all of a sudden gives you the finger, then you know that something's up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
But it could listen. What I will say about that video we just saw, both of those orbs came from the same spot. So I will say that both of those orbs came from that same spot, that same doll. Okay, but
what is an orb? What is the reason behind an orb? What do people think?
So let me tell you something. Orbs, wisps, whatever you want to call them, anonymous light, phenomenons. I mean, they're interesting because so many people have different views, right? So many different different views on an orb. Mm-hmm. Some people believe it's energy. Some people believe it's energy contained. What I can say is there are probably multiple different types of orbs, including bugs and dust. Mm-hmm. But I've caught evidence of an orb, well, technically a little girl running, almost not out of the orb, but you could tell she emitted from the orb. All right. And it was such a clear, it's somewhere on Santa Paranormal TikTok. It's somewhere on there. And it recently resurfaced in the Discords as well, from the audience captures.
Michelle Maibell on TikTok is saying she thinks orbs because of the distance from the first one to the second one.
The distance.
Is distance a factor to orbing?
No, because if a little piece of hair or dust floats around, it floats around. I've had some crazy orbs follow me around, in the abandoned side also. But yeah, going back to that video, it could be either or. It could be dust or it could be orb. I like how they both came from the same place. That's pretty cool. That's leaning more towards the argument that they're orbs. But then again, we just still don't have enough information, and dust is everywhere. I vacuum this place every couple of days, and there's dust, no matter what you do. But again, with orbs, I've caught a little girl running out of an orb, and we caught her so clear. And I believe it was Lot Lizard who actually caught that's her handle, that actually caught, I love it, caught the audience capture in my live stream. Right. It's so definitive that you would argue not is it a little girl or not. if she's wearing a yellow dress or a yellow raincoat.
Oh, that's
Like
cool.
that's how definitive the picture was.
That's cool. Let me ask you this: have you seen orbs without the camera? Are orbs usually there
Yes.
after the camera?
Yes. Yes. I have.
All right.
Yep. I have.
Okay.
So, but in that video that we just saw, it could go either or.
Yeah.
Cool video, you know.
The dolls
I like
certainly
how they
look
both came
spooky.
from that doll.
I wouldn't buy any of those dolls. That's for sure. Nor would I have a room full of dolls that look like that. I mean, it's almost
Closet
like a
dolls.
scene.
Listen,
like you'd expect that to be like a scene out of Seven or something.
dude, there's so many dolls in there, right? At least one of them has to be haunted.
Yeah, by default.
By default, which
You
is
get
awesome,
dolls that look like
know?
that, dude. It's like,
Yeah.
if that's your bag, it's weird. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, listen,
Super
I might be
creepy.
weird too. I'm gonna have a room just like that
With
here
full of
at the
dolls?
tower. I have enough dolls that I've collected over the years. Yeah. It's the stairwell.
It's just like, dude, you can't do. It's so funny, man. It's like you can't do anything wrong because you'd have to explain yourself. Like, imagine if like the cops show up for whatever reason, even just to ask you a question, and they see that you're immediately going to look suspicious.
Oh, of course.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know,
It's like, dude, I think about this all the time.
Dress up?
Yeah, I think about this all the time because it's like, you know, my kid's a water polo player, and I'm taking pictures, you know, when he's out there playing, and I always get concerned if somebody stops me and they take my phone and then they're like, sir, you have a lot of little boys photos on your phone. I'm like, no, this is my son's
wet little
team.
boys in
Yeah,
here,
it's like
know?
I immediately like send them to their parents, you know, for their because they like the photos I take, and then I delete them. I just get rid of them because it's like I don't want somebody to look through my phone and go, dude, what's wrong with this guy? He's got all these little boys.
What's wrong with this?
It's like, you know, it's
well, it's the same thing with the dolls, dude.
That's what I mean. It's like you're gonna have all these dolls in your house, and it's like,
yeah.
Like for example, you know, there was that you were telling me there was like somebody, you know, looking at envelopes or ripping envelopes up in your building there, and you know, taking mail. And imagine if the cops or somebody showed up knocking to like, John, we just want to see if you saw anything, and then they look around your office, and you're like, oh no, I'm actually a paranormal investigator. This isn't at all weird. All these dolls that I have.
This isn't at all what you think.
Yeah.
By the way, that one with the yellow polka dots is my favorite.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, right. It's just nuts.
Would you like some Girl Scout cookies?
I know, right? You've got Girl Scout boxes of Girl Scout cookies, little dolls, and now you're on the watch list. Now you're on their watch list.
Well, and then they get even more freaked out when they go up a level because they're like, "What the hell is going on here?" You know,
it's absurd.
It's the mirrors, the masks. Oh,
it's so crazy.
So crazy.
All right, man. So Brian, Brian has seen similar things.
I got you trolling.
Mainly,
I got you.
It sounds like it's mainly around you, right? I mean, it's not these, you know, which is interesting.
Yeah,
because that's
obviously that's correct. Because I mean, the house I live in now, I haven't experienced a thing.
Yeah. So what's interesting, Brian, is, you know, we've got a new episode dropping. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Aiden. Well, no, we'll leave Aiden out of it. No, it's okay. We'll leave Aiden out of it. The phone.
Oh yeah.
And could you? If you don't want to talk about it,
no, it's okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm being honest. You don't have to talk. Everybody would understand. You're good.
Yeah. All
right. Listen to this crazy shit. This is gonna get fucking nuts. Okay. And I appreciate you telling the story.
And I don't want any trauma bonding out of this.
Yeah. No trauma bonding with this. Go ahead. Tell the story.
Christmas Eve, this past Christmas Eve, like morning early, like 2:12, something like that. It was 2:12 a.m. My mom died.
Sorry to hear it.
Thank you. And it was unexpected. You know, I mean, yeah, she's diabetic and all that, but anyways, so I have her cell phone, right? I have it shut off. I mean, you know, she paid a whole year in advance, so I'm sure it'll go off at some point. But anyways, nobody has her number. The number still is with that phone. I've gotten 2 phone calls from that phone number. And when I've answered it, I've heard static. And like, I can't say I've heard a voice yet, but there's something underneath it. I just can't hear it. And it comes up on my iPhone. This is mom. And I've sent John a screenshot of it because I'm like, it's happened twice. And the second time I took the screenshot on my phone, the page with the incoming calls on my iPhone and sent it to John. And I'm like, man, it happened again. So he called me and he's like, does anybody have her number? I'm like,
Well,
no.
that's why I asked him. I asked him two very important questions. I said the first one is that phone number is the phone on or off, and is the phone still in service? Because it doesn't normally happen like this. I have a lot of experience when it comes to cell phones and re-getting cell phone numbers back. I have a lot of phones for this. Um, you normally do not, if you lose your cell phone number, you normally cannot get it back. Okay, and it's very very small chances that somebody else is going to get that number immediately. It usually takes at least a year or two. Okay, so I asked him that, and what were your answers?
The phone is completely off. It was some of the stuff I kept from my mom.
Mm-hmm.
And her phone is still active. As far as like is paid up until like I think October or November of this year. So that number hasn't gone anywhere. It's still connected with like her account. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because she did the smart track or whatever it's called through Walmart. She doesn't have she didn't have AT&T or Verizon or anything like that. She has Straight Talk. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not with a phone company. It's just with that.
Well, I have no experience with this. I did once. First of all, it's crazy. That would, I would, John knows this. I would take my phone and immediately throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, right.
First and foremost, and I would just go to Apple and say I need a new phone, right, and get
Right.
That's why I get Apple Care. I wouldn't tell him it's a ghost because I don't know if ghosts are covered in Apple Care, but I would smash it and
Well,
get rid of it.
and if it was his mother and my grandmother, and she was trying to contact either of us, it would be, she's still alive, by the way. Thank at the universe.
Yeah.
It would be to her to warn us about some danger that's never gonna affect us
Right.
ever.
Lightning or something. And then the other thing is, but I will say this: I once got a phone call from my own number. Like somebody was like, it was a.
Oh, that's a hack.
Yes,
That's
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It was like it was
That
me
sucks.
calling myself, but
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
and it took me a
They're
second.
trying to get your voice, dude.
Yeah, so it was like,
Hello, yes, hello, things like that.
so it was
I
like
don't
that
know
was the only
how.
sort of like, how did they get clone my number to call me, and then it's never, and it was
Yeah.
in that respect.
But it's happened. They weren't back to back calls.
I know
it was
that's crazy.
So it was like one, and then it was about 4 or 5 weeks later is when I got the second one. But it's not like your normal kind of static. It's a weird kind of static on the back end of it, if that makes sense. So it's not like your normal, like, say, turn in your radio and it's like a dead station. It's not that kind of static. It's just like a low static, if that
Hey,
makes
John,
sense.
do you think, I mean, look, is there, as part of your theory, and you're talking about QDE, and we even have a question here, in the chat, is like when you're talking about energy from people, can what's the question? So it's like, can energy, like, Trelita asked, can childhood energy lock onto your favorite items like dolls, and can energy be trapped through his phone? I'm sure he talked to his mother on that phone 100 times. It's probably a very emotional thing. So it's like, is there something to that?
Yeah, that's what I was going to. That's what I was going to actually get into. So I have a firm belief when it comes to loved ones, and a lot of you know that. I firmly, and this is rooted in science. This isn't rooted in a theory or anything. This is rooted in what we know in science: DNA memory. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
muscle memory, and of course, organ transplants and things like that, and those people gaining attributes and memories and all sorts of things from such a an action of a transplant or whatever. Memories being memories and things of another person being passed to another person. Okay. So I believe that when we die, our energy scatters. And I think that a lot of that energy, a lot of those memories go to people that we are close with. There's connections that if they follow, and I think that is, it could be the memories themselves. Like, for example, like, God forbid I go, Uncle Gary might have a very fond memory of me as a child, and guess what Uncle Gary gets?
A
He
haunting
gets
from
that
you?
memory. Yeah.
I get
He
haunted by
gets,
you?
yeah, you get a, not even haunted by me, not even haunted by me. You get a part of that. You get a part of that, and it may never even ever manifest. It might
Right.
just stay, mixed in, if you will. I firmly believe that, hands down. Okay, so there's a chance that phone does have something with your mom. Okay, and there's a chance. Well, there's more than a chance. I believe you definitely have, a bit of your mom, and it could be a reaction between the two. That's one theory. The other theory is it's just the phone itself, that it has some of her energy and she's just trying to contact you. That's another theory. If we go a more skeptical approach, you could turn around and be like, oh, it was just an error when she tried to call you, months ago and it didn't go through. And it's just a loop in the system or whatever. And it's finally activating, because believe it or not, that happens sometimes too with phone calls. Like, if you ever get those, like, I didn't call you. What are you talking about? But in reality, you called that person 3 months ago. It just never went through. And
Right.
they're just getting it. That happens.
Or
That
as a
that
butt dial.
literally, yeah, that literally happens. So,
Right.
you
All
know,
right.
yeah. So
Well,
what do you?
it's we're jumping around a little bit, but yeah, I mean, first of all, Brian, that's wild. That is wild.
It is wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't explain it.
Yeah, I mean,
Now I'm really gonna burn my phone if I hear her talk to me, because like my
Yeah.
dad died. My dad died 14 years ago,
Is he
and
calling you?
no,
All
I
right.
mean, so my dad was really sick, so the end of his life he couldn't, the last couple years of his life he couldn't like make a phone call because of what he had going on with him. But anyways, um,
Were you
and
an
I
only
know I
child?
got
Were you an only child, Brian? Sorry.
yeah, I'm the only child. Yep.
Okay.
So, but I know I have part of his energy, but I mean, I'll dream about him. But as far as like, no phone calls, no weird things. He doesn't come to me or anything like that. I mean, dreams, yes, and I guess that's a way of coming to me is
100.
dreaming.
I firmly believe that too.
Um,
I don't think they're coming to you. I think it's just the energy that's resonating in you, and then them finally using that as a way to speak with you. I personally don't believe that anybody comes and visits.
mhm.
I think they're just always there. Is there a chance that people could come and visit? Of course. Why wouldn't there be? But most of the time with loved ones, when someone goes, oh, I have a dream of them, I really think it's just that energy that's already in you, finally able to speak.
Okay, makes sense.
That's a good segue to talk when you're talking about the energy that's there and what's connected to you, because um, in the next episode of the podcast that drops on Tuesday, that's John, your first reading with Kathy that we're going to show. And what becomes really interesting with Kathy and John is that what you're going to see is everything she picks up are the spirits around John predominantly, as opposed to the John himself. And that's also why, Brian, I'm asking, like, does this happen around John? Because he just might be a magnet for ghostly trouble that makes everybody's life a little bit more confusing.
Which would be
And
awesome.
yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And it's like, so, and first of all, and by the way, guys, I'm sorry I'm not giving shout outs to everybody in these chats. And, we're sitting here talking, and I'm not the shout out master like John is when he does his lives, trying to read 16 different things. But
this is
it's a little
technically the
different.
live taping of
But
a
I
podcast.
truly appreciate you guys all being on here and helping us out, keep this pod going. So thank you. I am looking every now and again, and we'll try to call you out and drop a question every now and again when I see it. But John, talk to us about what's coming up. Tell the people what you felt, what they should expect, what you're thinking, and why that is. As
So So with the next episode that's coming up, it's with me and Kathy, and Kathy is a medium psychic, which in itself, me being with her is big for a lot of people because I don't really work or deal with them because of the nature of the beast itself. It's rare that you will see me with somebody of that status, whether they claim it or not. And it is just very incredible to see someone who is real and does it rather than someone who claims to be real and does it horribly. And we've spoken about this. I've said it many times. At times it sounds like she's rambling. She's not trying to get information out of you. She's literally, sometimes it's like she's just going. And it's amazing because you're going to start to realize when you watch this next episode how much stuff she speaks about intertwines with our current documentation of the places we go and the things that we do. So it's gonna be really cool to start to see all that unfold.
Do you remember what the most shocking thing she brought up was that we allow
Honestly,
people to keep an eye out for?
I think that happens with the next episode, not this one that's coming up, the following. I think that's what me and her in the fireplace room. I think that's when I was like, okay.
Well, I remember in this next one, there was like, I think he went and took a candy cane break, and she started talking about, I think this is the one where which I was talking about Splat, and you just were like, what? And there was like the worker, and she keeps seeing Splat, and there was someone in the right.
Yes. Oh, yes, that's right. She brings up Peter.
Yeah.
Peter here. She
Yeah.
does bring up the worker.
And
But
guys,
see,
I think I dropped that later today as a little promo, so you're gonna know that
yeah.
specifically. So if you keep tabs, follow Splintered Spirits, and you'll see that, a little clip from that. But yeah, tell everybody what that is, John.
Yeah, so there is and a lot of you do know about this. There is a spirit named Peter here who felt like he was being ripped off and decided to rob the establishment. And he tried to break into the office and he fell to his death. And our first introductions of Peter were not that. We were introduced to Peter as a hard worker and a friendly guy. He was always working. He would be like, "Oh, I have 5 minutes. Hello," like it was wild. Like it was Peter, Pete, we're looking for you. Like awesome, awesome spirit. And then I find out information that has nothing to do. This was not from the spirits. This was from people who worked here, management in the building. When I brought up the name Peter to them, they the color drained from their faces. They were like, "Holy shit!" Peter fell to his death, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, "Oh well, he's still here working," like. But funny enough, I've heard very little about that from the spirits. I'm waiting to finally catch that where it's like, like we're hearing about Peter's death from the spirits. A little chatter here and there, but nothing conclusive. So this whole death of Peter, the next time it's actually brought up by somebody who's not in management or me was Kathy.
Right. How would
Was
you know
Kathy.
that? It's so crazy. You guys are gonna love that one.
The only way you're going to know that is if you went to the police station here,
right,
and asked for records.
She didn't do that. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
and
it wasn't even in the paper. There was nothing, in the paper about it. Nothing. It was all hush hush, kept under.
Hey, John. Amanda Lynn is asking, can spirits that passed as babies communicate?
Yes, but not speaking. Not speaking. We do hear coos, screams, cries, baby giggles, things like that, but they do not speak. They do not speak.
That's the worst. Is that the worst? Is that the worst ghost? Having a baby crying
honestly,
ghost?
No. The worst is the older ones. No, like the older children. The worst is the ones that are like 3 and up that can communicate with you. That gets me. Like there's
3 and up? Why? Because they just keep asking dumb questions like, "What is this? What's an airplane? Why can't we go there? What is it?" Is it like every 3-year-old on Earth that just bugs the shit out of you?
No, most of the time they're very like, oh, no one ever visits me, no one sees me. You know, I'm alone. I'm the, and it gets to you, and you're like, ah, shit. You know, like this part, you know, whatever memories of this child are here, they're not with their parents. You know, sometimes you get lucky.
You mean it hits you right here, not like it bugs
Oh
you.
yeah,
I see.
dude. It fucking it takes a lot to get to me because I'm always just joking around about everything. You know, everybody's got problems. I find them hilarious. I'm not even gonna lie about that. I got my own problems. I find those funny too.
Right.
You know, but the children, the ones that can communicate, get to you, especially when they start with the sadness. You know, and it's innocent too. That's the other thing. You can hear the innocence.
Sure.
You know, and it's like, but sometimes they're happy. Sometimes they're happy. When they're happy, it's great because it's like, all right, awesome.
Have you ever
But when they're
caught a
not
or
happy,
have you ever busted like a liar? Like maybe it's someone tricking you that they're a kid?
oh fuck yeah, hell yeah.
How do you do that? How do you
Oh,
bust a
dude, all right.
ghost?
So
And
that
that's wait a minute. I realize how stupid that sounded when I just said, "How do you bust a ghost?" But you
yeah,
know what I mean. How do you
yes,
figure out that a ghost is it's tricking you?
is lying, is lying
Yes,
to you.
is lying.
Yes. So I have one rule when it comes to speaking with spirits
Yes.
that I do not break, and that is I don't trust like that. It is
Okay.
a golden rule. It is the everybody. I a lot of people don't follow it when it comes to spirits and investigating. I don't trust like that. You know, I don't care how many times a little 5-year-old's gonna be like, "I want to go with you. I want to leave with you, please. I want to leave with you." No matter how many times I've communicated with them,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't matter. And sometimes I might almost give in and be like, "Yeah, come back to the tower." You know, things like that. I stop myself. I don't trust like that. Okay, you can't trust like that because you never know. And I'm going to get into people in the chat are saying it. I'm going to get into a spirit named Sarah.
Yeah.
I
What's
came
this?
across a
Yeah. I see. I'm
child
seeing
named
Sarah come up a lot here.
I came across a child named Sarah here at the tower. Okay, her mother was a seamstress. No, excuse me. Her mother worked in the cafeteria in the mess hall, and her father was what was it, World War One.
Yeah,
Said
or two. One of
it was one of the world wars. He fought. She said the war. There's only one the war, and that's World War One.
right.
Okay, that's what they when spirits talk about the war, they're usually talking about World War One
Not World
because
War
that
Two.
was like, well, dude, the technology was different for World War Two,
I
even
see.
though it wasn't as advanced. World War One, the trenches were
Okay.
insane,
Yeah.
like insane, like nothing compares to that theater of war when it comes to it was horrible, it was like horrible. Um, So yeah, the war. So her father died in the war. Her mother worked in the mess hall here. She would come and visit us all the time. She was so happy. I love your cat. I love you, John. This, that, and the other. And it's like, oh, Sarah's coming to visit. This is great. And then one night we're doing shots for coins. One night we're doing shots for coins. I'm on TikTok. I
Okay.
am in the worst state you can find me in.
You're in the zone.
I'm,
You're in the zone.
yeah, I can't read the chat anymore. I have, I'm taking my glasses off to read the chat. Like I'm done.
Sure.
And all of a sudden, the spirits start talking, and they're like, "Don't trust Sarah. Sarah is a demon. This, that, and the other." And I'm like, "What are you spirits talking about?" This is months later now.
Sure.
Months later, I'm like, "What are you spirits talking about?" And then a couple weeks go by, nothing comes of that. I'm like, these spirits are just fucking around. All of a sudden, Sarah shows up, and Sarah just turns, becomes a completely different spirit. Their
Really?
same sweet voice, saying things like, "I'm gonna eat your cat," just getting nasty,
Oh yeah.
like literally revealing what she is and what she's there to do.
Why would
And
she want to eat
it
your
was
cat?
insane. I don't know.
It's so
I don't know.
strange. What a strange thing to
So
say.
weird. Yeah. So well, Dana. Well, she knows how much she loves. Everybody in the chat loves that cat. So I think she was trying to get a rise out of the people
Sure,
watching and
sure.
myself.
And she's here in the
Um,
tower. She's still here?
the whole factory. You can
She's
find
at the
her wherever.
factory.
She
Are
does.
there
She's
any
in your office.
She was in my other office.
Got it.
She's come up here twice so far. She's come up to the tower twice so far. And I think I have a theory with her. I think she is some sort of byproduct of the rituals that happened here in 1997. Unfortunately, there were rituals that did happen here. The
In
spirits have talked
1997?
in 1997. The spirits have talked about it. They've given us details. Management has found a lot of weird shit in here over the years. You know,
$1997.
supposedly one of the supers has had a whole collection of like strange like athames, which is like a ritualistic dagger, dolls, crystals, all this
Like
stuff
what
that
religion would they say?
that
Would
were
you
like
think? Voodoo or some shit? Like what's around there? What was the ethnicity
everything's
and the
around
people
here.
like
There's Uncle Gary on. Do you remember? I know
Santeria or something? I don't even know what that is.
you have
I'm
to
saying
really
it.
dive into your memory for this. Do you remember on South Regent Street the old Santeria witch shop that was right where the
Well,
salon
that
is? Like,
yeah, that's why I said Santeria. I don't even know what it is,
yeah,
like, but
yeah,
what the
no, but
religion is of any kind.
that was a mix. It was voodoo,
I don't
Santeria,
practice it.
the other one, whatever there's all different types. So everything is around here. Like everything's
Sure.
around here. And whatever they were doing involved an unborn child and a pregnant mother and like all this crazy shit. So whatever happened, because I don't have all the details, I believe that there were certain entities that were either attracted to it or came forth because of it. Because that's what happens with a lot of ritualistic behavior that
That
people
seems like
don't
something.
realize.
That seems like something you should dig into.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
we do dig into it. We do. We just but I have a certain style with my documentation. I don't look for it. Either we're gonna stumble upon it, or it's gonna come to me. I don't go and obviously plan this stuff out and whatnot. So, but it does. It's something that literally every once or twice a month will get brought up. And we find out just a little more information here and a little more information there. And what's really wild about it is I've come across two entities that I can identify. One we call the unnamed one, the nameless one. He likes to feed off, what was it, fear or sadness? I think it was sadness. It was sadness. And he spoke about it, how he's hungry for it. Sarah feeds off fear. And that's also been
yes.
documented.
Okay.
So these two entities, these two non-human entities that are here in this tower, because of these rituals, we do come across every now and then. Crazy, right?
Yeah, no,
This
it's
place
super
is
crazy.
nuts.
Have you met anyone? And we're getting close to the hour here, but it's fine if we go a little over. I don't know what you guys got to do. But
I'm good for now.
one thing that we want to do, that I want to do with this podcast too, is find witnesses. We've tested with with Kathy, as you're going to see in the next two episodes. I think she certainly showed us that there's something there. There's a there there's a connection, that she's feeling it too. Now it's like the witnesses, and not just witnesses like, oh, I'm watching John, and I don't mean, hey, I'm watching John and I see it too. I'm talking about like you see something, and then we found somebody who was like, I was here, and that same thing happened to me when I was here. You know what I'm saying? Like, trying to figure out find some corroborating stories, or finding somebody who felt something and then having you go there to see if you feel it. Working it the other way.
We could set that up. The problem is we're gonna have to get. I think they're under 18,
No, we
so
don't
we're
want any
gonna
part of
have to
that.
get permission. We're gonna have to get permission from their parents, I think, because at the pre-Revolutionary War burial grounds, I came across an entity known as the Smoke, and these group of teenagers were dealing with an entity that they called the Creature, and it come to find out it was the same goddamn entity. And they approached me about it. They were like, hey, you do paranormal, right? Me and my friends and blah blah blah. And they went on this whole thing. I mean, they had like at least 3-4 years of a story for me that
Right.
they've been dealing with. And it's like, holy shit. So I have to see. I mean, one of them might be 18. I have to find out. They pop into the chat every now and then. So
Well, that's something I would like to find, because I want to see, or even if it's a news story, if someone's experiencing someone. So I throw that out to the chat. I throw that out to the thing. If someone's experiencing something and we can make it happen, if we can figure it out, if it's local, we know John's in New York, and we can see if he experiences it as well. It'll sort of help us on our journey here to figure, as we start playing around in what are spirits, how are people experiencing them differently, and everything else. I think we just add another layer to this idea of what spirits are, which is it happened to two different people, two different places, two different times, same thing, right? That's one thing I would love to see, and I want to obviously see it through your eyes and see if that can happen.
So we would have to find people that had an experience. The best thing to do is find people that have had an experience at a location. Find as many as you can. Don't tell me about the location. Don't tell me about the people.
Yeah.
And send me to the location.
I would love it. I'm throwing it out there for people who know anything about it. They can go onto Splintered Spirits.
Yeah.
Tell me your story, submit it, and tell me where I can find these people, and I'll have a conversation with them, and then we'll try to set something up. I'm the one who reads that stuff, so John won't know it. You submit it through Splintered Spirits. I'll bring it to him later, or depending on how we use it. If it all
the only way
out.
I would know it is if you message me first, and then I tell.
Yeah.
I tell you to message Splintered Spirits.
Go through Splintered Spirits. Follow Splintered Spirits. Wow, we got a lot more people this time. It's great. Thank you so much, everybody. You guys are dope. It's really good. That's it. Is there anything else you want to throw out? We want to talk about? Anything we want to hit? We got a new episode dropping Tuesday.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there next week. So I think our live next week might be Wednesday, not Thursday. We'll be together.
Okay.
So we'll figure that out. We'll talk. But yeah. We covered a lot. That was fun.
So then what I suggest we do for Wednesday is maybe you should join me on TikTok. We'll go for a walk. We'll go wherever.
Yeah, we'll figure out.
And then,
that could be fun.
And then we'll go. Yeah, and then we'll go and do the Splinter Spirits, and do a whole live. We could talk about all that and incorporate that into what we're doing.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun. About to, yeah. Well, let's put a plan together for that and figure out how we do that and get there, and we'll work that out. That could be really fun.
Cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Brian. Show your boy. Let him say goodbye to the people.
See you guys.
That was really a good time. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well. I think that worked out really well. I think we had a lot of fun stuff. And John?
Cool. Guys, thank you so much.
It's very interesting too, because I have a man on the other side who feels very connected to you. He feels older than you. He feels family.
This is where it gets weird.
He's got a little bit of restless energy to him. I feel like if he's going, he's going. If he's stopped, then he's struggles with being stopped. He gives off this kind of protector, fatherly feeling with it. He also talks about, I don't know what this is, someone when he passed was out of the country, or someone when he passed was traveling around the world or at a distance, because he talks about someone not being around or someone was on a significant travel when he passed. He also brings up the month of October as being very important. When they bring up a month, it's either someone's birthday, anniversary, or a passing. He's showing me the month of October. Do you understand him?
There's a lot of things in there that you hit on I have an older brother who passed.
Okay.
He's 10 years older than me. I was out of the country when he passed. My birthday's in October.
Okay.
Those were definite specifics. Holy fuck. All right, Kathy, I'm sort of preparing myself mentally for this is, by the way, This would be my absolute first reading I've ever
Okay.
gotten, ever. I've never done this before.
Okay.
I'm very nervous about it.
No, don't be nervous. I just want to make sure that my phone is volume off. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, good. All right. So as you know, my name is Kathy. We're going to do a combination reading just to demonstrate psychic and mediumship. I know this is your first reading, like you said. I'm just going to explain to you the difference between psychic and mediumship. Psychic is past, present, and future, which means it's your life, past, present, and future. And then when I do mediumship, it's going to be connecting with those that are in the afterlife. I have two women in spirit. One of them comes through in a very big motherly way. She connects with you, but I also feel like she connects with your wife's family. She's very much like this, like she wants to touch her hair or fix her face. And she comes through in a very motherly way. Okay. So this would either be identified as someone who's like a mom to one of you or is a mom to one of you, but she's very much about fixing her hair or doing this kind of fixing the hair.
I like how my wife is taking over my reading. Like, she's not even here, and it's she's dominating the whole scene already.
Oh my gosh, I know. It's so funny. I know when we can't control what comes through, just like I said, once you open that door, if someone is connected to you, they can come over. It's very interesting too, because I have a man on the other side who feels very connected to you. He feels older than you. He feels family.
This is where it gets weird.
He's got a little bit of restless energy to him. I feel like if he's going, he's going. If he stopped, then he's like struggles with being stopped. He gives off this kind of protector, fatherly feeling with it. He also talks about, I don't know what this is. Someone when he passed was out of the country, or someone when he passed was traveling around the world or at a distance, because he talks about someone not being around or someone was on a significant travel when he passed. He also brings up the month of October as being very important. When they bring up a month, it's either someone's birthday, anniversary, or a passing. He's showing me the month of October. Do you understand him?
There's a lot of things in there that you hit on that I have an older brother who passed.
Okay.
He's 10 years older than me. I was out of the country when he passed. My birthday's in October.
Okay.
Those were definite specifics. Holy fuck. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny, where I follow Johnny as he tries to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. As we narrow down who or what Johnny is actually talking to, I met with a medium, Kathy Nadal, spelled Nadal. Kathy is a certified medium with the Forever Family Foundation, a registered nurse, and a retired Army colonel. You can find her on Instagram at CatWitchNYC, and her books are sold on Amazon. She had her first psychic encounter at the age of 9 and has been giving readings and investigating paranormal activity for over 20 years. What you just heard was a snippet of a reading she gave me. A great deal of it was broad, and I'm still processing it, but when it got specific, it was disturbingly so. I have a very limited social media presence, and what I do have is private. I can't for the life of me, bad choice of words maybe, figure out how she could have known these things, some dealing with my kids, which I'm not comfortable sharing. I don't fully understand what Kathy's got, but if it can help Johnny and I, we're going to find out. Kathy, thank you so much for talking to me. Please explain to me and anyone who may be listening what exactly a medium is.
So thank you for having me on the show. A medium is someone like me that's able to communicate with those that are in the afterlife. So the afterlife are those that are passed on, family, friends, friends of friends. As a medium, when I sit down for a reading with someone, I work in my way of working, which is the only way I know since I was a little girl. I'm clairvoyant, which means I can see spirit. I'm clairaudient, which means I can hear spirit.
I'm clear shitless because this idea of spirits freaks me out.
Spirit, hear spirit, and see and hear spirit, and I deliver the information. As I deliver the information, I say, does this make sense? And that's where we get the evidence of spirit. So it's interesting because I'm certified through the Forever Family Foundation.
What kind of test did they put you through?
So it's interesting. I actually sat for the testing in 2013, but just prior to that, my father, who was a very strict Roman Catholic, said, "I want you to be tested because I don't want, you to say you can do this if you really can't do it." He said, "I don't want anyone to ever call you a charlatan." And my dad actually worked for the Reader's Digest magazine for many years, and they had done a magazine, the whole spread on Houdini. And Houdini's life was going around and trying to, test these people to see if they were charlatans, and a majority of them were. And he was very frustrated with people calling themselves mediums because he didn't believe in it. And he said, there should be some way of getting the real information. So a good friend of mine, Suzanne Northrup, who's a very well-known medium, she told me, go over to Arthur Finley in England, in Stansted, England. And I did.
Arthur Finley in Essex has been around for like 100 years. They specialize in this kind of paranormal fringe science.
Only 9 people on the list. They put our names on the wall. And my roommate said, let's go down and look at the list. And she said, I'm on the same list. I said, oh my God, we must be in Beyond Basic. She said, no, we're in the top class. And I came back to my dad. I said, Dad, England said I can do it. And he said, I'm not satisfied. What do the Americans think of you? So, so I went back to Suzanne Northrup and I said, my dad's not impressed with Arthur Finley. And she said, well, then you need to take the test through Forever Family Foundation. But she was very, very honest. She said, listen, they're very tough. She said, so many people have tried out. Very few people get in. She said, you just have to work the way you work. It's your own gift and you know how you do it.
The Forever Family Foundation is a nonprofit organization that does a lot of work helping people deal with grief and loss. They take mediumship very seriously. They don't charge for their services so the bereaved aren't swindled by frauds. Therefore, their certification process is quite intense. From their website, they state each medium is exposed to a variety of sitters and a scoring system is used to determine the accuracy of the information presented. The sitter selection is controlled to ensure that none of the mediums has any prior access to the sitter or any information about them. Whether you're a believer or not, the numbers don't lie, and the people they select hit high matches and marks.
I had to do a phone reading for someone, and the person just said hello and goodbye. They didn't say yes, no, nothing. I just talked to them. They don't nod their head. They don't give you any gestures or anything. And then that happened for 4 or 5 people. And at the end, this different person got on and said, okay, well, if you pass the test, you'll get a letter in 2 weeks. So I called my dad and I said, well, I did it. That's it. We'll see if I get a letter in the mail. If I don't get a letter, then I didn't pass and we'll forget about it. And 2 weeks later, I got the letter. And I couldn't get to my phone fast enough to call my dad. And I said, Dad, American says I can do it. The America says I can do it, So my dad said, okay, then I'm okay with you doing that. So I wrote my first book and I started working with the public, which for me was a big risk because I was in the Army Reserve and I was very worried because I always had a high rank. And I said, Dad, if I start doing this, I'm going to have to tell my commanding officer. And he said, well, you better tell them the truth now. It's better to let them know now, So I would go and do a radio show, or I would go and they wrote an article about me in the paper. And I would have to go say to my commanding officer, listen, I may or may not have been on a radio show, or I may or may not need to do a radio show. And all of these commanding officers, and the higher I went in rank, I ended up retiring as a full-bird colonel. My commanding officer was a general. And every one of them would kind of like give me a half a smile. And then they would shrug their shoulders and say, okay, as long as I wasn't giving out any dark secrets of the military or any special operations we were doing, they were fine with it, So I was very happy that I didn't have any problems, with them stopping me.
When was the first time you had a paranormal experience?
So I was 9 years old.
Wow.
My dad and I used to go fishing. but I'm going to teach you how to go crabbing. He said, we're going to have a crab net. We're going to put the bait in. The net's going to go to the bottom. The walls open up. The crab goes in, takes the bait, and we'll pull it up. It was on a rope. And I said, okay, I got it. And there was a bunch of little boys on the dock that day. So my dad walked over and he was kind of coaching them. And the minute he walked away, I heard so clearly, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. And I said, oh, I better pick it up. So I started pulling on this rope. And he turned around and he started marching back to me really quickly. And he was like 6'2", and I looked and I said, oh my gosh. So I launched it out of the water. And it was the biggest blue crab that day on the dock. And all these little boys came running over. And they were like, oh, wow, look at that, and my dad looked at me like, I defied him, but, I got the big blue crab. But I said, I'm going to listen to that, and shortly after that, my dreams started to come true. I started to see very vivid dreams, all in color, and they started to be very predictive of the future. So I thought, geez, I'm best friends with my dad. I'll just start telling him about the lady across the street. And then I think the lady across the street's going to die because she was standing out of her wheelchair and the cat that is already in heaven, the cat came running up. So, this is what's going to happen. And my father said, no, 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 we don't do this. We're Roman Catholics, shut that down quickly. And a matter of hours of me telling him about the lady across the street in the wheelchair, the daughter came over and said that she had died the night before. And that's when he really said, you better knock it off. We're not.
Well, it sounds like your dad was your biggest supporter in all this.
Yeah.
I don't know what my parents would say if I told them I was seeing, dead people. I think they'd be like, come on,
yeah,
we got to get him some help.
Yeah. Well, my dad was not a believer, but I realized the older I got, and after those people tested me, that he actually was becoming older himself. And I think this what happens to people is when they're faced with medical problems, like my dad had gone through cancer treatment, my dad had a bad heart. I think you start looking at your own mortality. And I think my dad really wanted to know, where are we all going to go one day and what's it going to be like? So I think it was better and easier for him to become more open to me after I was tested, because it wasn't me saying I can do it. It was other people saying I could do it, and it was more accepting for him. But, the Roman Catholic Church still doesn't acknowledge what I do. So
how many cases have you worked on in your career as a medium?
I would probably have to say, I haven't counted them all, but it's probably a few thousand, maybe.
Oh, wow.
I've been working about 20 years now.
And out of those few thousand, would you say they are all legit? Would you ever get called and think, oh, no, this guy's a wacko or just completely full of shit?
Well, I have to say that all of my work is usually different. So in the past, I would have to say there was about 8 years that I worked up in Salem, Massachusetts. So I belong to a church in Salem, Massachusetts. My religion now is being Wiccan. I'm a witch.
I absolutely love that we live in a society where someone can casually say in complete comfort that they're a witch.
And for about 8 years, I worked with a warlock by the name of Christian Day. And during Halloween, we would get a license to do readings for 31 days. And that was really tricky. Some of these people are out 12 hours of the day, walking around Salem, having a cocktail and dressed up in costumes where their eye is coming out and, all sorts of gory outfits and stuff that are going on. So we had a couple of tough situations in Salem because, people are drinking and whatever,
Right.
So those scenarios, every time we go in a public environment, even on my website, I advertise that this is for entertainment purposes only, because believe it or not, in the state of New York, it's still a real law that doing psychic readings or fortune telling is against the law.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so it's still a New York State law. It's a very old law that's still on the books.
New York State Penal Law 165.35, fortune telling is a Class B misdemeanor, and one can serve up to 90 days in jail and pay up to $500 in fines.
But people, that's one of the bigger things. When I'm in an environment that I can control, like a personal reading or a house party, I can't read for people that are, partying to the max
Sure.
because, Halloween was a different scenario. The other thing you were asking was paranormal investigations where I've gone into locations. Is that where you were asking before?
Can you talk about a specific case that really moved you and really was like, this is a different level?
For mediumship or paranormal?
Either.
Yeah, I have to mention the spirit of Thomas Paine. That was really an amazing experience. I worked with Dan Sturgis from the Travel Channel. He's on a Paranormal Caught on Camera. And also Chance Kelly, who's the actor from American Sniper. And I was at the location called Thomas Paine, which is in New Rochelle, New York. And it was during that investigation that we actually had an audible sound outside, and it was caught on the sound system. It sounded like a steel drum. It sounded like somebody that was hitting like a steel drum.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually been captured. You can watch this whole thing on YouTube. The interesting thing about this is that when we got to the second floor, the floor in the facility had like a very different kind of a slant to it. And I kept saying like, oh, I feel a little woozy. I feel like I'm going to fall. And we stepped into one of the rooms. And in one of the rooms, I actually turned and said, oh, I have a woman here. Can I speak with the cameraman? And I always deliver a message if I have permission. And I just started to deliver information about his mother. And I said, oh, I see her and she's wearing this 1950s sweater. And he was like really kind of in shock. He said, I have to take this all in. And then he did the whole video and you can see it on there. But he drops in his editing pictures of his mother with that 1950s sweater. And to me, it was so incredible because that wasn't the reason why I was there. The reason why I was there was to do this Thomas Paine investigation and talk about, the history and going back, into time.
Sure.
His mother's spirit was so strong that she was coming through to make sure her son knew that she was fine. And, after that production was done, I was really surprised the strength and the power of the afterlife. She wanted to say hi to her son and nobody was going to stop her, And
that's amazing. You went in there to do this historical thing and it winds up a reading on the cameraman.
Yes.
Because his mother came through. That's pretty wild. That is pretty wild.
And it was really very touching to me because of how she came through and how it meant so much to him. Like he was kind of in shock, Every time I tell someone to watch that video, they always text me and say, oh my God, like it's so incredible,
Yeah.
The other thing I have to say is when I do these paranormal investigations, I have no knowledge of their equipment. So when I go in and the paranormal team says, I have a spirit box or I don't have any knowledge of their equipment. I just go in to do what I do.
That's all. That's even better. I don't want you to know what their equipment is. Or his equipment. So this is what this video had like 7.5 million views. He posts these after he does a live stream. If he captures something, he'll go and volunteer at local cemeteries, usually the oldest part of the cemetery, and clean the gravestones. And then he'll have conversations. So here's something that popped up when he was doing it. Here we go.
Come closer.
I'm here.
No one visits me.
Oh, I'm sorry, John. I'll come visit more often. If you'll be okay with that. I'll definitely come and visit.
Go away.
Oh, I just heard go away.
My name is John, too.
Oh, so is mine. How about that, John? John, is there another spirit bothering you here? Because you seem to be pretty friendly with me, but you told something to go away. My name is John, too. Oh, wait.
That's sort of the gist of a lot of the things he does. When you see something like that, what does your gut tell you?
Well, the first thing, not even seeing it, but hearing it, my theory from what I've seen of your nephew is he may have spirits that are following him. So it's not just what's on the app, but spirits that are around your nephew may be communicating with the app.
If you lock in the definitions of psychical activity, right, to apparitions, hauntings, poltergeists, into those three boxes, hauntings sort of fit into what his theory is, right? These imprints, like these things that have been, somehow energy has been trapped in this space, in some sort of quantum space where he is. But is he like AI somehow? Is he giving a voice to a haunting? Can he make a haunting interact with him? It's almost like he's bringing the haunting to life in a weird way for whatever. Is he some sort of tech medium or some gift? I don't know the answer to that. I'm making this shit up because I don't know this world at all.
Is it possible that he has another person that is unnamed that's maybe his spirit guide? Because if we have someone that might be an imprint, like the haunting definition, where this person wants to keep making his presence known. So maybe the spirit guide is the one that's being able to bring through the information to the app.
Well, that's a great theory.
Because we all have like spirit guides. Like some people say, what's a spirit guide? And I always say to people, well, do you feel like you have a guardian angel? And they say, oh yeah, I definitely know I had a guardian angel. Guardian angel and spirit guide are sometimes considered like synonymous, like it's the same thing. So if your nephew has a spirit guide, maybe the spirit guide is the one that's being able to translate those messages for this haunting spirit.
Kathy, what would be the first thing you would do if you were to sit with Johnny in this basement?
Well, I think the best thing is if I were to meet him, I would say no devices. Let me just sit with you and see what I get. No devices. And then bring through information about his life, maybe a psychic information about his life, maybe mediumship, validating people in his life that he knew that are past. That might be helpful, but no devices. This way he can validate. Even being a skeptic, someone could say, yes, I did have that person pass away. Just factual stuff. And then meeting with him and turning on the devices, if they're phones or apps or whatever, and then asking, have him talk to it and say, what do you want to say to Kathy? Because those spirits don't know me. And if, I never, my intention is always good when I do paranormal investigations. I don't poke the bear or anything, but it would be interesting to see their take on me. Do they see me as a friendly force, or do they see me as somebody that shouldn't be around Johnny? Like maybe I'm a threat to Johnny.
Well, I'd certainly like to see you in the space without any devices just to see if you're getting a vibe.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you think spirits are standalone ghosts floating around, like they are? I'm using the word floating around. I just don't know what else to say, but I'm just, if they're floating around ghosts, or is it more likely that it's this energy that lands in places that is formerly important to them somehow? Or is it a combination of both? What have you discovered and what do you feel it is?
My experience as a medium and doing paranormal investigations is I have seen both.
Okay.
So I've seen the ghost that's there and then it's not. Like I actually saw that in a home where I literally saw someone who looked like, wrapped in like orange robes and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God. And like nobody else saw it. It was like right there, solid it didn't, it was like right there and then it wasn't, and that to me is more like ghost. The other stuff where I did a paranormal investigation at the Chance, which was a rock and roll club in Poughkeepsie, I literally went down to that basement. I told them all about a fire that had gone on. I told them about a wall behind a wall. All of this stuff was validated. That to me is more of the imprint stuff. It's me coming in many years later and talking about something that I can see as if it was still happening. Nobody else can see it, obviously,
Right.
but I can go right to the wall where something happened. That to me is the imprint stuff. So I think it's a combination.
I would love to have you, if you're open to it, go to one of these locations so we can narrow down, and use a process of elimination to figure out what the hell is going on with him and this.
Yeah, I agree. I can't speak to the apps because I have no knowledge of any of that stuff, but I would be very interested in doing it plain with no and then with, because I think the comparison of that would be very telling.
So do I. Kathy, thank you so much. I mean, this is really enlightening for me. This whole world to me is like, if you had asked me 3 months ago before I started getting into it, I'd be like, you guys are all nuts. And this is crazy. And then the more I'm with him and how it's going, it's like, I'm like, what is going on? And who's to say what's going on? And why is it happening?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what goes on. I'm like excited about it because I think it's interesting. I think the whole concept is interesting. I think that's probably why he has a lot of followers, because a lot of people are hungry for knowledge. A lot of times we may feel we believe in something and then we're not sure if we really do or not. And I think that's what's going on with your nephew right now. I think he wants to believe, but he's not sure what's going on.
He believes it's something, but he just doesn't know. He's like, look, these are spirits. They're talking to me. This is what they got to be. It's great. Anyway, you're absolutely right. Kathy, thank you. Thank you. Kathy proved to me, for whatever that's worth, to not only be experienced, but credible. If there are spirits surrounding Johnny, I am convinced she'll be able to pick up on them. Let me be clear, she's not getting paid for any of this. We don't have any money. And this recording was done before we even launched, so there's no mass audience to impress. Kathy has no reason to lie. She's here because she believes in the work and has a natural curiosity about the afterlife, like we all do. In our next episodes, Kathy gives Johnny a reading and we introduce her to nasty old Edward. You won't want to miss those. Thanks for listening to Splintered Spirits, and we hope you'll be back for more conversations.
Cool.
Oh, wow. He knows you're the uncle.
Johnny.
Oh, my God.
Johnny. Who did we tell him I was?
That's right, to test our theory. I said you were so we told the little version of him that he was my brother. So, according to my theory, technically, these two spirits shouldn't be connected. I've got one. Edward, this man that I'm speaking to, that you can hear, this is my Uncle Gary. Okay?
I hate my dad.
You hate your dad? Okay. Well, this is my uncle. This isn't my father. This is my uncle. All right? This is my Uncle Gary. So you know for the next time.
Stroke.
Okay? Hey, Edward, what do you think of my brother?
What do I do? Do you know?
Unfortunately, I do know what you do. That's the problem. That's why I'm here. But tell me. Oh, I think he might have been talking to you.
No, dude, I don't want to talk. I mean,
I think he was directly talking to you, to be honest. But tell me what you think about my brother.
Yeah. Oh, we are live.
Yes, we are.
Here we go.
What is going on?
All right. Sorry for the late start, everybody.
Wait.
We all know why. If you were following young Satan out in the cemetery. Did you do that? Did you put that up there? I like it. I like it a lot. You know I'm a
Yeah.
fan. You know I'm a fan of the
Well,
Dark
listen,
Knight.
that's my rapper name.
Is it?
I
Mine's
listen. I
Tone.
did a brief. I got into hip hop a brief stint. I wasn't successful as a rapper, but I gained mucho success as an ASMR artist.
Interesting. My rap name is
Yeah.
Tone Deaf.
Tone Deaf. Yo, we should collab, yo. Young
It's
Satan and Tone Deaf.
an old dad joke. So I nail the dad jokes, guys. Nail
Yeah, dad jokes.
them. All right, we got a lot of people joining us. Welcome, welcome. I like
Awesome.
it. Thank you for being here. Splintered Spirits live. Dude, we got a lot to go over. A lot of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, we do.
So we'll get into it first. So I was talking to I got some good stuff lined up. And I was
Nice.
talking to our friend and collaborator and one of our first guests, Lloyd Auerbach, if everybody remembers episode 4.
Cool.
Lloyd he is on so many boards and he's been doing this for so long in the paranormal space. And Kathy's been helping me out. Kathy Nadal, our guest, our psychic medium guest as well. They're just so plugged in, and we have some really fun perspectives lined up for people. And hopefully this is all going to work out. I want to talk to the Forever Family Foundation. I want to find out what their testing is for psychics.
Can you? I'm sorry to cut you off. I
Yeah,
was talking about them earlier in one of my lives. I didn't
yeah.
have all the details. Can you explain exactly what they are and their
Yeah, I can
purpose?
for sure. For the fair, I'll look. By the way, I can only tell you from what I know what they are.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and they are a nonprofit organization that actually helps with people who are grieving from loss primarily. So it's like when a family loses someone and they want to use a medium to help them get through those times, the Forever Family Foundation helps them with the grieving process. So they go through, someone like Kathy goes through a very rigorous testing because they don't want to send, I guess, they don't feel like they want to send a fraud out to somebody to take advantage of them in those times. And it's not for profit. So they go in and that's what they do. And they just help people get through these rough times,
And it's nonprofit, so
correct.
they do not
I guess,
make a dime
well, I guess, it probably
off.
works off donations or something, but they're not asking people that they're helping for, I
Right.
don't
Yeah.
think like the work Kathy does when she does it with the Forever Family Foundation, she doesn't get paid. She gets paid as a psychic medium for other things, but
Yeah.
not
Of course.
if she goes and sits with a family or something like that.
Yeah.
As far as I
Phenomenal.
understand it. As
Isn't
far as I
that
understand
phenomenal?
it. It's
Like I
crazy,
think
right?
that's yeah. I think that's amazing.
Well, it
Okay.
adds a little bit,
Yeah.
like, to me, it makes it feel less, all right, well, that's a little less slimy, you know what I mean? And it's just
Yeah.
sort of like from a psychic, it's
Yeah.
like, oh, maybe what's going on. So I want to meet with the guy who founded that. I want to hear
That'd
what
be
that
awesome.
process is like. I've got an author, we're talking, we do a lot of tech. We talk a lot of tech on this show and on this podcast, and you use a lot of tech. It's a big part of the future of paranormal. And I'm talking to someone who wrote a book on, paranormal and phones. So hopefully we'll get him on soon, which is really
Yeah,
a
that'd be awesome.
big focus. Also talking, I'm reaching out to, I want to reach out to the Rhine Institute. They do a lot of psychic testing, paranormal testing of people, and just sort of what that all means. And I just like hearing these people who study it. What do they think spirits are versus what you think spirits are, and is there any sort of connection into all this stuff? You know what I mean? Which could be wild. I mean, it
Yeah.
just could be totally wild.
Yeah.
So that's good. What's going on in your world?
The usual. We just got back from a cemetery. I'm pretty sure everybody watching knows that. We just got back from a cemetery. Normal. We sat down a bit. We went for a walk. Came across a very interesting spirit named Abby. I don't think it's my first time speaking with her though, or at least somebody around that plot. And very, very kind, respectful spirit. Even said, "Nice to meet you." Just yeah, yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Very, very. I like it when the nice ones come through, and she was, responsive and nice. Yeah, just the normal. That's what today was so far. And then unfortunately, the cold weather it started drizzling, hence the late start because we were supposed to
Yeah.
do this from there
Yeah.
today.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been wild. Yeah. Well, it sucks. The weather's terrible, and hopefully the spring will pick up some fun spots and fun locations for all this stuff. Look, dude, we got a lot. We had a big week. We dropped episode 8, which was a super fun episode, and that's with Kathy and you in the fireplace room. Anybody
great.
who's not familiar with the podcast as of yet, we got episodes 1 through 8 out now, and there's a great thing in episode 8, and we're going to talk about it. And if you're watching me on TikTok, go to YT. You'll get the full experience for this because we're about to drop some clips and show you. But so sorry, I'm stuttering around. I'm going to show some video here to get people and understand what we're talking about, but to remind everyone. And it took one of our fans to point this out. So we ran a test in episodes 2 and 3 dealing with our favorite spirit, or my favorite spirit we love to hate, Mr. Edward, who is the nastiest ghost in the fireplace room. And we were speaking to it in episode 2. We speak to a younger, there he is. We speak to a younger version of Edward. And we ran a little game on him, telling him who I was. And then we lied about it to the older Edward in the fireplace room in episode 3 to see if spirits are connected. Because Johnny, why are we wondering whether or not spirits are connected? To remind everybody what the theory is.
So the theory is that spirits are memories, and 2 memories can be in 2 separate locations. Same spirit, 2 different memories. So we wanted to see, since Edward is a very strong spirit, if Edward is in 2 different spots, because I got lucky enough to find what is claiming to be a child version of him, or at least is coming through that way. That is a child version of Edward, memories being by his plot, which is wild to begin with.
Crazy.
So we decided to run a test.
So let me show you, because in episode 8, John and I effed up. We didn't hear it. We got it backwards, and it took a fan to point it out to us. So I'm going to show you. Let me jump to this clip, and you guys watch what happens. So this is from episode 8, and then I'm going to cut back to episodes 2 and 3. And then we're going to we're going to talk about this for a second.
Oh, wow. He knows you're the uncle.
Johnny,
oh, my God.
Johnny, who did we tell him I was?
That's right, to test our theory. I said you were so we told the little version of him that he was my brother.
Wrong. We got that completely wrong.
So, according to my
here we
theory,
go.
Technically, these 2 spirits shouldn't be connected. I've got one. Edward. This man that I'm speaking to, that you can hear, this is my Uncle Gary.
That's the young version.
I hate my dad.
You hate your dad? Okay. Well, this is my uncle. This isn't my father. This is my uncle. All right. This is my Uncle Gary. So you know for the next time.
Stroke.
Okay.
Stroke, he said, remember? Now, in episode 3.
Edward, what do you think of my brother?
What do I do? Do you know?
Unfortunately, I do know what you do. That's the problem. That's why I'm here. But tell me. I think he might have been talking to you.
No, dude, I don't want to talk. I mean,
I think he was directly talking to you, to be honest. But tell me what you think about my brother.
All right. So, where does that leave us? Because now eventually he called me uncle, and we never told him that.
No.
So, now look, does this prove that all spirits are connected? No, it's one piece of data. But it was one test that we gave that sort of crazily worked. You walk me. What do you? You're the one who documents, bro. What do you make of all this?
Okay, so as you said, it's one piece of data. So what we're going to do is we're going to dive into that one piece of data. First and foremost, this test might have been set up for failure to begin with, for the simple fact that I have no idea what is in my actual apartment listening. Who knows what information Edward is being fed from other spirits within the building itself? Who knows if Edward himself isn't up there listening?
Are you saying he's cheating?
Yeah,
That son of a bitch cheating?
that's not. Well, think about it. It's Edward. He's cunning, dude.
Ruining
He's
our
cunning.
science. It's crazy.
He's cunning. So that's the first thing. That's a possibility.
Right.
The second also is he did say uncle. Okay, he did say uncle,
Yeah.
but how do we know that that one word was directed towards us?
Well, I mean,
I
if it
know,
looks
but
like a
think
duck
about it.
and sounds like a duck,
It's not like a spirit who's well known for saying full sentences said, "Hey, that's your uncle.
I
You're
know.
his uncle."
But of all the words in the universe, it's
I
a
know
little bit weird that it would
that
say
it said
uncle.
uncle. Yes, yes,
You
yes.
know what I mean? It's like we're
But there's
sitting there.
yes, no, that is true. But it's also, it also has to be
It's sort of the
noted. It
whole
was
play
only
on this shit. There's the whole thing is, you know,
yeah, yeah. So
it's,
there's also that.
it's a little, yeah.
So we have to test. We have to find another spirit to test that theory on.
Yeah, we do. What are you
So
thinking?
this is what I'm thinking. There is another spirit where we could test this theory. He's come through once here, maybe twice. His name
In
is
the fact
Ernest.
here being where you are right now?
Being where I'm at right now, his name is Ernest. I've heard him spoke of, and I'm pretty sure I actually spoke to him. Okay, at least once or twice here in the tower.
Okay.
And Ernest Simons is the owner of this place. He's the one that created the factory and ran the business. I also have spoken to him where he's buried. So he would be the next spirit. The only problem with Ernest is that he's not that strong.
Some of the people in the chat are throwing out names, John. Anne or Mamie.
So only problem with Mamie is I don't know where she lived when she was alive.
You're right.
And as far as Ann Purdy goes, I don't know if I would be allowed access to where she was living when she was alive.
Got it.
So,
And
and
Jesse,
Jesse has a great point.
but I don't.
Jesse has a
I
great point.
I went through it. I didn't hear it, and it's if
No,
somebody
but
else,
it doesn't mean that I
you
wasn't
never
talking
said
to
it.
you.
But like, well, that's what you're talking about. Like when you're saying, that was like when you were talking about when you're saying, in your apartment or something, where the spirits are in the apartment hearing you, because because Jess, in the order of things, I never went to the fireplace room until that first episode. That was my first time in there, uh,
Yeah.
for this recording. So,
Yeah.
episode 2 happened first, and then we went back and filmed down there. And then it wasn't for like a couple of weeks later, we went back with Kathy,
Mhm.
and then this happened. So could it have been said ever? Maybe, but it's still the timeline in the time between episode 2 and episode 8. I have not been in that room, so I don't know when that would have happened. And that was before I was back in the apartment for Christmas.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say, yes, it's hard to say. The odds are low that we slipped, because I haven't heard it. I was after that we got that pointed out, I went back and listened, which is like unfun. So even though I enjoy it, it's just like unfun listen to all the raw footage and everything else. But I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's
It's not like I always call you Uncle Gary either. Most
that's
of the
true.
time I call you Gary.
Yes.
I will call you Uncle Gary. It's just not, not on the regular. It's not like
Yeah.
every time I say I
Huh.
address you, I'm like Uncle Gary, Uncle Gary.
It's crazy.
You
It's
know?
crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, so all right, so we've got Ernest. He's here. Where do you think he was? Where do you think the other version was again?
At the cemetery I was at today.
That's okay.
And so I'll tell you how that went. The first time I spoke to him, it was kind of hard because he was kind of weak. You know, it was like, you know, I wasn't really getting much. But when I came here, he didn't know who I was. So, but then again, like I said, I got very little data on that. It would have to be, you know, we would need to go there, sit down,
Right.
you know, try to talk to him. And then I don't even think we should run a test. I say we try to talk to him and then I come back here and see if he remembers me.
Yeah. I mean, it's just that's a start.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know.
Yep.
Here, someone in the chat asked this question. Can spirits read minds? What do we think
So
about that?
I do touch on this. I do touch on this slightly in my live stream on TikTok. Okay. There has been, and this cannot be denied, there has been many times where I would be speaking and the spirit will finish what I am going to say. It actually happens quite a bit. And what I've realized is that things that are on the tip of my tongue, the spirits will say before I get to say it. So I don't know with that information if spirits do kind of have access to our brains in a way that, you know, normally isn't spoke of. So it's a I don't think they can read your mind. I really don't. What I think happens is they can almost peer into what's in your mind because of what you're about to say to the forefront. So basically, whatever area of the brain calculates the words that are about to come out of your mouth and you're about to say them, they may have access to.
It's a good answer.
Yeah.
It's a good answer. You know, the other funny thing about watching those clips too, I just realized is like when we recorded that stuff, we were never planning on using any video. So I'm looking at
Yeah.
myself in like a t-shirt and hoodie and my glass. Like I don't even think I just rolled out of bed, look like total shit.
Yeah.
And it's like
Keeps it real, man. It
it
keeps
keeps
it
it
real.
real. It's just like I don't want
Raw,
to get,
baby.
dude, it's like I'm 50 years old, bro. I don't want to keep it real. It's like I want to look
Yeah.
20 years younger. Tired of keeping it real.
Oh, man.
How do I fake
Oh,
it for a
man.
while? Fake it till I make it.
That's it. Fake it till you make
You
it.
know, I'm telling you. Again, everybody who's watching, thank you if you're just joining us late. This is Splintered Spirits Live.
Yep.
If you're on TikTok, I suggest going to the YT Splintered Spirits. You'll see a more full experience. You'll see John from at Santa Paranormal, where we talk all things spirits. But if you're here, like, subscribe, join. We got fun stickers too, y'all.
That's it.
And
Can we remind everybody about the merch?
of course we can remind everybody about the merch.
Big announcement. Big announcement. You will not only be able to get Splintered Spirits merch through Splintered Spirits, but you can now actually get Santa Paranormal merch via Splintered Spirits. You just dropped it right there. The QR code for the merch is gonna pop up. Go ahead and check it out, yo. And if you don't get a chance, do it later. Splinteredspirits.com. Click on that merch. Check out that store.
That's right, yo. That's right.
That's it.
Yeah, we got a bunch of new stuff all on the web. There, I fixed it. I got to shorten that font. We'll figure that out later. But look, that's the QR code. It's at splinteredspirits.com. T-shirt, hats, and if you got any suggestions, things you want to see our name on, by all means, please. We'll slap it on there.
Yeah, we'll slap it right on there.
We'll slap it right on. I'll put that name on anything. If I could sell it, we'll put our name on it.
That's it.
We're not precious.
Nope.
Who cares, man?
Check this out. It's suction cups.
Oh. You know, here's another, so I got another. We have another good thing from a fan, and this seems like a regular. She asked a really interesting question. Because, John, I know you're doing a lot of fixed rig stuff again. You've got cameras rolling all night at the factory.
Yep.
And I'm going to jump to this question, and I think it's a good one
cool
for you to answer. So look, Carrie Sue writes, I understand what she's talking, she being Kathy, is saying during episode 8. But why do we still hear the same spirit saying the same things when John leaves the live running for us and he's leaves and is not there anymore? Like Edward will still call him names and tell us not to give him gifts, to gift him. At the same time in the tower, they all continue to move stuff or talk, to go up and down the stairs, etc. Doesn't that go against what the medium said? Now,
So
anyway, it's a good question.
it's a good question, but there might be some fallacy in there. Okay. And this
Address it.
happens a lot too, unfortunately. I ask my regulars all the time that are always watching the YT stream. So we're gonna talk about the YT stream, the absentee documentation that happens in the fireplace room.
Okay.
I ask people, and I've been doing it for years. Hey guys, does Edward say the same things, or the spirits in general say the same things when I'm there and when I am not there? And I've been told that the dialogue changes. I've been told that the dialogue changes, where instead of him yelling at everybody not to drop gifts, instead he'll say things like, don't support John. He'll still call me an a-hole, and things like that. But I hear that the dialogue changes, where it's, he's aware that I am not there anymore, and he now has a one-on-one audience with the people that are watching. Sure, there are a lot of things that he says that don't change, and whatever. That's just the way it is.
But right,
But
but
from
I
my
guess
understanding,
I don't understand what I guess I missed something. What did cat? Oh, maybe because we were saying how you're the catalyst for the spirit. So if you're not there,
yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out why she thinks. Because why would they say something different if you're not there?
yeah. Well,
I don't.
technically, they should be. I'm
Right.
another factor getting involved. It's not like the activity stops when I leave. You know
What
what
I
I'm
look
saying?
at,
Like, hold on,
yeah,
let's ask the audience real quick.
sure.
Um,
What do you want to ask
do
them?
you guys notice how many of you? There's 30 of you in here right now, right? Yeah,
I got
I'm
60,
sure the majority
62.
of you have seen the fireplace room with me in it and with me not in there. You know, how many have noticed a difference in the dialogue? Is it different?
What are you seeing?
Someone just asked the funny, so stupid. It is possible, Powers, but I'm a married man, so I say no. I'm a loyal married man. Wait.
Is the dialogue different in the fireplace room for their steady fans who watch John at Santa Paranormal all the time? Or they're watching his live streams when he's not there, the fixed rig camera stuff. Are they hearing spirits?
Okay, listen. All right, so here's some of these responses. What's it called? He turns it more directly to the chat rather than directly to me. What's it called? And he talks about me while I'm gone, as if like I'm not there. Yeah, this is what this is what I've been told. You know, like some things are the same, but I've been told that the dialogue changes. So that's what I mean by that. And it's a great question. Don't get me wrong. But I just noticed a couple things that just didn't add up within the question, and that's what I've always been told, that the dialogue is different.
Yeah, this
Is
is
it
funny.
changes?
Now this answer where someone has heard he says, "Hey assholes" to us the other day after you left. That to me
That's
is
insane.
where, but that's to me like this is the thing to me is the personality is the same.
Yeah.
That's where to me it's not what he's saying. Because look, let's talk. Even if the app has only so many words in the word bank or whatever it's pulling from, the personality is the same. The
Yeah.
words it's choosing are the same. I'm not quite sure how that works or if there's a technical way to make that work. I don't know the answer to that. But if for some reason with you, it's always working that way.
No.
And that's strange to me. That's strange to me.
Yeah, the
Right?
personalities don't change. Yeah, especially with Edward.
Yeah. It's nuts.
Oh.
Um,
So here, same topics, just phrased differently. Like it's crazy. It's so that's what I've always been told. I've always been told that, yo, when you're not there, John, this is what he's saying. It's basically the same stuff, just phrased differently. It's almost like he's now talking to us with you not there, rather than when you are there.
right.
In fact, something really interesting. When I first started doing the YTs,
Mm-hmm.
the absentee documentation on the YTs, and I
Yep.
pulled it off of TikTok, because that's what I did originally. It used to be on TikTok, and then we switched over to the YTs for the absentee documentation. It took Edward like a week to figure out it was a different application. He was still telling people not to gift and all that stuff. And then he must have realized, oh, wait a second, this isn't TikTok.
Isn't it funny that he's learning the apps?
Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
It's a little
I'll
weird.
tell you, that's the one thing about Edward I will say. He is smart. He is not stupid. He is cunning. He is smart.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
All right. So what do we have coming up? So, guys, we've got a couple things coming up in the next 2 episodes. I told you about, we're planning some big expert things. The next 2 episodes, episode 9 is we got some ghost stories, more just ghost stories, you and I bullshitting. But episode 10, after that, John and I go on the offensive. I don't think you've ever heard John this way. Certainly haven't heard me this way, but we're in the fireplace room again. And it's very, it's very hard hitting. It's like we really push. Whereas you normally sit back, we push.
Yeah.
We push for answers. And it's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's very aggressive.
It's very
great.
aggressive. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's funny. And for me, I only have one more question too I want to pose to the audience, because when John was talking about this, we like this time slot, but it's like, I am curious for people who are watching, let me know what day and what time would be easier to watch this live. Is this the best time for everyone? Are you sitting around? You have to get back to work, unfortunately. When do you wish it was on? Is it interrupt some of your favorite shows? What do you guys think? Is this a good time? Thursdays at 4?
Yo, shout out to the 60 people that are watching right now.
I love it. It was high for a minute there. It's higher up for as well.
It's still showing 60 for me.
Yeah.
And I refreshed.
Yeah, it's good. I think this is the highest. So we're growing, that's for sure.
Yeah, so the reason why we're asking that question is we're actually thinking of switching this tonight.
Yeah, it's
to be honest with you guys.
Is a Sunday night easier? Is everybody sitting at home doing nothing anyway? Or is it, a late night? Is it later at night when you're sitting there herkle-durkling on your phone? Is it a better time to watch something like this?
Yeah, we're thinking of switching it up. We're thinking about it, going, a later time.
I see. We're saying like 5 o'clock, anything after hour works for me. A lot of people say it works.
Yeah.
Well, we might try it. Hopefully, we won't. If we do try another time, we'll get you then too.
Yeah.
See, 30 to 60. Some people are like an hour later. Probably get off work at like 4 or 5.
4 or 5. Yeah.
Yeah,
well, you know what we could do? We could always, like you said, we could always test it out. Try at nighttime and see how it goes and see if people like it.
Yeah, see if we get the eyes. All right, it's good to know. Yeah, probably a lot of your work, and you're trying to sneak it and not let your boss see you watching ghost stories.
Nighttime would be better for you, Gus. Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah. Somebody, all right, when I was asking this question, though, we got another question, which is really interesting, John. I know you have an answer for this if I can find it again, but she was asking, like, she was confused. Like, so here we go.
Spirits can learn. I think I
spirits
saw that
learn?
question.
Right.
Spirits
So
can learn.
Spirits
can learn. They can forget too. That's I have a theory on that. Old memory versus new memory.
Let's hear it.
So the theory goes as follows: is that spirits can gain new memories, And without proper stimulus to those memories, lose them. And
Lose
that's
them.
basically
Explain
and
yourself.
every spirit, yeah, and every spirit's different too. So it might take a spirit a week to forget. It might take a spirit a year to forget, but sooner or later it will forget without the proper stimulus. Right, Boxing?
So are you saying that if a spirit did crossword puzzles, they would strengthen their energy waves and possibly hold on to memories longer, like an old person?
If the crossword puzzle was the thing that sparked the new memory, sparked the learning,
Interesting.
you know, like for example, Foxy the cat, right, in the tower. If I were to move Voxy to a different location, all the spirits that learned who Voxy was, after a while, will forget that she existed.
Interesting.
No. So that's basically what I mean by that.
Okay.
No.
All right. What do you guys think?
Yeah. And we've seen this too. It's not like I've told this story a million times
Well, tell
in
me
my
how you've
live
seen
stream.
it. Give me an example of how you've seen it.
So we'll recap. So the
Yeah.
first cemetery that I ever really documented fully and poured a lot of hours into was the abandoned cemetery. This is a cemetery that is three cemeteries rolled into one. It's the Kings Road Cemetery, aka the Baptist Cemetery, the and the Strange Burial Ground, which I took you to. You've been to the cemetery,
Yeah. Okay.
okay? So for a while, I was not allowed back at that cemetery because of something that happened that I was falsely accused of. And when I finally got back to that cemetery, all the spirits basically forgot who I was. When I remade my connections with those spirits, the spirit that was known as the grumpy spirit, Elmer, became one of the nicest spirits ever. Still kept his personality, he just liked me the second time around. And the spirit
Well, you
that
grow on people,
literally
dude.
you
You're
can
charming.
yeah, and the spirit though, but get this is where it gets crazy. The
Okay.
spirit that you can thank for the boom of cemeteries and cemetery lives and all the people that came after I started wandering cemeteries. The reason why people realize that there's actual spirits in cemeteries, because as you know, it was very taboo and it was thought that there were no spirits at cemeteries. Most experts you speak to will be like, there's no spirits at cemeteries. Okay. We
Right.
know that's wrong now. But the reason why all that happened was because of a spirit was not only one of the best spirits I communicated with. If I needed to tell somebody off about, that had, was being rude, I would literally
Yeah.
go to Joseph T. June and have a conversation with Joseph T. June about that person. Like, so say someone in the chat was like, oh, this is fake, this is bullshit. I'd be like, all right, hold on for a second. And walk up to Joseph and be like, yo, Joe, you believe what this a-hole is saying? And then Joe would respond, this is real, blah, blah, blah. Like, he would, like, back me up. Fucking wild. Like, instantly back me up. That spirit does not like me now. That spirit
Joseph
forgot who
Joseph
I
T. June.
was. And the second time I went to go talk to him, the revival, if you will, of that cemetery, that spirit wants nothing to do with me. Actually, will tell me to go fuck myself if I approach him now.
That's crazy.
Wild.
Do we know anything
Completely
about
wild.
this person? Like how old?
What?
Like what was their grave? What was the year? Do you know, offhand?
1800s. Yeah,
What,
yeah, yeah.
what
18 80s, I think, or 1860s. And I believe he was 33 years old when he died.
Oh my god.
I think I could be wrong on that information. But yeah, wild, right?
That is wild.
Wild. Crazy. That cemetery was awesome, though. I mean, there was just so much going on at that place. There
Where I
still is.
was.
Yeah, where you were. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's good.
We just went to the strange burial ground. We just went to that one section and sat there
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
the best service, and there are spirits that come through there all the time.
Sure.
Oh, and that was the other big change. When I went back the second time, not like just one, like when I went back for the second wave, if you will, of that cemetery, the spirits in the strange burial ground opened up to me. The first time they would rarely come through.
So I mean that shows some sort of a memory in the sense that they need to know if you could sort of build a trust or build a relationship with them. At the
Yeah, oh
same
yeah,
time,
definitely.
you can also lose that trust and lose that relationship that you've had experiences with, and you can't.
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you ever go back to Joseph T. June's grave and say, like, do you ever try every now and again and be like, maybe clean it up? Maybe it needs a cleaning this summer, and then you can get back in its good graces.
Maybe I've tried a bunch of times talking to him, and he wants nothing to do with me.
I wonder what that's. Is that crazy?
It's
I wonder
so
what that's
crazy.
about. Kim
So
Rowland
crazy.
asked the question here, and I actually know the answer to this. And if you listen to the podcast, Kim, you too will know the answer to this. Episode 4 specifically. What is the difference between a spirit and a poltergeist? So the difference that most people use as a definition of it is that a poltergeist is a manifestation from a person. So it's like people who have studied this will see it happen in oddly a lot of teens when they're heavily emotional and things fly off the walls and such and things of that nature, and that the teen is the poltergeist agent. The energy that's knocking things off the wall is the poltergeist. But really, like the belief system is that you can't have one without the other. Whether one can stay around without the other, I don't know the answer to that, and if that becomes its own thing. But that is like a poltergeist is not what we would refer to here as the apparitions that John is speaking with when he's at the cemetery.
Basically, in a nutshell, the poltergeist is not sentient.
Right.
It's not sentient. It doesn't have its own identity. It's coming from the person, the agent,
Right.
which is, Gary is 100% correct on that. Most of the time, poltergeists are caused by preteens and teens, hormones,
Heavy
all that stuff
emotions,
comes
heavy
into play.
stress.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what they usually look at. Poltergeist agents are studied probably more so than even spirits by the
Yeah.
people who study spirits, because it's usually, I think they
The only
believe.
thing the only thing that truly does bother me about the whole poltergeist thing, right? Since we're on the topic, I might as well
Sure.
say it. What really does bother me about the poltergeist agent and the poltergeist is you never hear about poltergeists from PTSD victims. You never do. Like it's always like a teen that's going through something or something like that. Like you would think, and this is where you really got to critically
I
think.
wonder, is anybody studying them?
Yeah, I wonder. That'd be awesome
It
if
might.
there is something out there.
It's I don't know if they're. It's not like you never hear of it because maybe no one's studying it. Because who's around? Maybe a PTSD victim doesn't want to tell anybody that things are flying around their house.
Maybe not. Yeah,
Whereas
no, it's a possibility.
a
But you would
parent might be
think that.
complaining about their kids when things are flying off the roof, flying off the shelves.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I wonder. Like I wonder. Yeah, it's a possibility. You never hear about it, so I wonder.
Right.
Makes you
Anyway,
think, right?
I hope that answers your question. But honestly, listen to episode 4 because and it's useful. It's useful to define these things, even though they are amorphous, just so that we know what we're talking about. And it's even different when we're talking about what a haunting is, because a haunting is referred to the difference as like an imprint, a recording. So
See, you know what's really interesting. What episode was it, Gary? The
4.
one where
Oh,
it
sorry.
was the Lloyd
4.
episode.
That's episode 4. Yeah.
Episode 4 with the doctor.
Yeah.
And the whole, let's just refresh everybody's memory about that. It was basically he was doing an investigation in a house where at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
they would like the
Hear
couple
people
was
having
always
sex.
was woken up with people having sex. He did his homework. He found out that it was a ritual for the previous couple to at 3 a.m. wake up and start banging their brains out.
Yeah. And he
Now,
found, and the couple were still alive.
and they were
So it
still
wasn't like
alive.
they were dead.
And
They left they had, as I joked in that episode, they left a spectral sex tape in that poor new owner's house,
that,
which is crazy. But
so
he investigated it. He went and it was like, that's a haunting, right? That was what the difference is, what a haunting is versus an apparition versus a poltergeist.
Yep.
If you're going to believe in any of this shit, guys, it's like, that's what these definitions mean, right? Like, so it helps us as we're trying to line things up to
So
sort
now,
of find them that way.
And a lot of you, again, like Gary said, these are definitions. You guys know me. If I was the person on that case, for example, I take in that data, you take in that in consideration, but then you also have to take in the other possibilities as well. There's possibilities with that case alone that the sexual energy was being, well, there's actually a lot of things that could have been happening there. The sexual energy could have fed something. And that what sounds like fucking at 3 a.m. is actually just the spirit acting out that energy, that it got. It could also be that the couple themselves affected those spirits like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it fed off it, but now it imprinted on those, those people. Almost think of it like, remember going back to Hale's story? I'm sorry to jump around, but let's go back to Hale's story from last week. And I asked Hale a very simple question. I said, Hale, were the three of you were in opposition of each other, but was it more of like a ganging up, like the other two people were against you rather than against all three, a three-way, if you will, a three-way battle royale? And come to find out, no, it was the other two that were, in opposition of her. And then the spirit reacted in kind. You get what I'm saying? So it's amazing how much, what the takeaway from this is. Lloyd could be 100% correct. That could be a textbook definition of a haunting.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, look, if when you're studying something and you get to an answer, and I think this is most scientists, right, where they get to the answer and it matches when the square fits into the square peg fits into the square hole, it's like, okay, we've got it, right? It's like that.
It's
For
kind of
most,
like that.
for
It's kind
most,
of
right?
like
So
that. It's basically just to add to that though. It's okay. The square shape fits into the square hole. Done.
yeah,
But that square shape has to fit into that square hole with different tests. So, like, for example, technically, and there's no way to do this, you have to get that couple out, put a new couple in, see if they experience the same thing. Then the next couple, then the next. You can't do that in the paranormal.
no, for sure. I think most people tend to, or most doctors, right? The simplest solution is usually the right one.
And I'm sorry to cut you off. Just real quick, going back to the doctor Lloyd, he's got a couple books out, right?
Oh yeah. Lloyd's books are great.
Lloyd Auerbach is
Lloyd
his name.
Auerbach is very well known. I mean,
he's got a couple of books.
His
out
books
if
are
you're
really
interested in
fun.
reading.
I got my crash course. He gave me the crash course in paranormal from this one, ghost hunting, how to investigate the paranormal. And he's even got a book, Hauntings and Poltergeists, really dives into what those definitions are. But yeah, look, these are big. These are just sort of.
I'm just trying to promote his books. I know a lot of you guys like to read. Definitely give it a read.
Go on Amazon. He goes by Professor Paranormal. He does Q&As on YouTube a lot. He's been around, man. The guy's got stories. But look, and he does the work. He puts in the work, right? He went, knocked on doors, got some answers, found a connection.
Admire someone that puts in the work, yeah.
So it's great. But anyway, that was a very long way to answer what's the difference between a poltergeist and a haunting and all that stuff. But that's but this is kind of what we're trying to do here on the podcast, right? And we're trying to get to all these answers and have fun doing it.
We can make it a little longer real quick if you want, because I got a story.
We love ghost stories. Let's go.
Ooh, I've got a story.
Let's hear it.
So when it comes to poltergeists, I came across a poltergeist once. And this is some serious implications because I came across what I called a detached poltergeist. I came across a poltergeist that no longer has a poltergeist agent. And it is one of the scariest fucking things I have ever came across
Now, how do you know it was
because
a poltergeist?
it wasn't sentient. So this thing not only did it latch on to one of my friends at the time too, but this thing, there was no reasoning with it. Like when I was communicating with it, there was literally no reasoning with it. No, like like when you talk to Edward, there's a personality there.
Yes.
You could tell, you can tell you're speaking to somebody.
Yeah.
This thing was almost mindless. It was just like all about rage and hatred, and it was just it communicating with it was completely different. And it took me a second to go, oh shit, where am I at? I'm at Letchworth. Okay, there was probably tons of poltergeist activity at Letchworth with all the shit those poor patients went through. What are the chances that one of it manifested so bad that there was an actual poltergeist there, knocking things off and playing around with things? And oh shit, is this now that the agent is completely gone and removed for decades? This thing remained, left over in this place. And the only data that I have on it is the fact of how the communication went. It was just so like, I can't even describe. I wasn't speaking to what used to be a human. Is what I'm saying. Even like the worst spirits that go through the worst transformations. You could still like. Here, I'll give you another example. The smoke. You ever hear me talk about the smoke?
Yes, I've heard a buck out, right?
No, not at Buckout, at the pre-war burial ground.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it was a child, maybe even a baby. That was just this thing was ruthless. It was terrorizing people that I had nothing to do with. It was just bad. Even I was able to communicate with that and reason with that. Even with everything it went through, I was able to reason with it. With this thing at Letchworth,
Right.
I couldn't even talk to it. It was just you could tell that it wasn't a human spirit. You
Or
can
could it
tell
have
that it.
been? But also this, you're at a former insane asylum.
Yeah.
Could it have
Yes.
been the memory of a mad person?
Could have been. Could have been. It's a possibility. I don't have
Right.
enough data on it.
Right.
I called it a detached poltergeist because that's just the way
Felt.
it felt. But you're 100% correct.
Right.
That could have been a crazy person.
Right. I mean, if we're talking
It's a
about memories
possibility.
left behind and you're in an insane,
Yeah.
and
No,
I don't know.
listen. You're 100% correct because I have so little data on it, other than the two experiences I had with it, and
Check
honestly,
me out.
it's
Check me out being a
it's not
ghost
enough.
check me out being a paranormal investigator.
There you go. There you
Putting doubt,
go.
asking the right questions. It's
Lloyd, you
great.
did good, Lloyd.
I did good, Lloyd. Hale, like to mention, brought up a great experiment that Lloyd told me about too, called the Philip experiment. Which, if you go to, you could probably find video of it on YouTube, which is a great poltergeist sort of example, like sort of the old time when the guys going out and filming it and stuff like that. I would share it, but I don't have the rights to it. But it's like I'll try to get them and share it with everybody one day. But it's you can right now you can go look at it for yourself. But it is that is a good experiment. That's a great one, a great example of what a poltergeist is, or what they think it was at the time. It's pretty good, guys.
Yeah.
What else? How can we leave the fine people here? We're getting close to our hour. Again, sorry we started late
What's it
today.
called? I mean, I know you said you had a lot to talk about. I'm down to go longer if you want. I understand if you got something going on.
No, I got stuff to do. I got to jump. Keep prepping, dude. We got to keep cutting, keep betting, keep calling, keeping this thing going, guys.
Yeah.
I love the numbers today. We need to get this podcast up. We need to tell your friends if you like it, you think it's fun. we're looking to hit 10,000 followers across every platform. We can do that. We'll start getting some real gas on this thing and have some real fun with it. Locations, travel, bigger guests.
Did we have any stories to end with? Did we have any submissions?
Not this week.
Not this week. Okay.
Not enough good evidence for this week.
Okay.
But we're getting on. That's another thing. But thank you for bringing that up. Go to the website, splinteredspirits.com. Please submit your ghost stories. And if you have evidence, some of you have been doing it, but I'm really looking for stuff that's fun, that's got some meat on the bone, things we can look at, analyze, and talk about, right? So, when you're on the site, go to, you'll see a tab, ghost stories. That's where you could submit. The podcast is everywhere. Listen to it there. Follow.
Everywhere.
It's everywhere. Our socials, we're everywhere. I think we're we're here on YouTube's the best experience for it, the YTs, but we're streaming on Twitch, on Insta, everywhere. So there's no excuse. We want to get those numbers up to get the most bang for the buck here, and have some fun doing it. As John mentioned, one of the first things he mentioned, the merch is up. Santa Paranormal and Splintered Spirits merch, all available at splinteredspirits.com.
Splinteredspirits.com.
Everything. You can get everything there. You can watch this there. It's a good hub. And then go to where you feel comfortable, what's easier. I know it's a pain in the ass switching around. You don't want to have to jump from here to there to everywhere. We don't want you to have to, but it's help us get those numbers up, guys. We want to get a 10 grand, 10K, 10 grand across the board. And this thing will be cooking with gas for sure. We're getting up there. By the way, I didn't tell you. I meant to tell you, and I have my last thing to say before I send out. We're up to 2,500 streams.
Wow.
Which, we've been out for 2 months, so we had 2,500 listens.
That's
which is pretty wild.
Good. Cool.
For a couple of non-celebrity schmoes like us for a podcast out of, I think there's, I don't know, something like 380,000 active podcasts in the universe right now.
Yeah.
So we're doing all right. We could do better. We're trying to do better. We want to give you guys what you want. And that's really it, man. I got nothing else. I think we're good for today.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Who is this? Real quick, we'll end it with a question. I think we got a good one in the chat here. I just don't know if it's referred to me or you. Regardless, it'll be interesting. Has all of your research you've been doing changed your opinion on spirits? So is that directed towards me, or do you want to go and then I'll go? I mean, I'm more interested to hear your
it's
input on it, to be honest.
No, for sure. Has all the research we've been doing changed your opinion on spirits? Has it? It's changed my opinion. Yeah, I would have to say yes. I mean, it's a yes or no question. I'll give it a yes. I have no idea what they are, and I've said this before. And what I really think, for me, that I still like, I'm fascinated by, is not that the app speaks back, or the words that it says, or even that it repeats words or says or answers questions. It's personality that makes me wonder what's going on. So it's like when I hear the same personality of a spirit that John is talking to in a specific location, that I find interesting. Could the app be, is the app geo sort of marking these particular words and this particular thing? I can't, let's say it is. Let's say it is. But
want to know a little secret?
It's regular.
You want to know a little secret? When I run these apps, the phone that I use,
you
location
reset it.
is off.
Yeah. Okay. So see, and then he resets it, and it's
off.
like, so.
In fact, sometimes it's on airplane mode.
All right. I mean, so that's what sort of wows me about that. That's super interesting to know. I mean, so it's the personalities of them that makes me wonder what's going on. And of all the theories out there, I'm not a religious person. I grew up that way, and just John, same as John, we both grew up the same way, and we're both
Same
sort
way.
of atheists, and it's sort of
We're both atheists.
100% atheist about it. And it's so I look at it like there's something to this idea. Where does energy go, and what is that? You can call it soul, you can call it whatever you want, but it's energy. And are there memories attached to it? Why the hell not? No one really knows how the mind works
No.
fully.
That's the one thing in science. We still don't understand how this works.
Right.
It's so bad that people don't even know how to use it.
That's believe me, dude. I know that right away. I think one of our favorite questions on the podcast is, and listen, we love you guys, we thank you guys, but it's also like, where do I hear the podcast? And let me just say this with all due respect. If you don't know where to find a fucking podcast in 2025, I don't know what to tell you guys. It's like you're living in a cave. They're everywhere. It's the new world order. Figure it out. We're figuring it out. I want your attention. I want you to listen. I want your eyeballs. But it's almost like, I think if you don't know where to find a podcast, then I would prefer you as a human being in society to crack a book and like learn, read, like get educated, then worry about where we are. Because if you don't know where a podcast is at this point in the game, I don't know if I can help you with a lot of the answers. But when we say the podcast is everywhere, it's everywhere. You know what I mean?
Everywhere.
It's everywhere.
And so, I mean, I guess I'll answer that question too. Mine dramatically changed, and I'm talking about when I first started doing this, to now. It's changed like you wouldn't believe. I've realized so many things about spirits. Spirits are bored. A lot of spirits don't know what the hell is going on. They're as ignorant as me and you. And this is what I always tell people, which is wild. Spirits are not omniscient. They don't know the secrets of the universe. Think of yourself. Think of yourself dying. That's what a spirit knows. It's really wild. And when I first started doing this back in 2021, when I first started doing this, I didn't understand these concepts. I thought that, when you died, you at least were able to find out some information. I didn't realize how boring, the afterlife could be if you're stuck in the same, rotations, if you will.
Well, you know how I know they don't know? Because they screwed up my NCAA brackets. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, they fucked that up.
They couldn't pick the basketball teams. They couldn't predict that. My spirit selection bracket, guys, was a bust. They dropped out. They had me having St. John's winning the whole thing, which was a disaster. Florida wound up winning. Even though some of them said Florida, which was a great win, didn't help me in the long run. So, No, they're not privy to any new information, certainly on the NCAA college basketball front. That I can tell you.
No, they're definitely not.
First-hand experience. So, all right, let's end it on that, my man. That was a good live.
Awesome.
Always leave them wanting more. We appreciate them.
Yeah. Listen, guys, just a quick recap before we go. We are 8 episodes in. Every other Tuesday. Splintered Spirits. Check it out.
Live every week.
Merch, Santa Paranormal. Splintered Spirits merch on santaparanormal.com. And every week we do the live podcast right here.
We want your ghost stories. We want your questions. We want your friends. We want them all. Check it out. Thank you for watching. Thank you all for watching. Until next time.
We have a good one, everyone. I feel like I should sing a little jingle with the music.
Splat. And they show this thing splat. On a cartoon. That's what he showed me, like the arms and the legs splat like that.
That's wild.
Some guy looks like a janitor to me. I don't know if he has a wrench in his hand or he's got something metal in his hand. Do you know the man I'm talking about?
I do know the man you're talking about. What do you feel from him?
So I feel like he's a little bit lost. He felt like he was stuck in a rut. People rolled over him.
I was stopping myself from saying, do you feel that he's been taken advantage of?
It's amazing
That's
because what he just showed me is splat. And they show this thing splat on a cartoon. That's what he showed me, like the arms and the legs splat like
that's
that.
wild. Let's dive into everything that she said. You brought up the man that splat. Remember when you said splat? There was a man who worked here for many, many years. He was taken advantage of. Towards the end of his life, they stopped paying him, and he tried to break into the office and fell to his death. He was a maintenance guy here. That I thought that's wild.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny, where I follow Johnny as he tries to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living once they pass on. In this episode, we brought back Kathy Nadal, a medium with the Forever Family Foundation, to give Johnny a reading. Let me be clear. These episodes may have dropped weeks apart, but we recorded them within days of my meeting with Kathy. Johnny has 3 years worth of TikToks, hundreds of videos online. I don't believe she could have gone through them all in that time, and she certainly hasn't followed Johnny and watched the thousands of hours of live broadcasts he's done over the years. That's what it would take in order to fake the things you're about to hear today. Whatever Kathy's got, you can't buy it. So let's dive into the conversation. Kathy, thank you for joining us here. You know, we apologize for giving you the wrong address, and the fact that you found it is already a testament to your abilities as a medium and a psychic. We want to give Johnny a reading today. We are trying to prove what Johnny's theory on spirits are. And Johnny, why don't you tell Kathy what you think spirits are?
So I have a theory, okay, that we are our memories, essentially. And when we die, because listen, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in heaven, hell, any of that. However, I've spoken to too much and I've seen too much to know that we don't go to black. There's more out there, and a lot more complicated than any of us can even imagine. So I have a theory that we are memory, and our memories scatter when we die. We no longer have a vessel to contain ourselves. They're gravitated to certain points in our history, certain places, people. I do believe a percentage of our energy does go to our loved ones. I also believe we have a percentage of that generational energy as well, those memories. So I believe, and what I've been trying to do is prove that I can speak to these spirits, these memories in different locations. And that's what we're doing here on this podcast.
Okay.
So Kathy, I'm going to sit back and see what comes through when you give Johnny a reading. Does that sound good?
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to give him the similar reading that I gave you, which is psychic and mediumship. All right. So thank you, Johnny, for meeting with me.
Of course. Thank you.
I just want you to know how I work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm psychic, I'm clairvoyant, which means I can see, and I'm clairaudient, which means I can hear. That's how it works when I work as a psychic, but it's also how I work when I work as a medium. I either see spirit, hear spirit, or see and hear spirit. Basically, before I do any work, I do a meditation. So before I left my home today, I did a meditation in preparation for this reading. So that's just how I work. As I start out, it's interesting because the way I work, I see things in symbols, but I also see things like in video clips, and sometimes I hear things that sound like a recording, like someone actually talking to me. So whatever information I give you, I'm just gonna give it to you, okay? It's interesting because even as I was driving over here, I felt very, very much like I wanted to talk to like the younger Johnny. I feel very much like I want to bring you up when you're like 10 years old, 11 years old, 12 years old. I feel very much tied to like sectioning off that ages for you. Okay. And it was interesting as I was driving over here. I kept hearing a young voice, like a young boy's voice. As I go back to this 10, 11, and 12 years, I also feel a little bit split. I feel split with you because I feel like I want to go to school, but I don't want to go to school. and I feel split about it. And there's a little bit more of this when you're more like 11 or 12 years old. It's like you don't want to go anymore. It's like, I don't belong there. I don't need to be there. I'm an adult already. Your mind was already going like as an adult. And the bigger piece of it is that certain things that you saw, like in the other kids, you didn't feel like connected to them. You felt like, I don't need to be here. Like if someone said, here's a job and you're 12 years old, you'd be like, I'll take it.
She's 100% correct, by the way, with everything she's saying right now.
There's something about like, I don't want to be at school. I don't like these kids and whatever. There's also like someone with an L. This feels almost like a lady with an L. I don't know if she's family, but I do feel very much like an L around with you.
There's actually a few women with an L name in Johnny's life, including his wife, his sister, even some spirits.
And you really should have pursued artwork or drawing. You need to go back to that. Do you understand what I mean by that? I see a lot of artwork or drawing around you.
As far as art, not art, like drawing art.
Is it graffiti?
Now, this speaks directly to Johnny's theory of generational memory, energy, transference, or whatever you want to call it. My sister, his mother, is an artist. She still paints and makes things for sale, but never really took the opportunity to pursue it as her profession because she got knocked up with this ghost whisperer.
Okay.
And pursuing other things.
I'm still seeing it as artwork. I keep seeing this thing and I don't know what it connects to. Did you used to take the trains a lot? Because I feel like I'm getting on and getting off the trains. That's why I'm seeing the graffiti. I'm seeing grates. I feel like I'm standing on a grate and there's hot air coming up at me. And there's a significance to you being on the trains.
I used to go to the city all the time.
Okay. There's more than that, because I feel like you may have had a spirit connection on a train, or people on the train had spirit activity around that. But when I go to, because I'm asking questions constantly in my head, where does this come from? They bring me to you traveling on the trains. So you may have been around spirit energy or activity at a younger age. It may not have been aware that it was happening, but there's a lot of activity when you are on the trains. And I think that's where you pick it up. I believe in ghost activity or a ghost where some people say, like, if you don't protect yourself, you could bring a ghost home with you. Okay. I do believe that certain people feel that they could get attachments. And I do feel like your train activity is kind of flavoring some of that, where you may have been around ghost or spirit activity on those trains. There is a historical connection with you. And it feels very much like I go back to like the Civil War. There's a lot of like fighting references around you, like you're in the Civil War, or people have bayonets on their rifles. There's a lot of battleground in your background. And that's why I feel very strongly that even in your dreams, you may feel confrontational, but you're not sure why. You may not even see the person you're fighting in a dream, but you feel like you've been fighting in a dream. I do also, and I believe in past lives. I don't know if you do or not, it doesn't matter, but you may have been a sheriff at one time, because I keep seeing a gold star, like wearing a gold star, defender, protector, all of that. And there's a flight or fight in you that I think came on at a very early age. Who's Mary or Marie in the family?
Nobody that I know.
I want to slap him right now because his grandmother, my mother's name, is Anne Marie.
However, what do you feel when you feel Mary?
I have a woman on the other side.
Oh, well, my mother's not dead.
Mary, and she's pointing to you. There's 3 women in spirit that connect with you. The one knows you in living life, though. And I have to say, she feels family to me. That's why I keep wanting to call her like a grandmother person. The other person keeps pointing at you and saying, Mary, Mary, Mary. And I don't know what she's doing with that. There's someone with a name like Phil, Bill.
I mean, Bill as in like William?
Yes.
Yes, but not family.
Is this like a significant person in your life? Or you have a lot of contact with them?
In my living life. That makes any sense.
If these were normal circumstances, it makes no sense.
Keep going.
Whatever I get.
Yeah,
Do you
keep going.
understand everything I'm giving you so far?
I do. And then I'll get into why. And Gary, this is going to blow your mind.
Okay.
All right, keep going.
So as I give you information, you know, I feel very, I have a cold as I do this reading, and my voice is off, but I feel extremely short of breath when I'm connecting to spirit. So someone in spirit had a very significant respiratory problem where either that is what took their life or it's something that you would know about. Okay. Whatever you got going on, these ghosts that I call them, because I think they're ghosts, that's the way I see them. They are around you. They keep company with you because some of the people that are ghosts, they're very lonely people and they bring a lonely energy with them and they're looking for company. And that's why I feel like they come to you. You have a very welcoming energy.
There it is. A certified medium just stated that there are, in fact, spirits around Johnny. We still don't know what those spirits are, but we do have a corroborating witness.
And I feel like they find company with you. Some guy looks like a janitor to me. I don't know if he has a wrench in his hand or he's got something metal in his hand. And he looks like a janitor or he looks like a plumber, but he's carrying something metal in his hand. And I feel like you would say, I heard tapping or metal pipes tapping, but there's a distinct metal sound that he could make, or he could make the sound metal sounding because he's this plumber or this janitor man. Do you know the man I'm talking about?
I do know the man you're talking about. What do you feel from him?
So I feel like he's a little bit lost. He wasn't too happy with his life.
Mm-hmm.
He felt like he was stuck in a rush.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like he was misunderstood.
Mm-hmm.
I feel very odd when he talks about himself. He says he's like not a smart guy,
Mm-hmm.
or people said I wasn't a smart guy. And he just felt like people rolled over him.
I was stopping myself from saying, do you feel that he's been taken advantage of?
It's amazing though, because what he just showed me is, you know, when you see like when somebody says, you know, cartoon, when somebody says splat and they show this thing splat on the cartoon, that's what he showed me, like the arms and the legs splat like that.
Wild.
There's also a spirit that's like a peeping Tom or something, but I feel like they play with the blinds or they're trying to look through the blinds.
Wow.
Like a peeping Tom. It's a weird feeling. I don't think they're doing it. My voice is so bad.
Would you like some water?
I'll have a water.
She's talking about the spirit across the street. The window's right there. That's what she's talking about right now. And the one she brought up before, we'll get into that because that's a big one. That's a big one.
Huh.
So, all right, may I speak?
I think I just want to go a little bit further.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay,
keep going.
Keep going.
Please do.
There's like a name Lucille or Lucy.
Okay, Lucille, yeah.
I don't know what that's connected to, but I just see it. And it's very interesting because did you ever play the game of chess?
Not really. I know how to play. I just
Who's
never
known for playing chess in real life? Who would you know that plays chess?
Nobody.
I play chess.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I play chess all the time. I play it all the time.
Oh, wow. Because it's
online, all the time.
wow.
Yeah, no, I don't. None of my friends are that
So
smart.
that's interesting that they just did that, Gary, because they want to include you in this.
You could tell them to keep me the hell out of it.
That is wild. That is wild. Wow, that is so interesting. They're kind of joking around. Who made fun of a nativity scene? Or who would steal the three wise men?
Oh, what that is something,
That
isn't
is
it?
something, dude.
That is something.
Yes.
Gary, that's something, man. I remember back in something. That's something, dude.
Oh, that is
we would
really.
have to consult with
that is.
yeah. Mark that down because that's something. I remember something about
I
that.
just got chills about that.
Yeah, and
What
it used
is
to
that?
happen all the time.
For those that don't speak New York, something ain't nothing, and it's a real thing.
I remember exactly what it was.
Tell me. Say it.
You want me to say it?
Yeah, say it.
Uncle John's room.
It's
Uncle John's room. It's all the statues.
He's right. My mother kept this nativity scene that used to be my grandmother's set up in my brother's room after he passed. But to be clear, it was my room. Not everything was my big brother's just because he would crash there after I moved out.
I guarantee it.
Yeah.
That's wild. No, there is definitely something with the nativity.
So Gary,
Yeah.
there's more information, and I don't know why, but I think it's for you. They want me to mention the actress that played the mother on the Happy Days. Her name was like Marion in the show.
Mm-hmm.
She had like red hair. They want me to bring up that actress, and they want me to bring it up for you. So either you know Marion, you know the actress, or there's a significance to like the mother on Happy Days.
I met her once. I actually did meet her. Princess Cruise Lines had a big event that they invited us to for the relaunch of the Love Boat.
Okay. All right. So this is definitely about you.
Great.
They're trying to pull you into this.
I destroyed Ron Howard's pool table by accident once. I didn't mean to.
It's funny.
This is kind of interesting because they want to bring you into this.
Well, his light fixture above the pool table, not the pool table itself.
It's kind of interesting, I have to say. They keep showing me somebody laying down on like a roller and sliding under a classic car, like a Corvette. It's like a mechanic that's laying on a roller and they slide under the car to fix it. The car is not up on a lift, and they keep saying that's connected to you. So do you know this mechanic person that's sliding under like a classic car?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I know someone who would be working on classic cars. For
Okay.
Sure. My brother was a mechanic and a big refurbisher of classic cars. I think he remade a 69 Cuda. Don't quote me on that because I don't know shit about cars, but he loved them and could build one from the tires up.
I am going to step away. I'm going to go have a smoke over here by the fan. I'm going to hand you something. Is that okay?
Okay.
And I want you to tell me what you feel about it.
Okay.
If you put it in your hands and you don't want to hold it anymore, just throw it on the ground.
What?
You don't got to worry about it.
Is it going to hurt me?
No, it won't hurt you.
All
But I don't know if you feel it. I don't know what's going to happen.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Johnny, you're not going to smoke around her, right? She's got a cough. Go smoke somewhere else.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to go to the vent fan. I have a vent fan hooked up.
Are you all right with that, Kathy? Is that?
Yeah, no, I already spoke to her about it.
Okay.
So he handed me what looks like a noose. It's like a piece of rope. I was hanging on the wall. I was looking at it before. I don't know, to be honest, I keep getting the horse reference when I'm holding this.
Wild. Okay, keep going. That's awesome.
I just get the horse, and I get like a feeling like somebody's whipping the horse or something. But I get like this kind of like a lot of energy, and like not like happy energy. Like I get like angry energy, like someone's smacking the horse with this thing or something. At the same time, though, it's really weird. As I'm holding this, I get like a totally unrelated, maybe related reference, but I see like an old man, like a captain of a ship, like smoking a pipe and looking through like a telescope. I don't know if he's a sea captain or something. It's very weird.
What? Keep going.
That is just so weird. And I just feel like I'm looking out at the seas. But he does give me like a very like I feel like I want to be on Cape Cod or something. Like I just feel very much like I'm on the water with him or I'm looking at the water.
So what?
There's some kind of a feeling of like wanting to like win a war or win a battle or something. because I feel like I'm in a parade and people are having a parade, but I don't feel like we're celebrating, but I don't feel like we should be. Like we didn't really win the war. Somebody feels conflicted at like a parade, or like, why are we celebrating like we're still at war or something? I don't know. It's weird. Um, Very weird. I don't know. Can I put this down?
Just from holding that rope, you're saying.
Well, I was still holding it. So I see stuff all the time. So I don't know. I mean, you can put anything in my hand. If I see something, I say it.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Let's dive into everything that she said. Okay.
Tell me what hit you, Johnny.
We are going to start with Mary. When you were seeing, feeling and speaking about what you were feeling and seeing and whatnot, is, at least in my opinion, from the data that you were giving me, was literally referencing my documentation. You've been referencing spirits that I have encountered here at this factory. Mary was we believe she was either a spindleist or a seamstress.
What the hell is a spindleist?
Unfortunate time here for a bit, but she worked here. You brought up the man that slat. Remember when you said slat? There was a man who worked here for many, many years. He was taken advantage of. Towards the end of his life, they stopped paying him, and he tried to break into the office and fell to his death.
Oh, wow.
And I thought that was, and you said, like with the metal and him banging and whatnot, that's all. He was a maintenance guy here. And that, I thought that's wild. What's really interesting is when I handed you that noose and you brought up the horse and you brought up all that noose. Have you ever heard of Buckout? Buckout Road?
Yeah, we used to go there as
Used
teenagers.
to go there as teenagers? Yeah. Okay, well,
My sister dated a guy that had a Camaro, and I was sitting in the back seat with another kid, and they would fly up, and then they would turn the lights out, and we would scream, and he was still driving in the dark.
Which is dangerous on
Really
that road.
scary.
Yeah, that's no joke on that road.
That was the 80s. Oh.
Yeah, so Buckout has got a huge, huge history. I mean, you brought up a war, you brought up the battle. That's the battle of, October 28th, 1776, the Battle of White Plains. That's what caused George Washington to lose, and he had to retreat to New Jersey, and they lost New York, and the British destroyed everything in this area and by Buckout. That news is from Buckout. You brought up, the sadness and the anger and all that, which is wild. The horse, which is why, which it's so crazy that you kept bringing up the horses too and whatnot. Have you ever heard of a doulahan?
No.
So the spirits speak of a doulahan. And what a doulahan is, in Irish mythology, it's many different things, but one way a doulahan can get created is through battle. And the person who's fighting loses their head. And the spirits speak about a doulahan at Buckout Road, as in a horseback rider that lost his head and becomes this creature. And funny enough, that's what spawned the legend of Sleepy Hollow. Washington Irving got the legend of Sleepy Hollow from Buckout Road. It's a legend. It's actually a real legend of Buckout, not Sleepy Hollow. As we know, the legend of Sleepy Hollow is not a real story. He took influences. Even the characters are all influenced from real living people, but so was the spirit, the Hessian soldier, and that's how it got created. So that ties into my documentation. Basically, everything that you were saying. That, and I understand why you would get like, oh, it's for you, it's for you. You've been referencing my documentation.
Oh, wow.
Like throughout everything you've been saying.
Wow.
So that's wild. And that's what I've been trying to hold it in. You're saying all these things, and I'm like, she's literally bringing up spirits that I have spoken to. Now, remember when you were talking about like the heaviness of the chest?
Yes.
And not being able, you brought it up right after Mary.
Yeah.
I got in contact with Mary doing a spirit board. And whenever I connect with a spirit board and it gets heavy, I start to not being able to breathe. I feel like there's something pressing on my chest. and I have to disconnect.
Oh, wow.
And that's what happened with Mary when, Mary came through and told me all the horrible things that happened to her.
Oh, wow.
So it was, like everything that you were saying on that, it was just wild. That's wild.
And Kathy, we got to ask, I mean, were you sitting there studying his TikTok feed? Were you looking at all these videos, trying to memorize it in the, I don't know, what, day and a half that we booked you for this gig?
I just joined TikTok today.
In fact,
I was not on TikTok because I have a history of being in the military. We were not allowed to be on TikTok.
There is everything that she brought up, because certain things I put on TikTok and then certain things I save for, later down the road and whatnot. The documentation with the factory and half a buck out is not on TikTok. The only way you would know the information that you said is if you were actually watching my feeds. And I mean, constantly watching the streams.
But I also give you personal information about yourself, being a little boy and all of that.
Well, yes. That was interesting, because when it comes to bullying and whatnot, and forget about school, I wanted nothing to do with school. I wanted nothing to do with anybody around me. I always felt that I was not superior, but mentally more evolved. Uncle Gary knows how I was.
But I said that. I said, felt like adults.
Constantly. Oh, yeah. I always wanted to venture off on my own. I always wanted to do my own thing. I'm still like that to this day, but I've always been that way.
Yeah.
And forget about school. I would not tolerate any sort of bullying whatsoever. If I saw somebody getting picked on, I put myself in the situation. And I shouldn't have. I didn't want to, but I wasn't going to allow what I was seeing and hearing happening. I had the power to do something about it. So I did. I took care of it.
Yeah.
So that was all that was also, accurate. Let's get into Dennis and all that.
Yeah.
I believe, and don't quote me on this, I have to ask management here, but I believe Dennis is the guy who ran this place up until he died a couple of years ago. He was the head management guy. And I also believe that he did something else with management, but it had to do with the army. And I think it had to do with like MPs and whatnot.
Oh, wow. Because this guy, Dennis the Menace,
which would have been in that vein.
Yeah, he was a veteran and he was also an MP.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. That's crazy.
So I believe his name is Dennis. I have to just double check with management. Well, actually, when I go pay my rent for the first of the month, they have a plaque with his name, and I'll be able to
that would
check
be
the
interesting.
name. But that really sounds familiar. So it was also interesting too when you were holding the noose and you brought up the captain. There's a couple different burial grounds on Buckout. One of them is a captain. His name is I believe it's John Buckout.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he was like a
seafarer?
yeah, like a seafarer.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was just funny. You're literally holding the noose, and you're literally just spitting out all these things about Buckout, and I'm like,
that's amazing.
Wow. I'm like, that's all just from holding that noose.
So when you play that back, it would be interesting because he talked about being lost or about something to do with like being lost, like either.
It's interesting enough, I have not yet spoken to one of the Buckouts except for Lucinda. And you said that. You said Lucinda.
Lucille. I said Lucille.
You said Lucille. Well, you also said it could be Lucy.
Lucille, yeah.
That I've spoken to her, but not at Buckout Road. I cleaned graves. And I cleaned the plots of the Buckouts at a local cemetery, not on Buckout Road. And it was maybe in the past month and a half. And one of them was Lucinda.
All right.
Oh,
yeah, which is interesting.
This is all right, so here's what's crazy to me, Johnny. It's like Kathy's sitting here talking to the spirits around you. She's picking up on spirits from these other locations, but she's picking them up here. Have you ever spoken to those spirits from those locations at this location?
Well, all of the spirits that she was speaking to were from this location until I handed her that noose. That noose is new here. And I haven't done a session yet with the noose. I cut the noose down when I found it. And that's a whole real freaky thing that happens at Buckout. So one of the things that happens is that a lot of when I turn on the spirit box, these spirits are trying to get me to kill myself constantly. And one day I'm walking in the woods and they're going on about it. And I come across the noose just hanging there. ready for me? And I said, absolutely not. And I sliced it down and I took it back with me.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I mean, this the wild
It's crazy,
stuff
right?
that
It's crazy.
that's crazy. So I have
Gary,
heard.
just so you know, when you feel that news, it feels really rough and it feels really old. It's creepy. It's a creepy one. It's a creepy one for sure. Yeah.
Let's see. Lucille was before the rope, and that's not here.
Yeah, so that is so that's technically Lucinda. Her full name is Lucinda. That's the only one that does have a Buckout connection, but she's not buried at Buckout. I don't even think she lived at Buckout Road. The Buckout family is just big.
All right, but what I was saying is,
So
but just for purposes of this and what we're trying to talk about here a lot is that's not a spirit that you've come across in this space in your
no,
office. Okay, so
no,
let's
not at all.
That's all for this installment of Splintered Spirits. The majority of the ghosts Kathy connected with are the same ones Johnny has contacted in this location. We still don't know whether or not that makes them independent apparitions or imprinted hauntings, but the fact that Kathy feels the presence of spirits here and from other locations Johnny frequents confirms that he is some sort of conduit. We're going to bring Kathy to one more location, the fireplace room, to see if she feels our favorite curmudgeon Edward, and where we'll be turning on the voice box to get actual conversations going with the spirits. Please like, follow, and subscribe where you get your podcasts, because you won't want to miss that. Until next time.
I can usually, well, most of the time, if someone's eluding that energy, they're.
Oh, wow.
Oh shit!
What the hell is that?
Something just threw the pants leg. I have the panchlets.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
It's up there.
Yeah, it looks. There was a couple of them up there. That got caught. That
I
got
saw
caught
it.
on the recording.
That is crazy.
I do have it on the
something just
recording.
threw the pamphlet.
Did you see that?
I sure did.
Yeah.
What the hell?
And I'll be rewinding that and
Yeah.
seeing what that was.
Yeah.
Wow, that is crazy.
How wild is that? This is what happens.
So is that thing connected to that thing?
Grandmother.
You see
No.
the white thing up there?
So that's one of the pamphlets. That's been up there for years.
But
That one was also up there too, but they weren't touching.
wow, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny, where I follow Johnny as he tries to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. We have a jam-packed episode for you today, over twice as long as the others. In part 3 with Kathy Nadal, our friend, author, psychic, and medium, Kathy goes with Johnny to his fireplace room where we get some big spirit energy. Edward, the ghost we love to hate, has some nasty things to say as usual, and the vibes are so intense an object flies off the wall. Kathy, who can be found on Instagram at CatWitchNYC, also brings us one step closer to figuring out what is going on, not only with the spirits, but with Johnny as well. Again, we have a lot in this episode, so let's not waste any more time listening to me ramble on and dive into the conversation.
I'm in a beach chair.
Yeah. Oh, nothing but the best for you, Kathy.
Yeah. Hey, that's an expensive high class beach chair, mind you.
Hey, top shelf. Nothing
Top
but,
shelf beach chair.
I bet you didn't realize.
It's gotta fit my fat ass. So
I bet you didn't realize what you were in for, Kathy. We got nothing but the best top quality furniture in our haunted basements.
I can't believe it though. When we got in here, we were just setting up and I said, so what happened when you were sleeping? I said that somebody touched you when you were sleeping. He said, no, that happened here.
So do you remember I
Yes.
didn't bring it up at the office because I wanted to wait till we were here. When she said, hey, you were sleeping and somebody, tapped you on your shoulder and, woke you up. That was here.
Whatever you got going on, I do feel like you woke up when you were sleeping one night and you felt like someone touched you. And I feel like they touched your shoulder like a tap. And I feel like there's an awakeness, but I feel like you doubted yourself. But I do feel like you think that you got touched where you live in your house, in your bed, and you feel like, did that really happen?
It was, you know, how I do the shots for coins, and you send me a certain amount of money on live, and I take a shot. That night, I was reaching my limit. I might have had like 32, 33 shots.
See, it's all for science, by the way.
Yeah. I lined up a couple more shots, took them, ended up passing out, and something woke me up here. I woke up saying, ooh, wait. Like something like tapped me, and I'm like, ooh, wait. You know, well, yeah. So it's the ooh wee moment, and that's what you were referring to.
Wow.
And then when we came down here, she said it. She was like, "This is where it happened," and I'm like, "Yeah."
Also, that story, she felt it in your office, but it happened in this location.
But it happened in this location.
All right, so Kathy, when you're
so I don't need to be at a place because it's all connected to him. So he's the connection.
Okay.
So these people could be on Buckout Road or wherever they are. They might stay over there, but I'm able to communicate with them because of him. So if you took him out of the road, out of the room, they may not show up.
All right. So then what, if anything, are you feeling anything just being in this place?
Well, yeah, I was gaining that it would be a cold place. So energetically, I was convinced that this place is cold. And it's not the temperature of the room. It's the energy associated with the room.
I would get up and get the out.
But Gary, I was in Iraq. I'm not afraid of anything.
There you go.
You guys are nuts.
Oh, that's it. Fear.
I mean, okay,
it's the
Johnny.
worst catalyst.
All right, so now, Johnny, just like when Johnny, do you ever feel anything? Like, are you
just talking
feeling
about that?
Yeah.
So I feel the way I describe it is atmospheric. I my environment around me. I'll feel like heaviness, as in like the whole area will get heavy on me. And the way I describe it, and I describe it in my lives, is the vat of jello, as funny as it sounds. I feel like in this room, like I'm in a vat of jello. And if there's any sort of disturbances, think of how you would feel if you were in the middle of a jello and something flicked the outside of it. You know, you'd feel it. And that's what I feel, you know?
So I think what he's bringing up is he feels vibrations.
No.
Yeah, he's feeling vibrations. So like we were walking down the driveway and he says, I'm not a psychic. I don't have any feeling of this. Like he doesn't believe that he has psychic ability. I believe everyone has a certain level of psychic ability. He may not be acknowledging that he has psychic ability, but I believe he does. He may be trying to block it, but now he's forced to confront it. And that's why I feel he has this past life that he's been on a battlefield. Everything is confronting. He's in conflict all the time with the ghosts or the past life combined.
That's the logical person in me. Does not want to admit
But
that.
this room to me though, and it has nothing to do with the chair I'm sitting in. It feels very limited. The ceiling feels like it's coming down on me, and it's not.
You want to switch? Would you be more
No,
comfortable?
it doesn't matter. It's just like I feel like. I mean, we can stand up, and you can see there's plenty of room to stand up in this room, but in me, it feels like it's squeezing us down. So Johnny feels very jello-like he feels kind of cushiony in this. I feel more compression. I feel like the ceiling is coming down on us, kind of in a squeezing manner.
Well, with the whole jello thing, that's everywhere. As far as here,
Yeah.
no, here I feel, and my followers can attest to this. Here I feel compressed, closed in. I don't want to be here. I stopped streaming down here for a multitude of reasons, that being one of them.
Yeah, the ceiling feels like it's coming down on us.
This place, just to give you, I'm not going to give you a full backstory, but
don't give me
I'm not going to give you anything. But as far as because you know what I do and whatnot, and I have a whole community that I built on TikTok. this place almost destroyed that community.
We've talked about this 100 times here already, where Johnny would keep a fixed rig camera in this room, and apparently his audience would go absolutely bananas.
Yeah, so maybe we could start doing what we can do here.
Yeah, so yeah, you want to start
Are we doing the same thing?
the same thing. What do you feel? What do you everything? Yeah.
Well, I just keep seeing a symbol that I don't like. I see a symbol for a snake or a serpent, and that means like trickery or people that are doing tricks. And it actually feels a little bit like maybe it's affected current people that live in the building. Like maybe people complain about another neighbor or neighbors are fighting or something. But it does feel very serpent like, where someone will look very friendly or look like they're like sitting there, like, oh, that snake is dead, but yet the tongue comes out and bites you. So there's something very much snake like about that. There's also like a very weird reference that I get, like someone either lived in the building that was part of like the Lions Club or some kind of an organization like the Lions Club or whatever. But there's some kind of a reference to like someone holding a high position or being part of a secret club or like a club in some way. I don't know why, but I feel a little bomb shelter like. But it does feel like I'm in a bomb shelter or there's some kind of a reference. So either someone went to war in this building or someone came home from war or whatever. But I feel a little like I want to bring up a bomb shelter reference. Someone's Joseph or Josephine, but I keep wanting to bring up this JOS, like Joseph, Josephine. I don't know if it's one of the ghosts or anything, but I just feel like I want to mention that name. And yeah, that secret club. I don't know. It's like I don't know what that is. I don't know if there's like a Masonic temple kind of relation. It's some kind of a secret club or something, or somebody's connected to a secret club. Does any of this make sense to you?
All of it. All of it.
And it's interesting.
The secret club thing is wild. I'll get into that because that's where it gets
So
insane.
it's kind of interesting to me because I have to very precisely say that I see like George Washington on a dollar bill. So there's a reference in this room that either you put money out or you thought that somebody took money, but there's a theft of money in this room. And I'm seeing like a George Washington on the dollar bill. So it actually feels like it's a dollar bill, kind of a losing money reference. And I don't know if you've talked to the guy named Sam, but there's a Sam or a Samuel.
There is a Samuel.
Yeah, I
Yes,
think
there is.
there's a connection there.
A big connection. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's weird though, because I'm standing here like facing the camera. They're telling me to turn around. So something's behind me.
Yeah.
No, it's
How does Samuel make you feel?
Samuel. I don't like him. He's the one that's he's telling me there's something in the other room. Someone would you understand teasing you or something, but they're saying like you should give the guy a tie, like a long straight tie. So whatever Samuel's been involved in, he has to make some comments like being a proper dressed man or something. He's kind of mocking you, like, why don't you put a tie on or something? But you have something to do with this room that's next to where we're standing.
Oh, that room completely was a huge part of my life at one point.
Well, he's talking about you being in that room.
Mm-hmm.
And he's talking about you working on wood. And he's showing me like you have a nail and a hammer. You made stuff or you were making furniture or something in that room. But he said he was watching you working on things with tools and hammering and nails and whatever. But he was watching you do all that work in that other room. And he said, you never took a break. You should have had a meal.
you forget about eating when you're in this room or something, because he says you didn't get a break. There's another name like Frank or Franklin or some kind of a Frank name,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know why that's coming up. And whatever the water is, it has something to do with this building. But they also said one of them is connected to a river, so they said throw them in the river. Somebody's like a murderer. Somebody threw someone in the river, or someone got rid of somebody and threw them in the river. It's like tossing a body. So I don't know if it's one of those guys. They're here for you. You're the connector. Honestly, if somebody else was here, they may not even see anyone or talk to anybody. That's what I get. You're the connector. I think this goes back to your days on the train. I think that they found you as an attachment going back to the days on the train. And there's some guy that wears a Navy hat. Some guy was like wearing a Navy hat. Navy hats are very different. And this one looks very much like it's not a sailor hat, but it's a Navy hat. I'd have to draw a picture of it, but it's a dark blue hat. And it's a Navy hat. There's also a little bit of comments on you were here. I don't know. What is this? They're saying you were here on New Year's Eve, and they said there's a significant thing about you being in this room on New Year's Eve. They know it was New Year's Eve. They're showing me like a New Year's Eve hat that says Happy New Year on it, and they want to bring it up. Do you understand that?
I do understand that.
Yeah, and they said they were here during that.
That was the let's just say the turning of the tide, if you will.
They're talking about something that happened outside the building. I have to justify this. It was snowing. There was a lot of snow, and there was a problem on the property with two neighbors or two tenants, and it had something to do with clearing of the snow. And there was a big fight.
Mm-hmm.
And is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
They want to.
That was actually a very significant thing that happened here while I was here as super. So
they want to bring that up though, because that goes back to the serpent symbol.
Yep, 100%.
That's right. These people have this. Yeah.
What is it? What? Tell me.
I was wondering if you were going to pick up on that.
What is it?
That's actually quite wild.
What is it, John? Tell the story. Can you?
So, should I get into it now? Because if I'm going to get into it, I'm going to get into it.
Well, do you want me to keep going?
Yeah,
Because
keep going.
I stop, then I'm good.
Yeah, okay. Keep going.
There's something about, I don't know if I could say this. I'm just going to say
No, say it, please.
There's a triangle in this building. So it's you and two other people. So what is the triangle? It's you against these two people. There's I keep seeing a triangle. There's three people in the triangle.
Yeah, they're not alive, but yeah, there is. You could call it a triangle. You could call it an opposition, if you will.
Did you also have some kind of a connection to someone being from Scotland or Scottish?
Wow! What? Wow! Keep going. It's not no connection with me. It's a connection with this place.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I have to go back in time, but there's someone that was like an originator here, and they have big feet, or they make boom, boom, boom when they walk. And
real pompous, huh?
Big feet, boom, 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 and it's very much like the people are afraid of that person.
Yes, they are.
And it's like someone who's walking around holding like a hand grenade, threatening people, like, I'll just pull the pin any chance I get.
It sounds like.
And it's very much like that. And it's interesting because there's like a real. Can
you picture his face?
Well, I have to tell you what I see.
Yeah.
He has a real life quality to him. So he was a real person at one time.
Oh, yeah.
And he gives me this feeling that he didn't realize what he was doing. He thought he was plugging holes. He was making fixes. So instead of fixing it the right way, he would just plug the hole. He didn't do things the right way. And he was just plugging holes. He's very tall, and I guess he has a bit of a high hair or like a high hair in the front because it feels like he's either wearing a hat or he has high hair. But I feel like I want to mention the top of his head. And he's a little kind of like a maverick. He gives me a real maverick energy. Like he just does whatever he wants.
Are you picturing him younger or older?
I don't know, maybe mid-age.
Okay.
He's not a little boy at all. This is a man that walks boom, boom, boom with his feet. Very arrogant.
Oh, yeah, like you wouldn't believe.
I'm 3,000 miles away and I want to run.
Yeah, it's interesting. This guy is a pistol. He's a pain in the neck. He talks about things being two ways. His way, he's like, you do it my way. And he keeps showing me wearing boots. I feel like he's stomping his foot like this. I'm stomping my foot now. All right, I think I'm done.
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you a picture. Now, if you had to age this person, the person from Scotland that you saw, would that...
Yeah, that's him.
That's him?
That's him. I don't know who this guy is, but when I saw him, his hair is darker. His hair was a bit more. I saw him younger than this.
Yeah, he was when he was here. He was younger. I mean, even when he was old, he was here too. He was,
He has.
But there's no younger pictures of him, unfortunately.
Darker hair to me, but his. Yeah, this is the guy with the face.
All right, so hold on. Let me say this because the most prominent thing you spoke about was the serpent.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick, and then I'm going to fire up the spirit boxes. Everything you said did have references, or could have, because there's a lot of spirits here. But the spirits here talk about an order of the serpent. And it is a group of men, a secret society, that have done sacrifices.
Oh my God.
Frank is one of those names. Led by this man.
Oh wow.
And that's why when you were like, the serpent, like deceiving on like she's bringing up the order of the serpents, you're gonna pick up that like right off the bat, which is wild. The spirits that it's come across on my spirit boxes all the time back in the day, especially when I used to document here hardcore. So that's wild. Edward, his name is Edward. You're going to hear from him soon, unless he decides to be a piece of shit and not say anything, which is a possibility. He's from Scotland. And what's funny is you bring up the whole Jaws and the whole boat captain. In his history, he sailed up and down the Byram and Hudson rivers, basically accumulating his wealth, selling wares and whatnot, and also in the streets of New York City panhandling.
So I wonder if he threw someone in the river.
Oh, probably. When you said
6 shot, remember I said 6 shot?
Well, yeah, when you said when you were talking about all that, I was like, oh, that's right. When you said Scotland, I was like,
yes. Okay, Johnny, tell me the significance of New Year's Eve.
So
what was that?
So that's now I'm going to get into all this with the order of the serpents and all that.
Okay.
The spirits here speak of, and this goes into the whole Greek mythology and whatnot, speak of something called the Nexus. Okay, they call it the Nexus portal. They say it's an old, and as crazy as it sounds, they say it's an old ancient portal that formed when the Earth started rotating, as in it's tied to the Earth's magnetic field. And they said it's here. It's actually out in the driveway, according to the spirits. There's a tunnel underneath the driveway, and that goes into the horses. I'll get back into all that after. So this guy, Edward, and this order were supposedly sacrificing people, especially children, especially ones that were displaced during the Civil War and whatnot, and sacrificing them to this nexus for power, wealth, whatever. I don't know what they were doing, what they believed was going on. But this place was extremely toxic. Even afterwards, even decades afterwards, you talked about the fighting and the way things were. This place was bad. The woman that fell outside when you talked about the dispute between the two people. That with the snow. That wasn't a dispute. There was an old woman here, one of the most pleasant spirits that I have ever spoke to. I knew her in life because she was still living here. She fell outside and cracked her head open, and she survived, but she ended up dying a couple months later. She survived the fall, but she bled in the driveway, and that's what woke everything up here. And that's what made this place go fucking berserk. Wow. And it had to do with that instant. So I was surrounded by negativity. When I mean I mean negative. Like everything here was negative. All the spirits almost were like where they were affected by it. It was negative. And then one day I said to myself, what can I do? I have all these people watching me. What can we do to counteract all this negative shit? And I started doing what I call the battle for St. Jude. And it's when me and in my community, we get together and we raise money for St. Jude. And it was on New Year's that we started it. It was New Year's where we donated the money. And just that act alone of all of us getting together shifted this place, put the power back in my hands. And I was starting to be able to not be affected about it as much. Let's just put it this way. If this was before that New Year's, these candles would have been thrown at us already. Mirrors would have got, these mirrors here that is the second door mirror. That's original to the building, by the way. That's been shattered on live. All right. The spirits have just shattered that. Same thing. That's not an original mirror either. That went up last year. The one I had there was shattered. I'll show you the video too. Wow. When we're done. It used to be insane here. Now that we shifted the balance, or as the spirits say, shifted the nexus in our favor, things quieted down. The only thing that remains still vile and violent is Edward. And he comes through constantly. And I guarantee we're going to hear him come through. That's why I said,
let's hear him. Let's do it.
Let's do it. And that's why I said at the office, I apologize in advance for anything that he says.
Okay.
While Johnny sets up the voice box apps, I want to remind everyone that Kathy has officially made us question our belief system, or at least she's made me question mine. This isn't some magic trick. She's dropping symbols and specifics that would have taken weeks of research and years of watching Johnny's live feed to know. I'm excited to see what happens when the spirit boxes are on. I'm excited to see if we get any ghosts talking. I'm really excited to hear what Edward has to say if he shows up. And when I say I'm excited, I mean I'm absolutely terrified.
Witch.
The ghost just said witch, and that's going to be important later on.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Okay. Quite a lot. Hello, spirits. Spirits. How many people are sitting in this? How many people are sitting in this room right now? I need you to speak a little clearer, please.
Am I a ghost?
Yes.
How's this? Please.
Sound like I heard.
The course is.
Who's this? Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Kathy, and I'm a professional psychic medium. I came to sit with Johnny in this.
Down there. But each of the. And so on.
Edward.
I heard someone ask, am I a ghost before?
Yeah, one of the spirits asked. One of the spirits asked if they were a ghost. That's a common thing. I want to speak to Edward.
To mine.
Another room.
Watching.
We're not going in another room.
Maybe he wants me in another room.
Maybe. Well, I just heard a spirit say leave here, but
Through a wire.
Kathy, does it feel different when you hear these sounds? Does it change the overall vibe of the room?
No, it feels the same to me.
Okay.
Media at what?
No, we're not leaving here. Why do you want us to leave?
And Kathy, do you pick up the same sort of vibe from a haunting as you would an apparition? in the definition of what a haunting is versus an apparition?
I think for me, apparition is actually seeing a ghost, like seeing it in front of you. Haunting to me is more like the imprint of someone having lived their life.
Spirits, is Edward here?
Is that I'm hopeful.
Down where?
Traveled.
Leave this place.
Absolutely not.
Dude, I would be up and out.
Absolutely not. That's the voice Edward uses. Full. I guarantee that's Edward coming through right now telling us. What's the matter, Edward? I also call him Cupcake, by the way.
Cupcake?
Yeah, I gave him a nickname. He doesn't like it very much. Right, Cupcake?
Yeah.
Kathy, what is your feeling on taunting spirits?
I don't agree with taunting spirits. I've just never done it.
Do you know?
Ask them questions. This is their space.
Fight for the necklace.
Fight for the nexus.
Turn it off.
You just hear what that just said? Fight for the nexus. And it just said, it just said turn it off. I agree with you, by the way. I'm not a fan of taunting spirits.
Yeah.
Edward, on the other hand, starts shit with me. So that's why
I always ask them about them or tell them that I'm here.
Educated.
I want to learn from them.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I am not a fan of taunting spirits. I think it's just not something I'm about. I get a lot of shit for that, by the way. A lot of people in the paranormal community, they're all about taunting spirits, and I don't like it.
Undecided.
I don't like it either. Spirits, tell us about the Nexus. It's interesting that they said fight for the Nexus. Tell us about the Nexus. Nexus. Just said it again. Edward, I think you're a little scared, man.
Wow, that's not nice.
I want to talk.
Well, talk to us. We want to talk to you for once. I want to introduce you to my friend Kathy. She has a special gift.
I remember. Please try me.
Hello, child.
Who wants to say something to me? Tell me your name.
I was now.
What's your name?
Kathy, let me ask you something. Of all the cases, the readings you've done, the places you've visited, what do you think is going on here with John, and his ability here to talk to spirits, and and sort of this theory of his that these are spirits are attached, their memories have been dispersed, and that's what he's dealing with, versus a being on the other side. What would you define what you're feeling and seeing and hearing?
I could just tell you, I'm validating a lot of information that is going on around him. And the information I have is what they're giving to me. So I think it's connected to him. I think if you brought in someone else, they wouldn't be having these experiences.
Hey,
please try.
I think it's more of like what you would call an attachment.
Edward, be nice.
So what I feel is that whatever he did in his life, and I think that he has a level of psychic ability. And I feel like that started when he was probably around 10 or 11 years old. May not be aware of it. I do believe that when he started traveling on the trains, it feels more like there was spirit activity around him then. And he may have formed an attachment with spirit that maybe hasn't manifested until he's in a very infested area.
So when you use the word attachment, I mean,
it's like he's attached to the spirit. So
is it the spirit itself, or is he like, in other words, we've been saying like maybe Johnny is some sort of like, we've been using the phrase tech medium because it seems to be working through the tech somehow even stronger than, like, unlike you who could be in the room and you're getting them directly. he's getting them through the tech, or it's strengthening or heightening it. Is that, I don't know if that's possible, but is he some sort of a...
Nobody knows.
Well, maybe Kathy knows. Why don't you let me just ask her the question?
He just said nobody knows.
Are you saying like his connection could make him a medium in his own right?
Yeah, I believe in my life that every living person has a level of psychic ability. People may or may not embrace it.
Have you been before?
But I do feel like he has some.
Follow you.
And I feel that they're easy to connect with him because he probably does have medium qualities, but he doesn't use them like I use mine. Or maybe he doesn't believe in doing it the way I do it. So they communicate with him the only way they know how. And he's able to produce results by using these spirit boxes. But
no.
What I found out today.
Why are you here?
I'm here to talk to you. I'm here, thank you, to validate what Johnny's been going through, because I've been able to communicate with all the spirits that are connected to Johnny. And either Johnny's out on another location, these spirits are around Johnny. So Johnny is the magnet. They're magnified, or they're connected to Johnny. He's the magnet to them.
Jesus.
That's what I feel like. So I feel like if you brought in, another person, and they sat in front of the spirit box, maybe there would be activity, but they wouldn't be able to create the story around it the way he's been able to do. It would be random voices. Like when I'm sitting here, I never use equipment. I could barely make out what they're saying half the time. But he's been able to create and identify who these people are. I know you're right here. We're talking about you. So I don't know. I mean, I think me being here is really important because if anything, it validates the life he's been living. And I'm sure Johnny's life doing this can't be easy. I mean, he takes on a level of responsibility. He takes on a level of frustration. He's taking on a lot, communicating with them because, I mean, it's, I guess, a form of entertainment, but, the other side of it is, they're still validating their lives through him.
It could be a lot too. You're 100% correct.
It is a lot. Yeah. That's why the lady in spirit, when I was at the other location, kept sending him hearts, talking about him having love in his life, to balance it out.
It's funny you say that because I'll go to like a dark place like Buckout, and then the next day for like my noon session, I go to this beautiful cemetery that overlooks the Atlantic Ocean in Connecticut.
There's three.
There is three of them, but this one is the best spot to do it.
No, Johnny, sorry, hold on. There's three. We talked about this triangle before.
That's right.
Yeah. But that could also be the cemetery I'm talking about has three different levels. One spot overlooks the headstones and then the Atlantic Ocean. It is the most peaceful place you can go and like detox yourself.
Yeah.
As far as like
have we met?
No, not yet. I just came here to meet you. Would you
are the only person on earth. You're the only person on earth I know who would go to detox at a cemetery, by the way.
Yeah.
We have a very different definition of what it means to detox and relax. I'm more about like, resorts, pools, cocktails.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe roll up a fatty, crack open a monster, and look out at the water.
Oh my God.
Wow. But I do think, Gary, that this having me here validates the spirits that he's been experiencing.
I do too.
Yeah,
I mean,
without
something...
the spirit boxes and all of that, just flat out,
it's good to have a corroborating witness who feels the same things that we're hearing.
Yeah. Well, I like that I was able to get so much stuff without any spirit boxes, just coming in flat, you know?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
when you picked up on the whole serpent, I was like, whoa. Like,
Wow.
that's wild. Because that is something that has been spoken about in the past and at great length.
Wow.
So the history here is in depth. There is a lot. There is a lot. And this place has seen so many people, so many faces. It had a lot of death.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but the whole serpent thing, that's the most wild.
Don't leave me.
Oh, I'm leaving soon.
Oh my gosh.
But that was the.
It's crazy, right? Like how clear and like.
It is very clear. I know.
Louder.
Yeah, it was loud. So that was actually the turning point for me. Not documenting down here was my daughter.
Give it back.
My wife came down here with my daughter one time. I was live.
Stop recording.
No, we're not going to stop recording. So she came down here and also
Give it back.
Edward started talking to her.
Oh.
And, you know, it was really creepy. And I was like, I'm done.
Wow.
I was like, I'm done with this place. I did it for 3 years. I documented it. I got all the information I'm going to get. I was like, I don't want something that vile speaking to my daughter.
What was he saying?
He was like, hello, little girl. How are you?
Oh, wow.
What are you doing? You know, it was the tone. Everything was just so creepy.
Wow.
It was like,
Not.
yes, you were. Don't even, Edward.
Yes.
See, even that spirit's saying it. And even, I mean, right there, even another spirit was like, yes, that happened. He's saying no. And the other spirit's like, yes.
Wow.
Because the other spirits here don't like Edward either. I mean, obviously.
So, Edward, why did you do that?
Yeah, Edward, we're not on TikTok. We could fully talk about that right now.
Why don't you talk to me now?
Don't be shy about it. You're proud about the things you've done.
Am I a ghost?
I don't know. Are you?
Is he being extremely quiet because I'm here?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Well, and I also have another theory too, because it's not just you. Like, if like I have somebody with me, and I believe this has to do with my magnetic field, they get less. They don't talk as much. It's the weirdest thing. Like, if I can have another random person here who has nothing to do with anything, they'll still clamp down. They'll talk a little bit, but not as much as normally if I'm just sitting here by myself. And I think that has something to do with my magnetic fields.
What does that mean, your magnetic fields?
So you know how people talk about, oh, your energy, your energy, your energy. The only energy we really do have scientifically is our magnetic field. We permeate a magnetic field.
Rest in peace.
4 to 7 feet.
These two are talking about magnetic fields while a disembodied voice says to rest in peace. I mean, what the? What?
Magnetic field. So
I want you to go.
So we understand that. We're not going to be here too long, Spirit. So look, listen.
Why did you come?
We came to talk to you.
Why did you come?
Yeah, we came to talk to you. But listen, it's funny, I got bit by a tick. I had a tick a couple of weeks ago. And I didn't know this. I'm extremely allergic to tick bites. I had no idea. So I had to go to the doctor because I just wasn't feeling right. And I pulled the tick out myself. It wasn't in there long. It didn't have to be in there long. I just had an allergic reaction to it. I still have the wound on my stomach.
Have you been before?
And it's healing horribly, and that's because I'm allergic to it. And anyway, I go and I get my blood pressure taken. Now, I smoke cigarettes. I drink energy drinks. I do eat healthy, but I eat a lot.
Yeah, you're a picture of health.
Okay, exactly. I am not a picture of health. I am like horribly unhealthy. I go get my blood pressure done. Fucking get it. The reading comes back. They took it twice. They could not believe how good my blood pressure was for someone my size and my history, and having an allergic reaction to this tick and the way I was. Wow. They couldn't believe it. And I was like, and I joked around. I was like, yeah, I got a strong magnetic field because it permeates from my heart.
Yeah. And
it's wild. Like, it makes no sense. So there are things that make no sense, you know, when I should have horrible blood pressure. My blood pressure should be through the roof. And it's not. It's wild. But anyway, that's what I believe. And so when I'm with people, this gets nulled down a little bit because of other magnetic fields in the room.
Yeah, I think one of the important points, Gary, is that since he's alone a lot doing this, and they're communicating a lot when he's alone, to bring me in without the boxes to validate that, that's to me like the best, because he really has experienced this. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
I don't know how to explain it.
No, that's the best way to explain it. The fact that we didn't have anything up and running. Listen, she knows nothing. She knew nothing about this place.
Yeah.
She literally knew nothing. The fact that she brought up Edward, brought up the fact that he was, Scottish, the fact that she brought up the serpent. I mean, my followers that have been watching me for years now, when they go and they actually watch this, they're going to be like, holy shit, how does she pick up on the serpents?
Who was that?
It not only validates everything that I've been dealing with, but your abilities as well.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to say, and I said this to you before, I think that most people that claim to be mediums, psychics, and have gifts are full of shit. I don't think they're the real deal. You, however, have proven yourself a lot, and I appreciate you coming and doing this for us and for this podcast.
Believe me, not like you had to prove anything to the two of us. We're nobodies, but it's like,
but
it really was.
I appreciate you taking
it was
time
really
and
just
doing this.
I've been blown away by it. It certainly makes me question a great many things. And I'm very glad I'm not in that room. I don't know if I could be in that room.
But you will be soon.
I will come down there and do it. Yeah, man. Listen, again, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate it. I don't think we want to keep you too much longer here. I think we've got everything we need to get.
Why are you here?
Oh, he keeps asking why you're here.
I know. He wants to know why I'm here.
Yeah. Why are you scared? Did she scare you, Edward?
Confused.
Spirit's confused. What's the matter? A strong, powerful woman scares you, Edward?
Run now.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Run now.
Run.
Oh, really? Okay.
Wow.
I guess you figured out who I was. Do they know I'm a witch?
You know what's funny? I was going to ask you about that because the first thing I heard when I fired up Vox was, why is there a witch here?
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well,
Did you forget that I told you to remember where it said witch back at the beginning? Well, go back and listen to it again if you did.
I want to.
Not you, Edward. Listen, Gary, when I get up to turn on the spirit boxes, the first thing you're going to hear, and it's probably going to be light because I don't know if I had the speaker hooked up to it yet.
Candle.
But you'll probably hear something about a witch. Oh, shit. Usually when they bring up candles, that means, well, it's like I'm flying. As we all watch the back. I can't tell you how many times I've knocked candles off this.
Oh, wow.
I've got videos on YouTube where it's like we're boom, 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 boom.
Are you going to move a candle for us?
Why are you here?
Well, I'm here to talk to Johnny, and I think it's a perfect timing because the last couple of days we had a full moon, and there's a lot of power with a full moon. So I figured it was a perfect time to talk with you.
That reminds me, I've got a case of water on the roof. I put a case of water.
Good. Yeah, that's good.
I got a whole case of water up on the
moon water. Yeah.
Water.
I asked AI what's up with moon water. Apparently it's made by placing water outside under the moonlight during a specific lunar phase, and it can be used in a variety of spiritual practices, including cleansing, healing, empowering spells and rituals, enhancing intuition, and even psychic abilities. It is also said to make your skin glow, which I assume means like how a pregnant lady is glowing, not literally like you're glowing.
Yeah.
I told him.
What'd you tell him? Who'd you tell?
Why are you whispering?
You're like, what is happening?
Well, because I'm telling him how to fix the room.
Run now.
They keep wanting me to leave.
Yeah. Well, she's going to leave when she's ready.
They know you're wrapping it up, so they're like, get her out of here. Did you hear a name Sal down here?
So, it's funny because there is a Sal, there's a Dominic, a Sal, and a Brian, and they're all related and they all have to do with this place. But yeah,
I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sure. After your time, Edward, it was a tenant that was.
Come inside.
Yeah, it was. This place has seen a lot of tenants, but it was one of the tenants that.
Sal is so clear to me.
Yeah.
Did
Definitely.
you know Sal?
No.
Oh.
No. Yeah, and what's crazy, the only reason why I know that these people ever even existed, other than the spirits, is that some of their names are still on the doors by the doorbells, and sometimes they still get mail.
Oh wow!
'Cause, like the dead still get mail. Yeah. Like all of a sudden, a piece of mail will come in and it'll just be left on the box, and I'm like,
Are you scared?
"Who's this?"
No, I'm not actually. I'm not scared of you.
I am scared. Yes. The answer is yes. I am absolutely scared. 100%.
Psychic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay! You know who I am. Thank you.
And that's one thing, and you probably agree. The last thing you want to do is have fear while you do this.
Oh, I don't have fear.
You can't have fear
because I'm always protected.
Yeah, fear will feed.
So, what else do you know about me? Tell me other things I've done in my life. If you know I'm a psychic.
You can speak.
When you were talking about that cemetery in Connecticut, I don't know it, but is there like a what do you call that tree? A weeping willow? Where is the weeping willow that you've been around? Because I keep seeing this weeping willow. Do you know a weeping willow tree?
Yep, I know a weeping willow.
Why am I here?
Where is that tree to you?
The only weeping willow tree that has any significance to me is in a park that's in the neighborhood. Yeah.
Why do you go to that park?
The only time I go to that park for any of this is there's an old pre-Revolutionary War cottage on the property.
Oh.
And I've also tried to get into the Girl Scout house too, but because the Girl Scout house is
Explain
haunted.
yourself. Don't just say you're trying to get into the Girl Scout house on camera. Like, you have to explain why.
The Girl Scout house on the park property is haunted as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's be clear.
Yeah. So
where's a Girl Scout house?
It's a park called Lions Park.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And what's funny is that it's and now it's really funny that you said that cemetery in Connecticut first, because the people that owned that property that park is on, their family is buried at that cemetery.
Oh my God, that's incredible! Oh my God,
they're buried at that cemetery.
That is really incredible. That I went from
Blood for the Nexus.
Ooh.
Did you hear that one?
Oh my God!
I heard Nexus.
Yeah, they just said blood for the Nexus.
Wow. But I find that really interesting that I got all that connection from the weeping willow tree.
Yep.
Wow, that's incredible.
It's warm.
It's warm.
That's amazing.
Yeah. But see, that's the spirit chatter I'm talking about that you'll get here randomly. They'll talk about the Nexus and blood for the Nexus and things like that. Almost like, I don't know if they're asking for it. And it's
I'm leaving.
I don't blame you, spirit. And it's something asking for it, or if it's like they're just saying, hey, this is what happens. Very, very interesting. What's also really interesting is that was not Edward that said blood for the Nexus. That was a
John is an asshole.
You know what, Edward? See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? This is why? Because I said that wasn't you that said that? This is what I deal with him. And that's the thing. He comes off funny. He comes off cunning. He comes off all these things. But in reality, he was a really bad guy. You know?
So why did you just say that? Why did you call John that name? You know why you did it. Why don't you tell us?
No explanation?
Do you know?
Well, that's why we're asking.
Yeah, well, John...
Disgusting.
Oh, he is disgusting. Yeah. That is very true, Spirit. What's your name, Spirit?
Grave.
Spirits that just said disgusting. What is your name?
He has like a British accent.
Why is he here?
Why is
Me?
Yeah, maybe.
Gary's on the team.
Agreed.
Well, because what's interesting.
He agrees.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yes, they know about you, Gary.
Great.
Which is why.
Jacket.
So you want me to get my jacket on? You're telling me to leave
Have
again?
you been before?
Have we been where before? Here? This is her first time here.
Edward, I'm going to plan with Johnny on how to kill you. That's going to be one of our next things is we're going to kill Edward.
We're going to dissipate the spirit.
We're going to dissipate that spirit. We're going to test that theory.
There's theories that you can dismantle a spirit using magnets. And we're going to test that out if it's possible. Now, I personally don't think you can. I think you can remove a spirit from theoretical spirit particles if they exist. It'll end up reforming again. It'll end up coming right back. But for the time being, you can separate it. I don't know if we can fully kill it as like a second death type thing. But we're going to see what it does. We're going to see if it's possible. My theory on it is that it's just going to dissipate the spirit for a bit. I think it's going to end up coming right back.
Yeah.
You know, because it's just...
It's an imprint. Yeah.
Leave me alone.
Right? Why are you still there? Why are you guys still in that room?
I don't know.
Stroke.
I just like certain things that are like oddities, but also come up as evidential. Mm-hmm. Like for the fact that he said that he watches him in that other room and that he was working with hammer and nails. Like that to me is evidential. What should I do? That he actually, spirit actually was like watching him, right. And I find that's why I find this all very interesting, because he actually brought that through, that he was actually watching him. So that to me in itself has a really different creep level. It's one thing to think that spirit's around, but the fact that he says that he was watching him working, that's like really creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. Definitely.
That's creepy.
And just to be clear, it's all creepy.
It is all creepy. I know. But that's
next level creepy.
There's different levels of creep, right?
There's different levels of creepiness. And once you've done this for so long, it just doesn't seem like it anymore. Like you'll hear
There's
things.
Different levels of it.
Yeah.
You just get so used to it.
Well, I was holding that noose, you gave me like.
Yeah, I gave. Yeah. Well, that's why I said to you, hey, if you got to throw this thing away, throw it. A second.
I was fine with it.
Yeah.
I have. There's only a couple of times in my life that I came across something where literally I felt it was a very. I won't talk about it, but it was a very evil situation. And I literally felt the energy from the ground travel up my legs to my stomach.
Oh,
and
wow.
It was like, boom. I was like, this is no good. Yeah. Like, I am not going further with that.
Yeah. It reminds me of that story about that doll that they found in the Adirondacks, I think it was. Supposedly they found like a voodoo doll in a cave. And they took it, and it was in like a museum with a bunch of other haunted objects, but it kept getting like people sick, and they ended up having to take it back to where they found it, and they dismantled it and took it apart. It was like there was a whole special.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know about that.
And I'm like, I would have take the doll. I would have taken it.
But
I'm pretty sure that's a Brady Bunch episode where they go to Hawaii.
In living life, you've probably met some people that you thought, I'm glad I am never going to see you again.
100%.
And it's that feeling that you say, like, okay, you're a bad dude. It's like you see.
I can tell somebody. Oh, yeah.
In CVS. And there could be a bad dude in front of you or behind you. And you're like, oh my God, I can't wait to get away from this person. And they could be the best person in the world. But what they kind of elude from their body is this energy that it's like, wow, I don't want to be in your space.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah. I can usually, well, most of the time, if someone's eluding that energy, they're.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit.
What the hell is that?
Something just threw the pamphlet. I have the pamphlets.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
It's up there.
Yeah, it looks. Well, there was a couple of them up there. That got caught.
I
That got
saw
caught on the recording.
I do have it on the
something just
recording.
threw the pamphlet.
Did you see that?
I sure did.
Yeah.
What the hell?
And I'll be rewinding that and seeing what that was.
Yeah.
Wow, that is crazy.
How wild is that?
My nephew has a planchette, those things for Ouija boards that you move around over the letters and words, decoratively hanging up in the background, and it just fell to the ground. For no reason. No one was moving, no one was shaking, it just fell.
But we're talking about someone being a bad dude.
And
who's the bad dude? The guy I was talking about.
He just said grandmother.
Yeah, it just said grandmother too.
Gary, you broke too.
Gary, you what?
He called you broke. He said, Gary, you're broke too.
Uncle.
Uncle.
Oh, wow, he knows you're the uncle.
Johnny, Johnny,
oh my God.
Yeah.
Who did we tell him I was?
That's right.
Morgan.
That's right. To test our theory. I said you were my. So we told the little version of him that he was my brother.
We did not tell
now
him.
Let's pick it up in here a little bit. I'm crazy, right?
We did not tell. We did not tell him I was your uncle. We told him I was your brother.
Yeah. But we told the little version.
The little
right?
one. The younger version.
Yeah. And he knew. He straight up was like, nope.
This.
That wild, bro. Wild.
Wow.
Oh man, Edward. He's such a piece of garbage too. It's not even fun.
Well, that's amazing.
Yeah. That is wild. So wild.
Well, they haven't said anything about me other than me being psychic.
Yeah.
Isn't that? What do you mean? Other than you being psychic, it's sort of new. To me, that's a huge thing. It's like they know you're a psychic. That's not to me. That's not random.
I told them that in the beginning, though.
But even more of a reason, though, right?
That's
like
true.
It's not like they said, "Oh, you're a baker." They called you what you were.
That's true. Yeah. I was curious to see how.
Please come back.
Oh, wow. You want me to come back? Why do you like me now?
Okay.
Sacrifice.
Oh, yo,
Edward. That is not cool.
Edward, you are not going to sacrifice her. All right? Your time of sacrificing is over with, my friend.
Wow.
That is done with. You're done with all that. Now you get to sit here while I make money on TikTok and it pisses you off.
He thinks he's so powerful.
He does.
That's amazing.
He's a very pompous. Well, I think he comes through the strongest because of his sacrifices.
Satan.
Because of Satan, sure. I think that's what I think the deal is.
Wow.
That's why he comes. And there are some other spirits that will, like Barbara, will come through every now and then.
What do I do?
Spirits, you can do whatever you want as long as it's not bad. Wow, that's wild. I honestly didn't think something was going to get thrown in here today. So that was pretty cool that happened.
Wow.
We also have a very different definition of what cool is.
yeah, I guess we do.
Gary, you broke too.
Yeah, he thinks, yo, Edward, why do you think Gary's broke?
Look, I'm not really working right now. It's not like technically, I guess I'm not, rolling in the cash, but I'm not
we don't
broke,
have your
dude.
type. We don't have your type of money.
19.
He could be talking about or talking to one of the hospital spirits.
Oh, wow.
Real.
Just sometimes we get that too. I'll get spirits that'll come through and be like, "Oh, I was sick. I had a fever," things like that, and they're just, So this was fun.
The thing with the thing I have to say, when that thing fell, we were not talking. I find this is actually a good experiment, but we were talking about energy.
Yeah.
And I was telling you about something that had happened to me. And we were saying, there's a bad dude on the line at CBS. ignored them. Mm-hmm. We were just having our own conversation, and they wanted us to remember, hey, we're here. And that's the way it always goes. That's amazing. And it's wild. And it's funny. It's funny you bring that up, because on TikTok, what I am known for more than anything is ignoring spirits. I am very well known in the paranormal community, where I'll completely stop talking to the spirits and just talk to my community. And then things will start happening and popping off. And
They're here.
It's like, oh yeah, they're here. You know, like they're here. But I'm not paying attention to them. You know, I'm going to pay attention to my community right now. Well, the timing of it was amazing, because we were just having this, you know, on the line in CBS, and then that thing went off. Yeah. Wow, it's crazy. Very crazy.
Oh my God.
Very crazy.
Nexus, Nexus, Nexus.
Nexus. We're speaking about the Nexus. Isn't that wild? She repeated it 3 times. Mm-hmm. 3.
What do I do?
Did you hear that, Gary?
I heard it. I've been hearing it. I can't unhear it, Kathy. I cannot unhear it. After that, we didn't get much more with Kathy. We said our goodbyes, and my nephew walked her out. Oh, shit, he's coming back. Never mind. Now that she's not here, tell me how you really felt about the reading.
So I personally feel she was at the office. She was picking up all the spirits at the office. I don't think that any of the spirits that she was picking up on had anything to do with me. For the most part, anyway. All right. Mostly the names she was dropping, it all had to do with the 1900s factory. And then when she was down here, I mean,
Stephen.
I think, come on, of all the countries you're going to pick Scotland. Like, she nailed Edward.
Right? Dude, when she did my reading, she was saying a lot of stuff that was, you know, I didn't get, or I didn't understand. But when she was specific, it was oddly specific, and her almost on point specific. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Let's talk about what our whole point here and what we're trying to do. When you have someone like that from the outside, where does that? What do we think that means? What do we think it means that she's?
So, for example,
what does it mean to you? Yeah.
So what it means to me is, regardless, like, you know, she's picking up on all of these things. She could be picking up on the memories. Like, it doesn't disprove it. It doesn't prove it. The memory theory, anyway. It just proves that she's picking up on something that I've already, you know, documented from an outside source, like she said, because she even said that in the when she was here. It doesn't prove or disprove the memory theory. It just solidifies that there's something there.
Based on the definitions of what we've been playing with, apparition, hauntings, poltergeist, that we are actually dealing with apparitions. Because if we are dealing with hauntings, they wouldn't interact. They are imprints that wouldn't interact. So her being there, then I would say makes them apparitions. It puts us in that lane. And then the idea that you're some sort of AI where you are taking hauntings and bringing them to life, like we had talked about our guest, is not the case. You're actually talking to apparitions, right? If using just her right now, that means that's what that would tell me. Like that haunting theory and that you're sort of bringing this to life is not the case. You're actually communicating with apparitions that are there. She's now felt them. They try to reach out to her. They're giving her direct messages. That's different.
No.
Then that thing fell off the wall. I mean, the whole thing. And then
that was. Once that happened, I will say this. Once that happened, her entire energy changed. You know, she went from like, oh yeah, you know, everywhere is haunted. This is what I do. To, oh wow, this is one of those types of places. You know what I mean? Yeah. Which was great. We were talking about it outside. Yeah. It was like, yeah.
Did anything change for you and your thoughts based on sitting with someone like Kathy?
No.
Well, you've always been skeptical of mediums and psychics. So
I've always been skeptic. I do know they exist, but I do know that majority of them are full of shit. Kathy, however, is not. There is something going on there. She has some sort of gift.
Well, it seems to me like, dude, you may have a gift.
Maybe.
I mean, if an app could talk to the dead, everyone would do it.
Yeah.
So it's like people are trying it, they're not doing it. So there's,
Yeah.
one thing she said though too about you, right? Like you are this magnet.
Well, I agree with, because I've always theoretically said that my magnetic field affects the spirits. That's what gets them to talk. That's my theory. That's what I say on TikTok all the time.
So, I mean, with that said, it could be possible that there's no spirits at the cemetery, except when you're at the cemetery, they're there for you. And then, do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're a medium in and of itself.
Maybe.
Could you imagine? Look at you. You're just the ghost magnet. You're like a straight up supernatural silo lightning rod for ghosts.
Is that crazy?
Which is, it is wonderfully
what
crazy.
kind of bizarre world we live in, dude?
I don't know, man, but these past few hours with Kathy were crazy.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to make of all this.
Yeah,
I know this. I don't like the fact that the ghosts are now knowing my name. Not loving that. Not loving it.
But it makes sense. They learn. They learn. And as long as you stimulate that, they will remember. And this is not your first time here via the call.
Dude.
It's technically what, your fourth time, right?
Oh, it's a few times. Yeah.
It's been a few times.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Oh, wow. All right, dude. Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
All right,
and
you too, Uncle Gary. Love you. Send love to the family.
Love you too, bro.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right. See you, man. Now it's really the end. Thanks for listening to Splintered Spirits with me, Gary, and my nephew, Johnny. You can watch Johnny live on TikTok at Santa Paranormal. We want to once again thank Kathy Nadal for joining us. We may not be closer to knowing what ghosts are, but if we are to accept Kathy's professional analysis, we might be closer to understanding what Johnny is, in that he may be a medium himself, a true conduit into whatever space these spirits are residing in. You can find Kathy on Instagram at CatWitchNYC, and her books can be found on Amazon. See you next time. All right.
Oh, wait. I was just about to type in the YT chat technical difficulties, but
there's no technical difficulties. I like to keep them, let's get them built up there. Let's get them anticipation rise.
Yeah, right?
What's
going on?
The Nexus.
Oh, Edward, don't start. Don't make me regret doing this down here.
Just getting myself started. Welcome everybody to Splintered Spirits Live. Hope everybody can hear us okay. If you're on TikTok watching, you have a better experience over on YouTube, just so you know. That's what I'm looking at over there.
What's going on, everybody?
Hello. Welcome. Oh, we got a nice little crowd here. All right. Off to a big start, 25. Let's see if this new time slot pays off.
Yeah.
If you're here, welcome. And be sure to follow, like, subscribe to all things Splintered Spirits.
Yeah.
John, what's going on? How was your day?
My day was good. Cleaned a couple of graves, baked in the sun. It was nice.
Baked in the sun?
Yeah. Yeah, it was nice.
That's better. I can hear you a little better with these on the.
All
right. How'd it go? Did you get any good stuff? Any spirits give you any business?
Yeah, a couple spirits who were responsive. So I still have to go through the replays. See if it's hard to hear over the scrubbing. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta figure out a way. Maybe you could put like an earbud in one ear and like have the speaker for the audience and have an earbud in another ear so you can hear it.
Oh, maybe. I got to see if I could do that. So while I'm scrubbing. See, the whole, listen, it's funny because there's so many good ideas, right? And so many things you could do.
You don't understand.
All right, Edward, stay out of this
Oh yes,
conversation.
Edward.
All right.
Our favorite ghost, guys. That's Edward for anybody new.
So the simpler, the better. You know what I mean? Like the more technical, the more stress on me,
Negative.
which makes I have a miserable experience.
Right. It's a
And
lot of moving
if I'm
parts.
having a miserable experience, the live isn't going to be good. I'm going to be off my game.
I get it, man.
well,
It's like even setting up here. It's like I'm just sitting at my desk, and it's like, oh right, let me get the phone going because I can't simulcast to TikTok. And it's like, oh, do I have my headphones in? And is this hooked in? Everything becomes an absolute pain in the ass with ever the more little pieces that you have.
Yes.
I get it for sure.
Yep. So,
Oh,
and
sure.
you know, and the other thing, like a little insight to the tech, we were kind of talking about this last night. And so me and Gary were you know, just having a tech chat, and like when I go to a spot, like I literally have to look and wait to see what phone is going to give me the best service for the stream.
Oh god.
You know, I literally have Boost Mobile, T-Mobile, Verizon, and I have to, look and see, okay, let me walk over here. Service is good. Let me walk over here. Service is good.
How did you get here?
And you know exactly how I got here, unless you're talking to somebody else, Edward. Like, so the tech aspect of it's a pain in the ass. Yeah, that's why like people always like, oh, this is fake. This is fake. Yo, there is no way I would be able to fake this.
You know what I found today? Speaking of tech that I wish I could use, I found my old Razor. This was my favorite phone.
A
Razor flip phone. Dude, look at the size of it, first of all. It's dope. I mean, it was like, if I could go back to this universe, and I love the idea of closing a phone.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like official. Conversation over.
Yeah, it's over, right? Like it just ends.
It's it. Conversation over.
And I don't know if you're like me, dude, but everywhere in my house, if you're, I don't know, do you have like just cables? Like cables for plugs, different plugs for different things. I have boxes of plugs, and that's where I found this. Is I was looking for a certain USB, and it was like, and oh, look at this. I don't know why the hell I have it, or I have all these cables. Like I'm ever gonna need some sort of firewire fit like thing with an other end that sticks into the. It's the stupidest shit. But all right, we got a lively bunch. I like to start the chat off. We did this. We had this fun thing yesterday to get the chat riled, and I got a new one for him. I got a new one for him. Here's the new question for everybody. Let's hear what you have to say. Feel free to dive in. Breakfast cereal.
Where is it?
We all know breakfast cereal. Anything. Doesn't matter what breakfast cereal. Don't ask me what about grape nuts. It doesn't matter. It could be Cheerios, Apple Jacks who cares? You put in a bowl, you pour milk on top. And don't start saying, but what if it's oat milk? You understand what I'm saying when I say cereal. Is cereal soup?
It's cold soup. It's cold soup.
What's everybody think? Is cereal soup? Does it count as soup?
Yeah.
I'm seeing some no's. I'm seeing some LOLs.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Cold soup.
Let's get this chat warmed up. Let's get the heat.
Electric.
I think so.
Yeah, let it bring it. Let's make it electric. No, I'm getting some no's. Yes. No, this is controversial. Cold soup. No, milk isn't broth. So apparently someone thinks soup requires, by definition, broth.
Broth.
I'm seeing some no's on TikTok. I'm seeing no's.
But doesn't gravy?
Gravy.
Don't you use gravy. When you make gravy, don't you use broth?
I don't know. Now you're adding a whole new food group in here.
I don't know.
But it's like, let's just stick with soup. What defines soup? I would just think it would be like stuff. Is a soup different than a stew? Is that what you're saying?
Floating. Well, a stew isn't a stew when you take milk and soup and combine the two, you get a stew.
Rest in peace.
I don't know, man. I don't know, but look, people are fired up. We got a lot of controversy with this. This cereal soup. Wow.
Someone said, I think Becky said, I stopped eating. It's bad for you.
That's funny. That is funny.
Over here.
Oh my God. All right. That's all right. That's fun. That was a fun one. That's a fun one to get it going.
Yeah.
All right, dude. So where are we at with Splintered Spirits? We dropped episode 9 this week, which is a fun one. We told some really fun ghost stories.
Yep. We had a
really
pop-up live yesterday.
Yeah, we had a fun pop-up live yesterday, and we're really sort of getting to that question of, we're still examining the spirit world, in a big way, and like, what are spirits, right? And what is John in relation to spirits, and how does he make it work?
They're still going on about this.
In that vein of what spirits are, we ask you all for ghost submissions. We love it. Thank you for doing that. But I want to talk about a theme that we got this week. But before I get into that, Johnny, I want to talk to the audience for real here for a second. And as you submit these things to us, and if English is a second language, then this does not apply to you. Thank you. It's great. But when you type something and submit it, I'm going to ask you, all of you in the audience, I'm not going to give you a lecture because some of you really hate punctuation or periods or commas or grammar in general. Read it out loud. Read it out loud to yourself and before you hit submit. Because if you're reading what I'm reading, I'm very afraid of the state of education in America. It's really hard. It's real hard to read. I mean, look, I'm sorry. I say this with peace and love, guys. Like, we get a lot of submissions, and it's like I can't even read them here today, John, because it's like I think I would sound really stupid, and I would make the audience dumber by reading them out. Like we wouldn't be able to understand.
Block on the wall.
We wouldn't understand it. So it's like, listen, all I'm not asking you to take an English class.
Did you miss
or go
me?
back to school.
No. Sorry.
Edward, it's not even, and Robin, it's not even spell check. This is Edward. Like stream of conscious. Just read it out loud. Read it out loud. And if you can do that, which I'm willing to bet they can't, once they read it out loud, they'll be like, oh, what did I just write?
Yeah.
Then fix it, then hit.
Well, because you know what it is. You know what it is. It actually has nothing to do with education. It has to do with the fact they get in the zone and they're literally dictating their thoughts.
How do I use it?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
They've lost all sense of like sort of
structure,
how to write a letter and structure.
Yeah.
So anyway,
because they're getting excited and they're telling the story. And I don't think it's an education or a grammar or anything like that. I really think they just get in the zone and they're literally putting their thoughts on paper. But when you do that, you do have to read it out loud. You got to
read it out loud.
Best course of action for anything that you type and write.
Read it out loud.
Yeah.
So, excuse me. The thing that I want to talk about, that I got a couple of them, are dreams. People have been submitting dreams as like, and then seeing something after the dream or related to the dream or something that reminds them of the dream as like a ghost story. John, what is your philosophy on dreams and how this could potentially relate to what people see in ghosts? I hope you guys on TikTok can hear John. I have the mic up by the speaker, but if not, go to YouTube. You'll see the whole thing. Sorry, go ahead.
I love dreams. I love dreams. I don't dream. I have too much cannabis floating in my system. It stops dreaming from happening. Okay. But
sad.
that electronic voice, for those who are new or don't know, that is a spirit called Edward in this haunted basement. Go ahead.
And I have a firm belief that when, as you know, the theory, blah, 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 we die, our energy scatters. I do believe that some of that energy gravitates towards DNA or people with very strong feelings. Okay. Towards one another.
Okay.
I really do. And I believe that that energy, when it's in us, whether it's ancestral, whether, you know, somebody close to you died and you got some of their energy, I do believe that when you're sleeping, it's one of the easiest ways for it to come through. So when people say, "Oh, I was visited by a loved one in my dream," I correct them and say, "No, I don't think you were visited. I think that person never left you, and this is the easiest time for them to communicate with you right now."
Closer.
So
while they're asleep.
while they're asleep.
So you would say then, just help me understand what you're saying. So it's like, are you saying a dream is not really
Move over.
a dream? It's
No, not all the time. Not all the time. Sometimes it could just be as simple as a dream. You know, I just think that sometimes that energy that's in us translates in our dreams better than it does when we're awake.
My baby.
ooh, my
So
baby. Let's see if I can try to decipher one of these to see what this dream was.
I love dream stories.
All right, I'll try to read this. This comes from we know this name, Mona Me.
Don.
Okay. I don't know if she wants me to read her real name, but it's from Mona Me, who you probably see all the
Okay.
time.
Yep.
I recognize that name. So it's like, let's see, nothing really crazy. Her husband was playing with a spirit board when he was just out of the army. Nothing really crazy happened with the spirit board that night while they were actually doing it. But when he went to sleep, he had the most wildest, vivid dreams. He was period. He was running, period. He said it was almost like a Beetlejuice episode where they were in the desert and all those weird, strange, demon-looking animals were chasing him and the girl across the street. And he remembers waking up the next day and going outside, and the girl had lived 3 houses down, was standing on her porch and started screaming at him. What did you do to me last night? She had the exact same dream that he had. He also said for the next few days, they were just weird, just didn't seem right.
Fool.
But there was a phone, but the phone was ringing. He answered it, and it was a sister, and it was sister, and he's, I don't know which. I don't even know what this means. You called me anyway. So okay, I think the thing is here. He was playing with a spirit board. If I'm deciphering this, then he had a crazy weird dream night, and then like shit got weird for him for a few days. So this is almost like, what? Like maybe he opened some door, because you always say that spirit board is intent.
Yes, it's intent. So
Tell
it's
people
a
what intent means
possibility.
to those of anybody who
So
might be
yeah,
new.
I was having trouble following the story, but I got the gist.
Dude, I'm reading it and I'm having
Um,
trouble following it.
yeah, I can tell you
I can't
this.
hear you.
I can tell you this. It's pretty crazy if with the neighbor having the same dream and the strange occurrences afterward, if that wasn't part of the dream, then that's wild. That means that whatever he did, he opened up a channel to something, you know, strong. If it was able to affect the neighbor, like that's what I'm wondering. Like, was that in the dream, the neighbor
What
being
brought you
affected,
here?
or was did the neighbor actually have the same dream? Because that's pretty wild.
It's hard to make out to because there's no periods in the
Gotcha.
entire 50 line. There's like 3 periods in the whole thing. It's very hard to decipher. Monami, we love you, but you know, it's like you gotta read it out loud, then sin.
Spirit
But it,
boards are dangerous.
yeah. Um, okay. I mean,
They
so
can be
that,
very dangerous. It's a tool, you know. All tools are dangerous.
let's see if I got another dream in here that's easier to vacuum. That's not a lot of evidence. No, it's much more. So, okay. My then toddler son. This is from.
Is this yours?
Oh, this is from here. This another name I recognize. Typo Mama Lisa.
This is from Mama Lisa. Okay.
Okay. My then toddler son and I laid on the couch to take a nap while his dad laid on the floor. We were having heavy snow that day. I dreamt I was younger and at an older house at a party, sitting on the couch facing an arched entry. Sitting on a couch facing an arched entryway. That's an incomplete sentence, guys. When you read it, it's very hard to figure out what you're saying. To the left, a staircase, and to the right, a front door, neither of which you can see from the couch. We all hear the door open, and in walks my deceased grandpa. He didn't speak. He had his hands in his pockets of his pea coat. He grinned at me and turned and left. By the time I walked to the door, he was nowhere in sight. It was enough to wake me out of the dream, and the house was cold. I automatically thought, it's cold because it was my grandpa and maybe he was there. My son and his dad were still sound asleep. I tried to fall back to sleep, but realized the house was truly cold, but not because of the spirit. I went to investigate, and the mudroom door was open with enough drifted snow to have put out the pilot light.
They're here.
We still like to believe to this day that my grandpa made me go to the door in my dream to make me go to the door so we didn't get hurt from the gas.
Oh, wow.
So that's all right. So that one is a little bit easier to decipher. So she's saying she dreamt of her grandfather by the door but that's so she could get up to then see a potential problem.
Yeah. So
I don't know if that's that feels like a chicken and the egg kind of situation where it's like her body's cold and she needs to get up because it was cold.
But what's cool about that whole dream is the fact that her grandfather interrupted the dream she was having. She was having a dream that she was at, at some random house at a party when she was younger. That's what she was dreaming about. And then all of a sudden her grandfather comes walking through the door. Completely turned that dream upside down, which is wild.
Yeah.
That's what it seemed like to me. Yeah. And then, all of a sudden, the whole thing with the pilot light, I mean, that's pretty wild.
Yeah. It's all right. I mean, so do you think
cool.
Do you think that that could really be spirit connection or okay?
I do. I think that could be a spirit connection. I mean, listen, it could be as simple as she's cold, she wakes up, the outside interference of her environment is affecting her dream state. That happens. We've all had dreams, especially when we were younger, where someone's calling you in your dream, but in reality they're trying to wake you up. Like that's a thing that does happen. So the cold can do it too. However, if it was the cold that did it, right? Wouldn't the house party be cold? Wouldn't the door have blown open by itself and let some cold air in? Why was it her grandfather?
It's crazy. All right. Yeah. Good one. Thank you for that. Thank you for submitting. Anybody wondering, Cass, you're wondering where to submit things? Splinteredspirits.com is where you can go. We have a tab that says ghost stories. You could put in anything there. You could put in questions. Just ghost stories is easy to write and clear, right? That's where you can submit your name. If you have evidence of a ghost story, even better for us. That's like wonderful. We'd show it. We'd talk about it. Everybody could see it. This is a visual medium after all. We'd love to see it. But you can ask us questions. You can ask us advice, ghost stories, dreams. We want to hear anything you think might be weird. That's sort of the, or unexplained rather. That's what we're into. That's what we want to know.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
You know what? It's, I don't really have any books on dreams. I mean, I think that maybe that's something we should explore in terms of like a weird thing. Not to get too Freudian about the whole thing, but there might be a weird
dream interpretation is it's one of those things where, it could go either way. It's a dream.
Where are we?
We're in the basement.
It's it's an interesting topic. Dreams have always been interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Especially ones that the dead are involved in.
I never talked to, I never asked Kathy about dreams. She interprets things. Kathy, for those who don't know, is our psychic medium friend and guest of the show. We've had her on a bunch of times.
Where are we?
What she does that I love isn't dreams.
Follow
but
you.
She actually, did you know that she reads coffee? Did you know that?
Yeah, like tea leaves, but
Yeah,
like
but
coffee.
like coffee. So she
Yeah.
has you drink coffee, and then she does a reading based on it,
Yeah.
which I mean, that's just like for me, that's like the best. And she wrote a book on it. I mean, let me grab all of our favorite guests have books, guys. If you don't see it, this is hers. If
We
you can read it,
command it.
seeing more than clouds in your coffee is one of her books. And if Kathy was great. And if you go to my link tree or go to my bio anywhere, we have links to all the books of all of our guests. Hers, Lloyd's book, who taught me how to give me the crash course in ghost hunting. All these books that we have links to for our guests.
I can't hear you.
Well, I'll speak up. Do I have to get louder? Who can't hear
No,
me?
you don't have to get
Like,
louder.
can she hear me, or is she just playing with me?
Yeah.
Our next guest that we are going to record in a couple of weeks, guys. You should read his book before we don't have an air date for it yet. We haven't even recorded yet, but we have a real great guest coming on. His name is Dr. Cal Cooper, and he wrote a book called Telephone Calls from the Dead. And Cal has done extensive research on people who receive phone calls and how tech really is used in sort of paranormal investigation. I have a link to his book as well in my link tree and in my bio. Check it out, get it. It's going to be a great one.
Can you hear it?
We're going to have him on for a number of reasons. To talk about. Look, we all know John here uses phones quite a bit to talk to spirits, and they talk back, but sometimes they call back.
Yes.
And that's crazy.
Reasoned.
And it happens. It happened right when I was live.
And we're going to deep dive into that in a really big way. It's going to be a great one. So, we'll keep you posted when that's going to air. But, if you want to make sure you don't miss it, like, follow, subscribe to Splinter Spirits, wherever you get your podcasts. Go to Spotify, go all these places, log in and do it. But it's going to be a really strong one. What else can we tell the good people here today, John? What do we got? What's on your mind?
Well,
Are you okay?
We could definitely dive right back into that subject, and give everybody a precursor to this episode that we're going to be taping soon. I was live in Indiana at the Randolph County Infirmary. And I'm sitting at the table, and one of my mods was with me, Brian. And I had a couple other mods too. I had Mama Lisa there, her husband Rich. I had MYX. There was a couple of us. And I believe there was also some other people that were there as well, just floating around in the background.
By the way, it all sounds like a hip hop group because of all of their handles. It's like, I was with Mama Lisa and Brian the Mod and NXT or whatever you just said. It's like all these fucking names. It's like, it's just like, what is going on?
It's the Young Satan posse.
Yeah, sure.
So all of a sudden, now I know this has been going on for a while. He's been having these experiences where his mother passed away, and she keeps calling him, and she leaves him messages. Okay. I'm not going to get into details about the messages, what they say, none of that. We're going to save all that for the episode. I'm just giving you guys the precursor. I witnessed this. Like this happened to me on live.
Yeah. Guys, we have the video.
And it was just wild. And the look on his face, what the poor guy must have been every time he gets a phone call, what that poor guy's going through. This isn't like she died 10 years ago, even though the pain never goes away. It does, you learn coping mechanisms to deal with it as time goes on. This is fresh. She recently just passed away, and this is happening. And I shit you not, wait until you hear how the both of us describe what she sounds like. That's all I am going to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the voice message. she left. We have it, and we're gonna play it. We're gonna share it with you all.
Yeah. Just not tonight.
Not tonight. Not tonight. By the way, John, I've got an awesome troll on YouTube right now. He's awesome.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm leaving him there. I was gonna block him, but I'm just gonna keep him there. He's just a dick, and it's kind of funny. And it's just like, it's just like, just let him go.
Stop.
I mean, it's great. He's saying some funny. He's saying some funny stuff that makes me laugh inside, but it's okay. I like it because it's getting other people riled up. It's great.
So there is. Are you talking Aldo? Are you talking about the Johnson dude?
Yeah.
So what's interesting? What's he saying? He's saying that spirits don't exist. This, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah,
and yet he sits here and watches this.
As he sits here and watches this, I know.
I
it's funny too because he doesn't realize that the two guys that are on right now are skeptics.
Yeah, man.
We're skeptics. We analyze everything to the point where, we're not convinced most of the time. Hell, in my live streams, when something pops off, I end up arguing with my chat on whether it's paranormal or not. Me saying, nah, I don't think it is. I think it's that,
Oh, yeah, let me be clear. I am no ghost hunter. The last thing I'm going to do is go looking for ghosts. No, thank you. I'm not looking for it. It's like, oh, is that a haunted house? Let me walk inside. Yeah. No. I'm going to go over there. Like, I'm built for comfort. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not going into that shithole. It's like, I'm going to go where there's no ghosts.
Listen, as I always say, 90% of what happens on a paranormal anything is bullshit. It's not paranormal. There's common reasons why things are happening.
There's 5.
There's more than 5, Spirit.
No, the fun of this is as a reminder to everybody, right? It's, this guy can call it delusion or all this stuff. And it's like, no one's delusional, but there is, look, how these apps work. We know how they work. We're not idiots. The question is, why does it work this way for John all the time? And people try to copy him with the same apps, but they don't do it. They don't get the results he gets. So I don't know what it is. And there's numerous people who are also not delusional who study this. And by the way, everything was delusional at some point until somebody figured out what it was.
Listen.
I mean, right? Let's just be real. Sure. Like when we get really long about it. So
sure.
Look.
Hey, listen, you guys know who Galileo is, right? I mean, look what happened to that guy.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know what's going on, but it's just sort of fun. Unrelated to I don't know. So it's like, look, for us, I got some weird warning on TikTok about my live is unrelated to the products I'm doing, but this is Splintered Spirits and I'm selling Splintered Spirits stuff and Santa Paranormal stuff. If you click on links, you can buy a t-shirt. That's what we're talking about here, guys.
TikTok,
straight up.
Listen, we can talk about that for a minute. TikTok is horribly fucking up.
I think it's, it seems like they're really trying to promote, and if that's what your business model's going to be, guys, you want to be a home shopping network or a battle network, that's fine. We'll keep going, and we'll just conduct. You're going to see what we see there, but we're having some fun here, having a weird conversation about ghosts and shit. So
hold on,
like
I want to feed the troll for a minute, real quick.
Oh, feed him,
Johnson.
You're going to feed him from under the bridge?
Yeah, from under the bridge. I'll drop it through the cracks. Johnson, this is a podcast called Splintered Spirits. The only reason why I have a spirit box on right now is so we can laugh at the stupid shit Edward says. Because at this point, Edward's a clown. Okay? No one's investigating anything. Nobody is doing anything. We are here talking about spirits, talking about people's personal experiences, talking about our experiences, talking about theories, talking about all sorts of things. But
what's my name?
There's no scientific method here to compare.
No, but hold on a second. That's actually not true. You want to talk about
for this episode, I mean.
No, not for this episode, but right. But he's talking, he says things like, you can't compare any of this to the scrutiny of the scientific method.
Yeah.
And I don't, look, dude, we run tests all the time, but we do it in a sort of a fun way. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's like, we're not scientists.
That.
We don't have, but we don't have grants but there's certainly ways to test these theories, and we do them in our own way. We're having fun with it. If you want to be a super nerd about it and be like, want us in lab coats or something, and you think that's what
Elemental.
science is, more power to you. Just
Oh
keep
man,
keep listening and keep chatting.
Johnson, if that was true, my friend, you say there shouldn't be. If that was true, the world would never advance. There'd be no scientific breakthroughs, no technology breakthroughs, nothing.
Yeah, I mean
There
that's just
should
dumb.
be.
That's
You
just dumb.
know?
Anyway, all right, we've given him enough oxygen. Let's let him keep trolling. I think it's fun, but he's I like having a troll in there. Gets everybody riled up. Yeah, I told you, right? I don't want to block the trolls. I want to see at the end of the day what rolls out, how that changes things. What else? What else can we talk to the good people about? Wow, that time flew today.
I know.
Time flew by. Thank you all on TikTok. Sorry, I'm dedicating enough attention to you guys, but I told you, go to YouTube if you want to see the full thing and see John and see the ghost. But what else, man? What do you got lined up?
Well, I can guarantee that most of the people on TikTok are here on YouTube as well.
That's probably doubling up. Like, wow,
they're doubling up.
That's dedication, guys. Dedication. Appreciate
double it up.
Yeah.
What's
on deck?
What's pretty interesting? What's pretty interesting about all this, and especially like the men and women that dedicate, like actual scientists and actual doctors that run all the tests, that no matter what evidence they produce, no matter what, and this is for everything. There are people that believe vaccines don't work, okay? No matter what scientific evidence is produced, you will always have people, no matter what, that don't believe. Always. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Their personal opinions and their faith and everything else will always come in between what is fact, what is reality, and what is real and in your face. So, and the things that we can't see that we discover, so because there's a lot we can see, we just can't. Well, what do you mean? Stop it. That's not a cop out.
Well, no, nobody knows what happens after we die. I mean, that's sort of the fun of it. We believe.
Yeah.
I personally believe nothing happens. I think you're as dead as Dillinger. And it's just nothing. And then, but John's theory, and part of the thing that I'm sort of seeing because there's something going on, is the energy that's in your body is dispersed, and that energy contains or might hold on to some memories in your mind, because nobody knows how the mind works.
Nobody.
And that's kind of what we're hearing. That energy is legit, and that energy has to go somewhere. It's as good a theory as any.
And that's the thing.
Nexus will be mine.
Oh, Edward, no one gives a shit about the Nexus.
Did he say vengeance will be mine or Nexus will be mine?
All right. Said Nexus will be mine.
Okay.
And that's the crazy thing too. It's we aren't. Because listen. If I didn't have this theory about our memories, okay. If I didn't have these theories about our memories, I would believe that nothing happens as well. Then that is it. It shuts down. But there's no way that an entity, and by entity I mean human, that can lust, love, create, destroy. The fact that the atoms and atoms and molecules into chemicals into our brain for things to be built and created is insane. It's a miracle in itself, and not a miracle from God or anything. Just the fact that the fields affecting fields have even developed something like this that allows us to do what we do as humans, as vile and beautiful as it can be. It's wild. And then to say that it all disappears like this, no matter what, and that's it, just doesn't make sense to me. But the problem is the idea of a God doesn't make sense to me either. No, so if there's no faith, there's no religion.
It's weird.
What can it be? Well,
yeah,
maybe it's as simple as our memories. You know what I mean?
Look, it's as good a theory as any. I haven't heard anybody say anything different than, who's to say it's not? I think that's part of the fun of it, right? And that's what we're trying to do. So what do we got? We've got, look, I mean, I know you got to, all right, we got a couple minutes here left. I like this. I like this time slot. I hope this time slot works for you. I like the Fast and Furious. No new episode next week. Guys, go get caught up. Get caught up on 1 through 9 because episode 10 is funny and different. That's where we go on the that's where we go on the attack. We bring a magnet in there. It's so stupid. But it's pretty funny.
It's fun.
It's pretty fun.
It really is. It's funny.
But again, that goes towards one of the things that we talked about with Lloyd in the past. If you listen to episode 4, is this idea: if it's magnetic waves or magnetic energy, could a magnet or a degausser, hinder spirit activity?
Maybe I got one more question for Brandon.
Oh, you're in it. You're in it. You're in it on the troll. Let's go.
Brandon,
how do I use it?
Are you here for me or are you here for him? Just real quick.
Magic.
Real quick. What makes you want to be here if you don't believe in spirits? Or is it the both of us? Because, we might have to start our individual OnlyFans.
Torment.
Only feet.
Only feet.
Do our feet shots with ghosts. Ghost feet.
Oh, wait. Now, all right. Now I lost. Oh, the green shirt. See? Oh, shit. That's good. I see. That makes me happy. That makes me happy. That means we're doing something here. That means we're doing something here.
All right.
Wait.
I like all the little controversy. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Gary's sexy. Gary is sexy, dude. It's the eyes. That's what does it.
It's the eyes, yeah.
It's the eyes.
Well, that and you look like you could be like, if you really look at you, you look like you could be some like battle-hardened elf.
Exactly.
Exactly. The spirit just said exactly. You know what I'm saying? You honestly look like if you fuck with you, you're gonna pull a bow out of nowhere and shoot a magical arrow.
Oh my god.
The magical arrow of love.
Jim.
Oh my god, that's funny, man. Have you been watching? Did you get a chance to watch Last of Us yet?
No.
And this? Oh, dude.
No. I didn't get to watch it. Listen, I know what happens.
Well, don't spoil it for everybody.
I played the game.
Episode 2 might be one of the best hours of TV.
Yeah.
And we're going to nerd it out for about 2 seconds as we close. And Andor season 2 just started. I don't know if you watched season 1, which is the best Star Wars thing ever made. Episode 1 of season 2 is brilliant too. It is just, it's unlike anything. The only reason it's just, if it didn't say Star Wars on it, people would love it more. You know what I'm saying? But it's just but it is it's the guy Tony Gilroy. He's just such a genius. He wrote Michael Clayton and shows that are not Star Warsy, and he's the one who saved Rogue One. I mean, it's just brilliant, dude. Anyway,
Rogue One was great.
You got to find. You got to find time.
I gotta check it out.
Episode 2 of Last of Us is like 1 hour of excellent television. It's super fun. Listen, John, I don't know what else we got for these good people other than catch up, tune up, follow, like, subscribe. Guys, Splintered Spirits and Santa Paranormal merch. You're throwing out gifts. And if you subscribe on TikTok, I got fancy stickers too, folks. Join up. You might get some cool skull stickers on there. I know how to do stickers. Enjoy yourself. Treat yourself. Buy a shirt. Get a coffee mug. And listen to the pod. That's what we really want. I want followers on the pod. I want you guys to listen. We want you to like it. We hope you we want your stories. We want your advice. We want to make it better.
Yeah.
We want to look at spirits in a way that nobody else does and have some fun with it, because it's a pretty good time, right? I mean, it's like, what's more fun than this? To try to make stuff and try to figure stuff out. So that's funny. That's funny, Brandon. He's got a ghost boner. That's good. That's the best line he had all day.
Yeah.
It's like, we'll give him a
I'm
little
waiting for one
airtime.
of the spirits to say aroused.
We'll give him a little airtime, but it's
there you go.
That's a great way to end it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being a fan of Splintered Spirits.
Dude, the post office sucks horribly. I sent out gifts 2 weeks ago, and they're just getting to people.
Oh, you send out stuff to
Yeah,
got
the
it,
giveaways. Yo, everybody, thank you. Appreciate the listens. Appreciate you being here now.
John, I'm gonna let the
Gary?
skull spin for a while as these guys close out. I will see you. I will talk to you on the other side.
On the other side.
Right.
All right, my man.